Whoa, welcome everyone. We are still waiting for Sarah. Oh, wait, where are you? Oh my gosh.
She's here. She's around.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I was wondering what's that echo, and I had it open somewhere else. I'm like, there's something going on. Hi, everyone. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Daemon.
Hello.
So today we're going to be doing my fake news for the Matrix Slaves live stream. So, Daemon, what do you think about my idea to do a news channel for the slaves?
You never told me about it, so I don't think anything about it.
Okay, well, I just told you.
Well, you'd need to explain what it is exactly. What do you mean for the slaves?
Because we're slaves. We are slaves on a slave planet.
Right.
Right?
Well,
So,
see, I've got Slavic blood in me, so I don't like you culturally appropriating my shit. Your people were the slave traders, so knock that shit off right now.
okay, first of all, slavery never ended, and it was always there since the dawn of time. It's just they got smarter about it. So now we don't know we are, but we are. Because if we stop working, if we don't do what we're told, they can lock us up. We can lose everything. They can take our stuff whenever they want.
Well, that's always been the case.
Who is they?
The rulers of our planet.
And well, how would you define them as rulers?
Anybody who is in control of the banking system, government systems.
Well, the narrative. Anyone who controls the narrative. You reshape reality, control language.
Yeah. And of course, it's not the people that they say. They're like, oh, it's these people. Or no, it's the people who you'll never know their names. You'll never find out. Like, they're good. They don't need a celebrity. They don't need any attention. They just pull the strings in the background.
And what is the question again?
Not a question. Just.
Well, no, there was a question. You forgot it. It was, what do we think about you doing a news cycle about this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
How would you go into, like, you're just talking about like news events, or like in terms of how it's like culturally we are shaping people the way we want to based on this they?
Well, forget about the they. It's just we are the slaves, and they need to, whoever they may be, who cares, doesn't matter.
This is the cat I love. This is the cat we all come here to see. You come up with an idea, you explain it, halfway through you're like, I don't give a shit about it. It's not important. We're going to just do it.
I'm just doing something, guys. Just say yes. Purple.
Yes.
Purple.
So anyways, the first thing we're going to look at are some TikToks about the Hells Angels Colorado thing that was going on. Is it real? Is it not real? Is it just fake news? Who knows? Let's watch, because we don't know. So we're just speculating. No facts, only feelings.
Oh, feelings.
Nothing is verified. This is, as you can see, we are not responsible for our commentary.
But we can still get strikes anyway.
But we what?
But we still get strikes anyway.
Yes, we do. So please, nobody talk about like any injectables or any
anything
people. No strike Saturday. We're gonna have a no strike Saturday.
Yeah. Don't make any sense. Don't make any sense. Don't speak anything truthful.
Exactly. So we're just having fun.
Hates it.
Yeah, this is a comedy stream, you guys. It's comedy.
Oh, we were supposed to be funny? Damn it. I did not get that memo. I'm a girl. We're not allowed to be funny. So I think you asked the wrong person to panel with you tonight. Let me go call in the guys.
It's okay. Kat does it unintentionally enough for all of us.
Wow. All right, so let's look at this one first.
Ladies and gentlemen, pay very close attention to what's going on in Colorado. The governor says that there's not an issue and that this is fake news. It's not happening. But for Aurora, Colorado, what did the mayor, Mike Kaufman, say? Yes, it's going on. They've taken over several complexes and that there are law enforcement that are going to take care of it. But how you have the governor saying one thing and the mayor saying another, that's the power of the media. And just imagine, like, there could be a full-blown invasion. But if they don't put it over the airways, if they don't suppress the information, they could take over the whole United States. We won't even know it. But now, the same situation that's going on in Colorado, don't think it can't happen in other states as well. Well, maybe not Texas, Arizona, Florida, places like that. But other places, yeah.
Alrighty, so what's happening in Colorado is supposedly the Hells Angels are going there because I guess some migrants from, I want to say Venezuela or something, are going and taking their apartments, kicking them out, or basically trying to like charge them to stay in their own homes. And if they don't pay, like kind of like mob rule. And the cops and the local government have done nothing about it. So the people supposedly got upset, and the Hells Angels supposedly was going to do something about it, blah, blah, blah. We don't know. We're not there. What I saw on TikTok was a whole bunch of people saying, oh, they're going to go over there. They're going to try to help out, whatever, for hours. And then suddenly all of that stopped. And there was these really weird memes anti them, saying that they're criminals, saying that they're like all the horrible things that people say that we're not allowed to say those words. They were saying, oh, these people are all of those people. They're all criminals that do all these horrible things that you're not allowed to say on the internet. So anyways.
Sorry, you lost me a little bit.
How did I lose you?
Who's saying that which people are all criminals?
Yeah.
These memes, like these meme videos on TikTok.
Yeah, but they were saying who? They were saying who are the criminals?
The Hells Angels were like these evil people, right?
Well, okay. Kind of. To be fair, like
yes, a lot of them are. Yes.
Like,
yeah. Okay.
Well, it's how they make their money. Most of their money.
Yes. Just well, I mean, just like our government, you know, by wars. It's all mob stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Tomato.
So, what's your view? What do you think is true, and what do you think?
So my view is whatever was happening in Colorado, because I don't live there, so I don't know. I can only go by what I see. Whatever is happening, whoever runs us did not want us to know about it, so they started putting up these fake counter things to confuse and to like say, oh, but they're evil, they're not coming to help, don't think highly of them. But it was really weird because it was the same memes, like Florida would never allow this, that meme, and then Georgia would never allow this, that meme, and then, you know, all the different states, and it was from different accounts, but I kept seeing the same ones repurposed for different states. So it does seem like a very coordinated effort to go against them. So I found that interesting. Not going to say anything. So then I found this other video, which of course we cannot verify anything because we don't know anything. So
bueno, parece que están yendo muy bien porque tienen muy buena ropa, zapatos, son buenos.
Pero eso es porque ustedes mismos, los mismos estadounidenses, son buenas personas, nos han ayudado, nos han donado ropa, camisas, zapatos, nos traen comida, casi todos los días nos traen ropa.
Cada día le traen ropa para aquí.
Sí, los mismos estadounidenses, ustedes mismos, pues.
Desde Venezuela hasta los Estados Unidos, ¿cuánto tuviste que pagar al cartel?
Como sus $3,000.
$3,000.
Que para nosotros en Venezuela es... con eso tú te sientes millonario.
¿Cuánto es el sueldo mínimo ahí en Venezuela?
$40 mensual, imagínate, mensual. $40 mensual. Cuando aquí tú te ganas mensual, 15 y último te ganas 1,600, 1,500. Sí, es loco. Por eso es que mucha gente ya Venezuela está sola.
7.7 million Venezuelans have left their country over the years due to an economical collapse. Hyperinflation hit hard, meaning one day you have $10 and the next week that $10 is worth $1, making basic necessities unaffordable. And buying a carton of milk could cost you your whole week's salary.
Obviamente esto tiene que durar un mes.
That's why so many people are leaving the country of Venezuela.
Okay, so does anybody know what happened in Venezuela? No. Okay.
with regards to that, no. I've checked out some of the videos after you said that you wanted to talk about this issue in particular. There is a lot of fake stuff going around with regards to when they were claiming that a lot of estates were taken over by Venezuelan gangs. Some of the videos that were shared were apparently like police training videos and SWAT training videos. So what, like, that stuff was debunked. But there was a lot of stuff posted up by locals who lived in that area who said that there are actually gangs that have taken over. And apparently, like, when people get brought across the border, like, one of the things that happens is they're going to meet a contact on the other end and they have to pay back a debt. So, like, when Biden was talking about the coyotes and Trump was talking about the coyotes that bring people across. Do you remember all of that?
Yeah.
So when they get taken across, they have to meet a contact. That's one of the first things they do to pay back the debt. So
like an indentured servant, almost.
Yeah. So basically, Trump was talking about how they get how they're wearing these armbands, and the Border Patrol whistleblowers were talking about the armbands, and the armbands kind of signify how long the term of service is going to be and what kind of service they have to do. For a lot of the guys, it's dealing drugs, selling drugs, and for a lot of the women, it's obviously prostitution. So when they meet their contact, if it's the guys, straight away a lot of the times apparently they get given like a bag of keys of cocaine and stuff that they have to kind of sell off, or other drugs. So apparently, I don't know how this happened, but the claim was that a whole bunch of them suddenly came together with a whole lot of drugs that they had to sell and decided, we're just going to roll in and take over this whole estate. So, like, there was some abandoned apartments within this block, and they just straight away set up shop. And they also seem to have guns as well. And then some people were saying, well, maybe they were given guns to sell, so they're selling guns and drugs. Now, if that's true, fine. And I can probably believe that, because I did see quite a few people who were saying, I live here, this is the address, I can tell you that this is the address, check it out on Google. You'll find out that this is actually what the block looks like. And you'll see a lot of people who are showing videos, and they're putting videos up, and they were claiming that YouTube was pulling them down and Facebook was pulling them down just as quickly as they're getting put up. Now, if that's true, fine. I don't find it that hard to believe. Crazier shit is happening. The bit that I kind of am not sure about, because that bit kind of seems sketchy, and apparently actual members, and if you look at their profiles, you'll see a lot of the pictures there. Members of Hell's Angels are saying, like, no, none of us are going there. Like, I'm from a local chapter. None of us have heard shit about that. But at the same time, let's be honest, I like them. I know a couple of members from around here, and they're decent guys. Not all of them are criminals, but a lot of them are criminals. That's how they make their money. So, like, I'm sorry, but I can believe that if there's a bunch of people from a biker gang that makes its money from selling guns and drugs, finds out that there's an apartment with some desperate people who've set up shop there with guns and drugs, they're probably like, let's roll in and just take over their operation. I don't find that hard to believe. So yeah, that's how it seems to me.
Chaotic Truth is asking for the link. I don't know if you want anybody else on panel. I could send it to him separately. It's totally up to you.
No, I don't want to have like a lot of extra people. We might have Jake later, and I don't want too many. Maybe later.
It's your stream, darling.
So anyways, here is another video, and then we'll finish the discussion and move on to something else.
Hell's Angel canceled a trip to Aurora, Colorado, part number 4.
Where a person said the Mongols and the Outlaws are coming to assist the Hell's Angels. If you know anything about MC culture, the Mongols and the Hell's Angels are bitter rivals. That is not going to happen. Oh yeah, the Mongols and the Outlaws are rivals too. It would be a great story to hear, don't get me wrong. People are waking up every day, and I hear from club members from some of these clubs. I don't want to put anybody on blast, but I'm hearing from a lot of members that they want me to continue to speak up because it's starting to reach people. So I'm going to continue to do that. They are of the opinion that I'm speaking to an audience that no one is speaking to, so I'm all in. We need to organize and come together. Stop waiting for President Trump or the Hell's Angels to save you. Thousands of you live in the same town or state. If people who lived back in the day saw how timid and soft people are today, they would not believe it. Gather up people from your neighborhood and clean up your own mess. The Hell's Angels rolling into your town would be an awesome story, but you got to remember, even if they wanted to, these foreign groups, they come to this country, they get everything handed to them. In New York, they kick veterans out of hotels to house them. Where are all the military people currently serving? Why are y'all not standing together saying we will not pick up one single firearm until you put our brothers back in their beds, back where they live? Why is that not happening? Where is everybody's backbones? Where is the resistance to anything? Does anyone have any fight left in them anymore? Are you just totally dominated and defeated? Even if the Hell's Angels pull up 1,000 deep to fix that issue, an issue that I add would be fixed in a day if it was allowed to happen. As soon as they hit that Colorado border, all of a sudden, law enforcement is going to get really good at doing their job. That's why I don't like when they mix America first with back to blue. It's a conflict of interest. If the police are told by the higher ups to oppress you, they will. They're just going to tell you, I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. The pandemic, they would tell people they had to leave their businesses.
Okay.
All right. Huh?
That was it. Okay, right there. Go on, Kat.
Yeah. So anyways, I do not know what happened, but I do find it interesting that whatever's going on over there and people are frustrated with it, sure. Instead of anyone really doing something, they create this story of somebody else doing something, and then they say, no, we're not doing anything. And it just seems like it's a whole bunch of confusion, but at the end, no one's doing anything about it.
Well, what is there to do? I mean, what is there to do about it, though? If nothing is actually happening, then can you apply, a consequence or some type of action to something that is not actually happening? It sounds like it's kind of like a hearsay concept, or, I heard that these people are going to do this, or maybe there's kind of catching wind that a group is going to do that, so on and so forth. But if they're not doing it and it's not happening, then there's no action involved, right? Because it's
no, not exactly. Because what I'm trying to say is the Hells Angels, maybe they're not going. That's the only thing that's not happening. But the immigrants over there trashing the place and the cartels setting up shop on U.S. grounds, that is happening. We do know that's happening. The problem is that the locals cannot get the police to do anything about it. They're just like, these people are here protected, and they come in and nobody knows who they are, and they can do whatever they want, and until something is done, the local population suffers. Jake, do you have any thoughts?
I was going to ask, so where exactly is this located? Colorado? Or
yeah,
I think I saw that, right? Colorado?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Immigration's actually a huge problem. Especially during the Biden administration, immigrants have been coming in left and right. And however, it is true that Joe Biden has deported more illegal immigrants than, for example, Donald Trump. The caveat there is that there's been more immigrants to deport because they come in and out. That, and that's an argument the left will make. But however, they've become a huge issue. Now, why is it that the police won't do anything about this? We saw during the BLM riots, we saw during when Chavez, remember Chavez, when they took over a block in Seattle, the police were told to stand down. Yeah.
Chaz.
And here's Chaz. Thank you, Damon. Chaz. And the thing is, I don't blame this guy for saying that if you're America first, and then simultaneously they say back up the blue, right? Back up the blue. When in reality, the police will not do a jack shit for the people like us when they're told to stand down. That's the problem there. And he's fucking right on that. And that's one thing that I really had to deal with when I would say, dude, let's back up the blue. I'm fine with police. I love police. Don't defund the police. However, when shit hit the fan and the fucking wolves started knocking at the goddamn door, what did they do? They just allowed the chaos to happen and ignored the people that they should be serving. Why? For a paycheck, right? For the paycheck. And it's understandable, but at the same time, yeah, back up the blue, sure, but not in every situation. It's way more nuanced than just that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know a lot of police officers in Miami, and what I really liked, because there are a lot of Cubans in Miami, they've gone through communism, so they know what it's like, how one day, your government is great for you, and then the next day they turn around and they're just like, I need you to turn on your fellow, citizens,
right,
because they're not getting in line. And then you're at that point where you're like, am I going to do what I'm told, or am I going to do what's right? And you could lose your paycheck, you could maybe lose your life in some cases where the government taking over. It's a very difficult situation to be in, but that's why we need strong people to know what is right and what is moral, over than just obeying authority, which is what they teach you in school. Obey authority, stay in line, trust the experts. We know everything. You don't know anything. Don't trust your eyes. Trust us. We are your eyes and your ears. We are your brain. Walk in line. And because of a lot of them, they were Cuban and they've seen this happen firsthand, they did not comply. And because they did not comply, we did not lock down for more than a week. So we never had the loss of business, the extreme,
over there in Florida, right?
Yeah, in Florida, we did not have those extreme declines in, our infrastructure and income, and people didn't lose their jobs in such a high rate. Businesses didn't close down. Local small businesses were able to continue to work, so people did not have to get as much government assistance or help. And then when we did get some help, it was on top of us, on top of what we already had coming in, because we didn't lose much.
Mm-hmm.
And it was better for everyone.
Just to say something based on what the point that Jake made with regards to the police and back the blue thing. A lot of people usually will ask, like, why are British people so focused on American politics? And it's, well, if you live in the UK and if you pay attention to the news, world news, as well as what's happening locally, you can't ignore the fact that for the past 30 plus years, whatever's been happening in UK politics has largely been mirroring what's been going on in American politics. And before that, up until about the 90s, what's been going on in the UK with regards to like policy and everything else was previously copied by America. And around the mid to late 90s, that kind of shifted across and the flow went the other way. So yeah, a lot of people in the UK will follow American politics because whatever kind of happens there tends to kind of filter through to the UK about 3 to 4 years later, maybe a bit quicker now. But the one thing that intrigues me that never changed after the mid to late 90s, that does seem to be a big thing in the US, but really we have the opposite sentiment. The conservatives, the right wing, have the very opposite sentiment to what you guys have in the US. And I can actually appreciate why you have it in the US, is the whole back the blue thing. I've noticed that a lot of right-wing people, a lot of conservatives in America support the police, and they were very much anti-defunding the police. But in the UK, the public trust in the police is less than zero. Like, we've got zero respect for the police in the UK. Nobody respects the police. And that's been the case largely since the mid-90s because, as you said, Kat, there was this idea that we all had, that decent people had, not just the right wing, but any decent people had of, I mean, you said obey authority. We were never taught that. We would simply taught respect authority. And we did respect it. Like, we very much respected the police. And then gradually we found more and more and more is if you do the right thing, if you do anything, even if you carefully, like, you don't beat the shit out of somebody who breaks into your house, you just restrain them. Whatever you do, the law in the UK is designed to protect the criminal every single damn time. And if you do the right thing, you're going to end up in jail. They'll walk free. Like, you restrain them, they'll be like, oh, now I can't walk properly. You pulled something or whatever, and you end up being the one going to jail. So, yeah, that's one thing that never happens here.
And can I interrupt for just a second? I had a couple super chats come in, and thank you, P. Fletch, for the $10, and also Dwight comes in with the $9.99, and he says, "Sarah, news reports are that the apartment complex issues is with the landlord, not migrant gangs. If they want to talk about illegal immigration, that is a separate issue." Now, I'm not familiar with this story, so I can't answer to that. So I push the question to you, Kat, to clarify.
Kat, you want to go with that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, the tenant stuff. I believe, I forgot what state it was. It might have been New York, where there was a lot of abandoned areas, a lot of abandoned houses that were still owned by people. And a lot of these illegal immigrants would go into those homes, live there for a certain amount of time. And by the time the landlords found out about it and they were getting mail delivered into those abandoned houses, the state decided to reward the houses as if they were tenants to the landlords. And so a lot of these illegal immigrants were going into these homes, making home there. And the state, I believe, I gotta brush up on that story, but I believe it was New York, and they were basically moving into these abandoned homes, and yeah, the landlords couldn't do anything about it. The state was behind them. So I believe that's the story he's talking about.
That also happens in a lot of other countries. If you're not in your home, anybody is allowed to move in.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And like pay taxes for you for the house, and they just get the house. Or
Yeah,
if like you don't use your land.
US has got the craziest one, like, because I think you guys only have to be there for, is it 2 years or 3 years or something like that? There was that guy, a black guy who moved into a white neighborhood. I remember seeing a documentary or something about it, and all of the neighbors were like racist as shit. And then they kind of realized it's not that they were racist, they were just jealous because this black guy who was a minimum wage earner, but he was smart because he read up on squatting law. He just moved into this abandoned mansion and he just started paying some tax on something. And like 2 or 3 years later, the property was his because whoever owned it was like living abroad for like 6 years or something. It's like, yeah, you've lost a property. It's now the other guy's property.
Interesting. I'm just not familiar with it to like really talk on the topic or line into it. But I also kind of question kind of like the motives behind it. Like, what are the motives behind doing all of this, moving in or taking over? You know, like where are they trying to get to? What is the goal?
Yeah, just for correction, it was actually in Aurora, Colorado. That's my bad there. It was in New York. Go on, Sarah. I'm sorry.
But that's kind of that is the question that kind of I pose to you. What do you think the motivations are for doing this and moving into here? And are they trying to like take over Aurora? Are they trying to find a new place to like push, illegal items around, or what's going on with it?
Well, I think the gang thing, the whatever, is just a side effect of what they're trying to do. They're just trying to move people around because when a population gets used to a certain lifestyle, they don't like to go down. So they're having problems with getting people to do low-level work. So their solution, rather than pay us more, give us better like labor laws, give us better insurance, healthcare, pensions, whatever, take care of us better when we get older. Instead of doing that, they're gonna get cheap labor from other countries that are very stressed out or whatever. Bring them over, and then they'll do those menial labor jobs. They give them little stipends or whatever they need to just get them in the door, and then they're doing like the very low level paying jobs. Meanwhile, the local population, which has kind of gotten spoiled right? Let's say spoiled, they're not going to do those type of jobs. They think that's beneath them. It's not enough for like someone like us to do those jobs because we won't make enough to survive if we're not getting any government stipend and stuff like that. So it's like a really weird way of replacing the lower working class.
Yeah, let me expand on that really quick. It's basically the replacement theory, right? So illegal immigrants. Oh, by the way, the birth rate here in the United States is extremely low, right? If you look at the birth rate when it comes to religious people, Christians, etc., they tend to have a replacement rate around 2.5, almost 3. Which is good. That's actually really good because it replaces the mom and it replaces the father, and maybe one replacement for somebody that didn't have a kid, right? So that's pretty high. But when it comes to like atheist people or people that are not in the religious, the replacement rate's around like 1. It's very, very much low. So we're not, in other words, people aren't fucking and breeding enough here in the United States. So what did they do? Instead, they just open up the doors to illegal immigration, and illegal immigrants fucking breed like goddamn rabbits. And
that's the excuse that they use.
Well, no, it's fucking no. Well, here's the thing. It's fucking true, and this is what creates more under the table jobs for these fucking illegal immigrants and these fucking Mexicans that are coming in. And
what else does it fucking do, Jake?
Jake's Mexican, so he's allowed to say it.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, I'm Hispanic, so like those dirty fucking Mexicans are coming in here and breeding like goddamn fucking rabbits. So,
well, there goes our show, Cat. just delete it all now.
Right now, those goddamn fucking Mexicans.
The fact that like he can say this, no strikes.
real quick. Daniel, no, I'm not Mexican. I'm American. Okay, I was born in the United States, but yes, my roots come from Mexico, bro. But the fact is that these people are coming in, and it's the replacement theory, right? That we're already predicted to have a white minority, I think by 2040 or some shit like that. It's fucking absolutely insane. And if you notice the voting habits of a lot of these illegal immigrants tend to vote, guess what? Democrat, right? So why not fucking help them out now by allowing them to go into these abandoned houses that are, by the way, already owned, and allowing them to stay there and going for the illegal immigrants rather than the American citizens that own those homes, right? So again, it's much more broader than that. Kat, I think you were more or less on that nail, but that's really what it is. Really quick, Sarah, do you have any more super chats? I had a super chat come in.
I did get one. Izzy actually hit me on the Cash App. Thank you very much, Izzy, for the $10 and for showing support. I appreciate that. She just kind of wanted to backdoor it there. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Daniel Zan. Do you know who that is, Sarah?
Daniel Zen.
Yeah, Zan. Daniel Zan. No. Well, he knows who you are, but just a quick super chat. I don't mean to fucking be mean, but hey, it is what it is. But he says, looks like the Raging Tomato finally hit that wall. She must have got some work
I hit
done.
the wall years ago, honey.
Yeah, aren't you? You're like, what, 50 or 40?
Yeah,
or?
No, 63. Come on now.
No way. Good. You're looking good for your age at 63. Congratulations. But she must have had some work done because she's looking old. Well, if she had work done, then therefore she should look younger. So you might want to switch that surgeon.
That doctor.
Yeah. He's fucking ripping you off, Sarah.
Terrible doctor.
Terrible doctor. Anyways, yeah, that was a quick chat that I wanted to kind of bring up. But anyways, move on with the conversation, guys.
Well, Jake,
wow.
What
do you want me to do?
Well,
Sorry.
Let's be fair. Cat's like 200 and something, so like, it's all good.
Yeah.
But no, the whole idea, the replacement theory thing, so many people were getting pissed off when that idea was first started to be spoken about. I know that a lot of Americans were getting pissed off about that. A lot of the more kind of left-wing people started screaming racism and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The thing is that let's be fair. Like when the government started kind of commenting on it and bringing up the talking points that you brought up about the fact that like, well, there's declining birth rates, there's this and there's that. And then you had Musk coming in saying that we're not having enough children. People started saying like, well, immigration's a good thing because the nationals in these countries, they're just not reproducing enough. So like we don't have enough people to do all the jobs that we need. It's like the government did this deliberately. It's not a fluke. It's not like it's an accident that people aren't reproducing enough. This was deliberately engineered so that they could bring in other people to do work, and specifically bring people in who are asylum seekers, who aren't going to be nationals, who aren't on the pathway to becoming citizens. Because if you think about it, let's be, I'm trying to say this in a way that isn't going to get Kat in trouble. I don't think I'm going to succeed, but she's muted anyway, so she can complain as she likes. So I am going to try and be as diplomatic as I can. Whether you look across Europe or whether you look in the States, you will see pretty much every single time that you'll have right-wing people who want to protect their borders, and you'll have the left-wing people saying, open up the borders. We should, like, you know, diversity is a brilliant thing. But then when you look at the parties, if you look at the left-wing party just wants to bring everybody in and do anything they can to not make them citizens, but at the same time somehow grant them the right to vote, and also throw loads of money at them. We'll give you money, we'll put a roof over your head, we'll keep you fed, we'll keep you fed, and also we will base the amount of money that you get in such a way that it will be exponentially increasing for every child that you have. So you don't need to work, you can just be in the house that we give you, become a baby factory, just pop out as many kids like a wet gremlin, just like popping them out everywhere, fill out every spare area in your house with as many kids as you can. And every kid that you have is another paycheck that you're going to get. And that's how it works. But they know that they're the side that will create these policies, and the conservatives are the one that want to stop it. So they know that once these people get the ability to vote, or once their babies have the ability to vote, because they only need to wait one generation. I mean, think about it. Bring as many people in as you like, and even if they can't vote, they're going to tell the inevitable children that they have to vote, and to vote for the side that keeps giving them money. So once you get into power, 2 election cycles later, you're going to be elected again, pretty much.
So my question,
Sorry. No, I was just going to say the other thing is you can't have those people coming in legally, because if they come in legally, they're going to then be protected by workers' rights, things like minimum wage, right? So you want them to be illegal so that you can pay them illegal worker wages. So the government is creating the problem that's going to say, we're going to be dependent on illegal workers who we don't have to pay a lot of money to. And at the same time, we're going to bring in more and more and more of them, and we're going to breed out the national population. Because if you live in a country, if you live in the working capital of the world right now, there's no way, unless you're doing something illegal, that you're going to be able to afford a house that's going to have enough room for like 2 or 3 kids. There's no way that you're going to do that. You're going to have to be doing something illegal on the side, right? Especially not if you're a traditional conservative who wants to be putting all of the money on the table. You want your wife at home, not working, looking after kids. There is zero fucking way that you're going to be doing that unless you're doing something dodgy. So most decent people are like, who are sensible, who are like, well, I can't really afford a child right now. I'm going to wait until I get good enough money to be able to afford a kid. Meanwhile, you turn around, blink and you'll miss it. The illegal living next door is going to have like 15 fucking kids. So this is very deliberate. This isn't an accident or a natural thing. This is deliberately done.
So my question to you is, can we be mad per se, like at the people who are honing in and taking advantage of that, like
No.
the illegals that are coming in, because they're kind of being sold on this concept. It sounds like a dream, like almost in a sense. Like if somebody told me, hey, I know you live here, and and I lived in a place where I could barely afford milk and food and all of these things. And it was, there was a lot of issues with cartel and guns and yada, yada, yada. And then you said, look, I can promise you the American dream. I can get you up here. Yeah, you're going to have to kind of tuck and hide and duck in certain instances and stay out of sight in a way. It's going to be illegal, but you can make X amount of dollars, which to them would be significantly more than what they, get paid, like based on what you were just playing. And not only that, but I'll give you assistance, and you could do this, and you could do that, and I'll give you protection, and blah 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 blah. Like, I'd be like, sold. You know,
you can be mad at them. You can be mad at them. Seriously, you can be, because at the end of the day, like, we know how the law works, and at the end of the day, it's still illegal, right? I want a better quality of life, and if I know that across a border, I could be earning 100 times more money and living for free and stuff, I'll be like, damn, I want to do that. But at the same time, I know that if I get a bullet in my head, I deserve it, right? Like, somebody said,
well, okay, so you're a parent and you have children and you cannot afford to feed them because in your country you're, you know, making pennies on the dollar, and
well, I know,
you're
yeah,
just,
we
you know,
can
things like
create
that.
scenarios.
So
Well,
I would,
that's every parent though.
that's what I'm saying.
Is the
That's what I'm
answer
saying.
is the answer to come over here and freeload on America? I don't think
That's not,
so.
I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm
Okay.
saying is if you offered me the ability to, you know, work some magic and make
Sure.
things happen to where my child can benefit, and then at the end of the day, my children will inevitably be protected because they're children, you know, and the illegal activity can inevitably kind of be washed over in a sense. Like, I'll take that chance to be able to feed my kids and all.
Yeah.
You know, I think that
And
and I'm not saying that I'm still not saying it's okay that
Yeah,
they're doing this. I'm not
For her-
excusing it by any means, but like, I would put myself in those shoes and be like, well, shoot, I'd do that too.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I would put myself in the American people's shoes, that these people are coming in, and I get it. They have these stories. I understand that. But at the same time, the American people also need to look after their kids for the
I
future, because
agree.
when these kids come in and start doing that shit, guess what? Fucking prices go up, wages go down, etc. Because we have so many people willing to do the job for less money, and you're creating a more of a workforce that lowers wages. This is why when you have a job, our boss can just fire us like that. You're so replaceable these days because the workforce is so big. So therefore, me personally, get those motherfuckers out of my goddamn country, because our future is what matters. It's the same. It's the same mentality, just in different aspects of things. And I totally understand that. It's the selfish mentality. I totally get that.
You should be selfish. It's okay to
that's
be
my point.
selfish and worry about yourself and your family and your children and what comes next. You know, if you have the ability to give a helping hand to the next door neighbor in some sorts, right?
Sure.
Like, great. But when it comes down to, like, I can barely keep my family fed and this and that and another, then yeah, I need to be selfish in that instance. And I think for us as Americans, like, why are we trying to help everybody else first, and then we're always last?
And Sarah, you would agree, you're America. Are you America first, Sarah? Thank you. That's the mentality
I
here.
think you cannot pour from an empty cup, you know, and for me, I believe like our children should be our number one priority. That's who we should be taking care of the most, is our children, our American children, whether they are, you know, don't even have a pencil to take to school, whether they don't have, you know, food in their bellies or a roof over their heads, clothes on their back, you know, do they have clean clothes on their back? I think like that's what we should be. That's our future.
Yeah.
That right there is our future, not bringing in everybody else, not worrying about making more babies. Why don't we worry about the ones we do have and we have made and created? Let's take care of them first. I never understood why America seems to like put kids last, always like they're the afterthought of everything, when if you want to secure your future, you have to secure the children. That is your future.
It's because the age bracket that's got the highest amount of voters in America today grew up as one of the earliest generations that went through school being told you're racist because you're born white, and that was also told to focus on themselves first. They were raised as narcissists, not to have children. They weren't. That's the generation that's kind of bought into this prolonged adolescence thing of like, you know, hey, 40 is the new 20, right? That's the generation that we're looking at right now. So they're not going to think about kids, because, you know, they're the people that are like 35 years old and that are like, I still haven't found myself. It's like, well, you're never going to fucking find yourself. If you're 35 and you don't know
That's
what
the
you want
great
to
thing
do.
about being an American is we all can have different priorities for ourselves, right? But I think as a societal and cultural, political concept, I think that should be our primary focus. Number one, hands down, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And thank you, Don Juan, for coming in with the $9.99. Jake, Damon are sorry, guys. Jake and Damon are crybabies. Wow,
Yes.
wow. Illegals don't vote. It's not a theory. A third of males born in 2008 was named Jose. Again, the elites want England and the U.S. don't have the same problems. Straw mans. There you go.
Yeah, can I respond to him?
You, Don Juan. Yeah,
I respond. Don Juan? That's his name? Yo, Don Juan, go fuck yourself, motherfucker. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking dumb fuck. All right, get the fuck off the stream. Get the fuck out of here. Send another super chat to Sarah so that way she can respond. You can respond back. Send another super chat. But it has to be $5 and above. No, $10 and above. Sorry, or else he doesn't read it. $10 to Sarah, and then you can respond to me.
No, so Don Juan likes to do this. Sometimes he'll send the bigger ones, but then he'll send like 30 of the $1.99s, which I'm okay with it because it gives him more talking time. And Don Juan comes in with $1.99. Damon, good luck with the followers of Muhammad. There you go.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you got to be careful about that because I mean, if this situation with the apartment block taken over with the junkies was happening in the UK, look, okay. Again, don't want to get Kat in trouble. Kat, you might be getting a strike here. So
no.
Speaking code. No. Speaking code. No, we are all restreaming, so let's not all get strikes.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna be like that. So I don't know if this made the news to you guys, but a few years back, did you guys hear anything about a tower block in the UK called Grenfell?
No.
So if you look up this story, the Grenfell Tower, it was a big tragedy, massive fire in a really high-rise tower block. And it was a council tower block, right? So a lot of the people there weren't homeowners; they were renting or they were on support from the government. It was a council block. But this thing happened in the UK a while back where you can buy your property, even if it's in a council block, you can still decide to buy that property. So some of the people might have been homeowners, right? But it's very, very rare. Now, when that tragedy occurred, I mean, very few people made it out. It was a big fire, loads of lives lost, and the fire brigade as well. Lots of firemen died there. Big tragedy. The big thing was everyone was wondering, how the hell did the fire happen, right? People were speculating there's crackheads living there. There's probably illegals living there. And one of the things that happens in tower blocks is people want to bypass the electric meters so that they don't have to pay for their electric bills, right? And it's dangerous, it's unsafe, and it can cause fires. So loads of all kinds of speculation. The government was so damn slow on delivering what the reasons were, and even when they did, people were speculating it's not true, and then the story changed, and the story changed, and the story changed. One of the rumors that kept persisting, and I have to be careful here to say it's a rumor because we don't want to talk about this shit and make statements, right? But you have to recognize if rumors keep persisting and people who are backing up the story are like people who you know lived there or neighbors. One of the things that unfortunately kept happening was people saying that there's squatters there who are criminals, who are gangs, who are doing nasty stuff to other people. And homeowners, now I don't know if this is the way it works in the UK, in the US, but if you're a homeowner in a tower block and crime increases and people decide to move out of the area, businesses shut down, property values decrease, you may be in a situation where potentially you're insured for much, much, much more than what the property is worth. And hypothetically, if there's 3 or 4 homeowners in a tower block that has 50 plus apartments in it, and out of those 50 plus apartments, maybe even more, I think it was probably about 70, I'm not sure how many were in that tower block. But if you only have a handful of homeowners who are insured well above what that property is worth, and that property has become near on unlivable, can you not maybe think that those people are just going to get together and say, hey, look, let's get out of here one night, and maybe an accident happens. Now, if situations become that dire, you're going to see that stuff happening a lot. And unfortunately, we've seen it happening a lot in our country. We've seen stuff like that happen a lot. Grenfell was only the big one that made it to the news. So you have to think, if the government and the police have an obligation to look after people and to care for the nationals and their concerns. If you start saying, hey, you're racist every time you raise certain questions, if you're worried about child grooming gangs, or if you're worried about illegals coming in committing crimes, if the police keep on saying you need to shut up or we're going to lock you up for asking questions, eventually people are going to take it into their own hands, and you're going to see big tragedies like this happening a lot.
That's fair. And Don comes in with another $1.99 to let you know I'm not on the stream. He also comes in with another $1.99 just to say, Jake. And then he comes in again and he says, Daemon is a crybaby. He didn't hear the argument. And he also comes in with another $1.99 to say, Jake is also a crybaby, not hearing, or Jake is also a crybaby, not hearing and crying. He also comes in with another $1.99. He says, Jake, what if your daughter marries an illegal? And he also comes in again and he says, this is the perfect time to abolish welfare. Thank you, Don Juan.
Yeah, a whole lot of what if your daughter did that? Oh yeah, I would say, yeah, don't do that shit. Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. But real quick, I got some chats as well on my end.
Jake, can I go before you? I've got a chat that I need to read here as well. What? There's $1.99 here from nobody in particular that says, Don Juan, you can suck my entire cock and balls. And another $1.99. I'll stop right there.
No, read the next $1.99.
No, that's cool.
Gosh,
all right. I second that last $1.99. That was great. But yeah, real quick super chats here. John says, Bean, sorry, much love, mate. Thank you for the $10 there for John Mondragon. Love you, bro. And I want to set this up really quick. I got another super chat from Dan Zan. And so we were talking about how you are America first. You do want the children here in the United States to flourish more so than any nature. You would agree with that, right, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is going to kind of shoot back to that particular topic, but this is what Daniel said. And again, I don't know you, Sarah. I have no idea on this, but Daniel said, Sarah, did you put the? Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah, did you put the kids first when you split from their baby daddy? All I heard is platitudes. Best way to help the kids is an intact home. Feminist, liberal. Anything you have to say to that?
Number one, I'm not a feminist. Number two, you can talk
You're not a feminist?
No.
Okay.
No, I stopped at third wave. The rest of this is all trash.
So then you are a feminist. You're third wave.
Everybody is technically a feminist. The fact that you're even sharing a screen with two women puts you in the feminist category, and taking opinions, questions, and therefore so on and so forth. You're allowing women to have a voice. That is allowing feminism. Now, you can still say I repealed the 19th. I believe this. I believe that. But even the mere idea of giving a voice to a woman is that is part of feminism.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. If I speak to a communist and I disagree with that communist and we're talking on the internet, does that mean I am supporting communism?
No. No, I don't
so
say that. But what I'm saying is,
you just said
you're
no.
even allowing me to talk. You're even allowing me to have an opinion on anything.
Well, I'm not right now. But so again, I'm not right now actually. So you need to quiet down. So real quick, your argument, which is fucking ridiculous, by the way. It's fucking dumb fucking argument. I'm sorry, but it's really bad.
Okay.
You're stating that because I'm streaming on my end and you're talking and I'm platforming a woman that might or might not be a feminist. I don't know. I've seen some of your content. I can kind of see where he's coming from. But however, hold on. You want to say that I'm a feminist for platforming you on my end of the stream. Now, again, if I did that
platforming, I'm saying the discussion. You're having
allowing somebody to talk.
As a man,
hold on. I'm not done.
I'm cutting Sarah off because I'm answering for her because you don't believe in feminism.
Thank you.
So what I will do though is I will support Sarah in the answer. Just to say one thing, because I think Jake, you are agreeing with Sarah. You need to just understand the difference between the different waves of feminism. To be fair to her, she did say anything after third wave was bullshit, right?
No,
So,
well, dude, third wave, second wave, it's all bullshit. All of
no,
that.
No. Because the earlier stages of feminism was shit that just normal people with good Judeo-Christian values believe anyway, right? And in that sense, I'm a feminist too, because I love women and I love having women around, and women make the best sandwiches. So there you go.
Damn right, I'm all for it. I support sandwich making. I will make any man a sandwich all day long. I love it.
There you go.
I love making sandwiches.
So that's the kind of feminism we like.
Yeah, but back to your arguments, Sarah, which I thought was
basically as long as you're not burying them up to their neck and stoning them.
So I know Daemon doesn't want to get it. Doesn't want me to get into it with you. Is that it, Daemon?
No, it's just that I don't want to hear a woman talk.
Okay, fine.
I'm joking.
I like you, Daemon. I like you.
Oh, thank you. I like
Sarah,
you too.
You don't like Sarah? Do you like me?
I do like you, Jake. You just gotta shut your mouth sometimes.
Do you like me better than Daemon?
I already like Daemon because he heard what I was saying and he understood and he actually opened his ears to listen.
Right on. And I didn't. My ears are closed.
Yeah, I think you need to grab a Q-tip and get the wax out or something.
I got you there. So back to my argument, Sarah. You literally made an argument saying that because I'm talking to you, therefore I'm a feminist. But if I spoke to a communist, I'm not a communist. How does that work? Can you explain that? Can you explain that to me?
You're not hearing it.
I did hear that pretty correctly.
What I'm saying, you could talk to a communist man, but you're still talking to a man and you're having questions.
What if it was a communist woman?
Your question. That's what I'm saying.
Therefore, now I'm a communist.
For feminism is you're just so much as even asking me for my opinion. You're asking me for the argument. You're even offering me the ability to give my thought process. Whereas Daemon had it right. He said, "Let me give Sarah's opinion for her. Let me speak on her behalf."
So again, can you answer my question?
If we were what?
Like, how does that work if I'm speaking to, let's say, a communist woman? All right. How does that work?
It doesn't even matter whether she's a communist, feminist,
wait.
radical.
No? Okay, so now it doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. For the concept of, I'll let Daemon explain it. He's.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the ideologies are different. Like, so feminists, like up until the crazy waves of feminism, feminists were like, if you let me talk to you, then that means that you're allowing me a voice and you're a feminist in that sense. That's all it is. It's like, you're not telling me that I need to act as a lesser class of citizen that doesn't have a voice. But communism doesn't say just because you listen to me and talk with me, that must mean you're a communist.
So what if I had a minority? Daemon, let me ask you this. Let's say I had a minority on here and you know, because minorities have the same victimhood as feminists right here, right? It's the same fucking concept. Oh, I'm black and I'm a victim. Oh, I'm a woman, I'm a victim. So let's say I have a black man right here. And I give him a voice on my platform. Does that mean I am now pro Black Lives Matter or whatever the fuck?
It means you are now black.
That's not my. Look,
you're black.
Cat, I'm not asking you. Women silent. Daemon.
It means that you're entitled to ESG payouts, and you can get those tax breaks because you're doing the whole DEI thing. So you get some money out of it.
This whole stream is going to be trashed. I'm like just sending it straight to the membership tab. I can't even leave it open.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going on membership. But
Jake is the one asking the question. I was like, what do you want to hear from me from a question like that? Like, what? It's like, no, because you're not saying unless you're wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt.
Oh, okay.
And you're helping Patrice Cullors buy a second fucking mansion.
Well, again,
you're not pro Black Lives Matter.
Did you hear her argument though?
Yes, but like at the same time, I also heard her say that she's not one of the new wave feminists.
Who gives a shit? She's still a feminist. That's the point, dummy. That's the fucking point.
That's why. What? Okay, here's what makes it. I'm not into like fourth and fifth craziness, right? I like the ability to be able to work, right? I kind of have to, right? I like the ability to go to college. I like the ability to get on a platform and be able to speak my opinion, my thoughts, my process here. I like the ability that I have a mortgage and I can have one. I have. Do
you know what feminism account. Is? Do you know what that is? It doesn't. Okay, again.
Coming in with a $4.99. Don Juan says Daemon and Jake are communists. They want the government to do something. LOL. Y'all forgot to read about Jacobins during the French Revolution.
Amazing. Who gives a shit? Go again. Sarah, do you know what that is exactly?
Why don't you explain it to me, Mr. Man?
Good. Yes. Call me that again, Mr. Man. I like that. I like that. No, yeah. So again, just when you said earlier, when you were like, well, I like the idea of going to college and having hard and XYZ. Look, I'll tell you this. Okay. All feminism is anti-patriarchy, right? Patriarchy meaning the head of the father. The men are the head of the household. Men have built society, etc. Right? You understand that. Anything that kind of tries to derail that aspect, it doesn't mean that women going to college will derail it or anything of that nature. We understand that my mother had to work for the sheer fact of supporting a family. It's a very different concept here.
The patriarchy invented feminism.
Don Juan coming with $1.99. Jake has never been called a man. I love my chat. They're lit tonight. They love you, Jake.
Yeah, they're a bunch of feminists. I know.
You should stop by more often.
I will stop by, and I'll entertain your chat. But however, yeah, the concept of you saying I like the idea of educating myself, that's not necessarily when you're saying just because you're making it sound like, well, Jake, you don't want women to educate themselves, XYZ. I'm not saying that at all. That has nothing to do with feminism. I didn't say you
said that.
Well, then why did you bring it up in that aspect?
I'm saying is I have the opportunity to do so without a man having to be by my side telling me
that's feminism. Yes, of course.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Now, the fourth and fifth
then you
wave,
are a feminist, right?
Now listen, everybody is, because we allow this to happen. And you're just merely allowing a woman to have an opinion. You're asking me questions. You're not asking my man what my opinion is. You are asking me what my opinion is. So we're going to just kind of just go ahead and just throw that out there. That everybody sits doesn't mean that you agree with it. I'm not saying you agree with it, but you sit in a feministic society. Unfortunately for you,
I'm not arguing that though.
Right. So we all sit under that arena, right? We all.
I understand that, but again, that's not my argument.
In that realm.
Yeah.
No, the original argument came from the idea that you had a super chat that came in asking about the wellness of my children because I divorced their father. Right. And then, and I said, well, I'm not a feminist. Let's start there. I don't believe in a lot of these concepts that are going on. I don't think that a lot of these things going on are okay. And especially where I draw the line is where we have to step on men to make women be able to step further up the ladder. Right. I don't think that that's right. I don't think that it's good. I don't believe in the toxic masculinity crap. I don't think men are all bad men.
Did you divorce your husband because or was
there's a lot of streams talking about this. You can go back and find out.
I don't really give a shit. I have you right here where
then
you can
why
just
ask? Why ask?
I don't give a shit about seeing those streams. I have you right here. So you could just say it. Why would I go to other people's?
Does it matter? Doesn't matter. Why are you asking me? You should be asking my husband, because you're not feministic, right? So you shouldn't be asking me what happened. You should be talking to the man and asking him for his opinion.
Can you leave the room, get your husband, and put him on here?
No.
She divorced him.
What the hell?
He's not there anymore.
Oh, so he's an ex-husband. He's not your husband.
How divorce works?
Yeah. So
I don't think he gets it.
So real quick. I got another super chat. Real quick.
Real quick. To that initial super chat. And first and foremost, I'm going to say rule of thumb in chats and paneling and all of those things is you don't bring the kids into it. You don't bring somebody's kids into it personally. That stuff all stays offline.
It wasn't personal. They know that you have kids because you probably said it online, right?
They're putting my kids into the conversation.
But how do they know that you have kids in the first place?
They're putting my kids into the argument of the conversation. Right now, we could speak in a general context of how, what do we believe in this? But when somebody's directly negating my children in their best interest because of actions of mine, I think that should stay offline. That just doesn't belong there in an argument. But what I will say, since it was brought up, they don't need to worry because they're not their children. They're not here with my family. They don't know what my kids have going on, what they don't have going on, what their best interest is. Their best interest is between the father and myself, and we have a great thing going, and our children are thriving and they're doing great things, and we're very proud of them, and we work very well together.
So let me ask you, how does the audience even know that you have kids?
Oh my
Did
gosh,
you tell them?
Jake, can we move on?
Well, hold on. I got another super chat.
Jake's got a bug up his ass.
I was about to say, I've not seen this
Damon,
before.
Damon,
you came picking a fight today.
He
No,
did. He's
hold
like,
on,
this
hold
is
on.
just, to me, this is supposed to be just a chill stream. Kat invited me on. There was no
it's a no chill stream when I get on here.
I've
No
never
chill stream
needed
ever.
to bring popcorn to want to chat.
Great. So eat your popcorn and shut up, Damon.
I said I didn't bring any.
Okay, well then go fucking cook some popcorn and shut up. So Sarah, real quick. Obviously your audience knows that you have kids because more than likely you're the one that said that on your stream. So when you say, "Oh, bring up my kids," well, you're the one that
now listen, stop.
It's not like
speak very highly about my children. I don't like talk about, weird shit. So if I'm always speaking very highly of them and in positive light, and I have kind of talked about my divorce before, I've talked about certain situations, but I don't think it should be brought up in a derogatory. Nobody's children should be brought up in a derogatory, especially with the insinuation that I'm not putting their best interest first. And they don't live in my shoes. They have no idea about the situation, what's going on, what my children's best interest is for them. So who the fuck are you? Like, if you don't have to live here, what the fuck do you care? What do you care? Why is everybody so concerned?
Why would I care about illegal immigrants coming in and having kids? Obviously, I do care because it affects us, right?
That's a totally different concept.
Well, again,
that affects literally the society as a whole.
Well,
in terms of actual illegal actions happening.
Yeah, and it also affects how you raise kids.
What I'm doing is not illegal. I did nothing illegal. I was perfectly within my rights.
So let me get to this next super chat. And this is directed to Daemon.
She's not making anchor babies.
This is directed to Daemon real quick.
I like you, Damon.
Yeah. What's up? What?
Yeah, it's directed to you, bro. So $10 super chat comes in. Daemon, you're clearly brainwashed. To claim women had no voice is feminist propaganda to begin with. Phase 1 and 2 destroy American values. Go read Rachel Wilson's book. Again, Daemon is a simp. There you go. That's directed to you. And honestly, bro, honestly, hold on, real quick. Daemon, real quick. Honestly, man, you kind of are sounding a little fucking kooky here, man. I'm not gonna lie.
What? Just because I recognize there's a difference between the various waves of feminism.
That's not that was again, Daemon. The question was. Hold on, Daemon, stop. My original comment was, Sarah, you are a feminist, right? That it looks like to me that you are. She said, well, you have to distinguish the differences of all these waves. It's all feminism at the end of the day, Daemon. So therefore, logically, I am still correct that she is a feminist. She's just not the 5th, 6th, whatever fucking waves of feminism that's there.
Yeah.
Still feminism,
right.
though. So why, hold on.
No,
so how did you not understand my argument? How did you not understand my argument? How did you not understand my argument before going after me? This is why I got some people in the chat calling you a fucking simp right now.
Right. 2 things. Now I can speak, right?
Speak, woman.
First of all, you can't call me a woman when you've just been talking like a woman with no end, right?
Speak, woman.
Secondly, that guy can shut his dirty little whore mouth. He has no right to call me a simp when he just paid a blonde $10 to read something that he said. He's a fucking simp.
Okay. Amazing comeback.
Are we done? Can we move on?
Poor cat.
Can we? I don't know.
Okay, so look, we're gonna move
on. I think we're through with the
sorry. Yeah. Don Juan came in with the $4.99. Damon and Jake are the next one. He came in with the $1.99. Jake is the next one. This one, it says, Sarah, you missed a chat. Jake needs better arguments. I apologize, Don Juan. Yes, here it is. Jake making false equivalencies. Thank you. And Jake, it's okay. We'll hire more Mexicans.
Amazing. Yes, hire more Mexicans. Real quick, Dano says Damon rode up on his white horse today. Yeah, he kind of did ride up on a white horse today. I don't know what's gone into him, but anyways, now we can move the conversation forward, guys.
Well, thank you for that, Jake. Glad you guys had fun. the next topic we're going to be talking about, and please do not let this end up in a fight. This is a chill stream, so you need to take.
Why the fuck do you invite
chill.
me? You know I'm all about no chill. I'm a no
You've
chill.
always been chill. I don't know what's wrong
I'm
with you.
here to make your stream
Wait, Kat
entertaining.
just said
Kat.
you've always been chill.
Jake can carry the emotions of the panel. He can be the lady of the night. We'll all just sit back and, relax.
Shut the fuck up, woman.
Wow.
Shut up, woman.
Okay.
I'm kidding with you, by the way. Sorry. Yeah. You're
Are
cool.
you?
Yeah, I am. I really am. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I don't know. We'll leave it to the chat. Throw tomatoes, please.
Yeah, throw tomatoes at Sarah, please.
All right, to you, Kat.
Go ahead, Kat. You're the host.
Can we start talking about dirty illegals again?
No,
I was
moved
so
on.
bored
We're
with that
moving on from
conversation.
that.
Look, she brought in security. Security.
I bet he's brought her more food.
I already finished eating.
Yeah, like how you ever finish eating.
There's always room for sausage.
And I will say, Kat, I think I have a really, based on what you kind of sent me in terms of context, I didn't see the video or anything, but I probably have a strong feeling about this in a way that's actually going to make Jake happy. But yes.
Yeah, the crying whore. I saw this video. She sent it to me.
The crying whore. Oh my God.
She sent this to me earlier on, like 2 days ago. I watched it. Yeah, she was like, "She's hot," and I'm like, "No, she's." Oh my
probably
God.
not. Women have really bad opinions when it comes to other women's looks.
Dude,
That's
she's one of the ugly
super
criers.
nice.
She's an
super
ugly
nice
crier.
about it. Yeah, I'm like, dude, the chick looks like a fucking gargoyle. What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
She's an ugly crier for two reasons. First of all, like
an ugly crier.
She is, but for two reasons. Like, first of all, it's like she doesn't cry in a pretty way, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Wait,
the other thing is
people that cry in a pretty way.
Yeah, usually, okay, girls cry when they've got a dick in their mouth, right? You've seen that. Like, if it goes too deep.
Now you've seen that, right, Steve? You've seen that?
What is wrong with you?
Right, Steve, you've seen it? You've seen it?
Damon, I'm gonna apologize for this one in advance. Don Juan comes up with the $1.99. He says, "Damon's girlfriend gets with illegals." LOL.
Dude, he's this stupid fuck isn't talking enough shit about me. What the fuck? You fucking
do you feel
talk shit about
you need attention?
Talk
You need
shit
attention,
about the
Jake.
guy that's entertaining the stream, motherfuckers. All right.
Are you entertaining or are
down.
you just obnoxious?
So the other reason why she's an ugly crier.
Okay, Jake, focus.
I'm gonna zip it. I'm gonna mute myself.
I got another. Oh, hold on, Sarah. You read a chat, so I got to go to mine as well.
Lord.
$5 come in. Sarah, how's the base Oracle doing? Who?
I wouldn't know.
Hold on, she wouldn't know. Okay, who was worrying?
You guys are not caught up on current events. Folks.
I don't. Well, look again. This is not coming from me.
You're a couple months too old.
This is a
Not
super
you.
chat.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to your people.
Well,
They
I'm
need to
not
catch
done.
up
I'm
on
not done
current
reading
events.
it.
Oh,
I'm not
go
done
ahead.
reading it. Yeah. Sorry. So, how's base Oracle doing? Question mark. Right. Who was worried about the kids while your degeneracy was all over the net? Question mark. When you finished, did you ask where the cash was at? Don't know. Don't know on that. I don't know if you want to respond to that. Sorry.
I left it on the nightstand for him.
Right on. Another one comes in, says BO didn't have any cash. All right. Well, anyways, let's go on here.
I'm muting you, Kat.
Okay, so as you can see, she is not hideous, Daemon. She is pretty cute.
I said she's an ugly crier.
Okay. I mean, everybody is. Show me a hot crier because it doesn't exist.
Jake, I need you to cry so we can see what a hot
Oh,
crier
yeah.
looks
Wham,
like.
wham, 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 wham. Gotcha. Is that good enough?
Kat did not know what she was getting into.
Anyway, so I just wanted to show how she looks. She's pretty cute.
She's adorable.
Yeah, so and she's kind of funny. I know you guys hate her, but whatever. I just wanted to show that first before we see the other video.
No, but hang a second. We need to make it very clear.
She's crying
in this video. She's crying in this video. And I'm sorry, but you can't talk the kind of retarded shit that she's been talking and then expect that you're going to get sympathy when you cry. Everyone's going to love your tears. Everyone's going to love it. I mean, it's like if you saw a guy with a suicide vest that didn't go off, and then he starts crying when he gets tackled to the ground. You're gonna love it. You're gonna just. It's literally like Cartman when he comes along, runs up and goes, "Ew, I love the taste of your tears. It's so salty and delicious." You're gonna want to see people like that cry. You love it. It's hilarious. It's fucking amazing.
And
Wonderful.
Don Juan coming with $1.99. Jake, you're lame. Get on your knees for Trump.
Oh, that's an amazing comeback. Amazing comeback. Thank you for that. I'm making Sarah richer, baby. Making her richer. I got you, Sarah.
We should just make this a chat war tonight. Sorry, Kat.
Yes,
The
let's do
chat
it.
wins.
Let's make a chat war.
Chat war.
Why?
No, let's not do that. We don't want to derail. We don't want to derail.
Love that. Kat loves it. She doesn't have to do any work.
I know. She just sits here
with her cat and her husband by her side.
Let's see. There's 33 there. There's 6 there. There's
All right,
11
let's see what she said. I couldn't find the original video because obviously she took it down.
Oh,
so we have to watch it from this guy's.
I just realized he's wearing a Michael Jackson hat.
Yes.
Egg freezing process. I
looks
did
like,
some preliminary
Rich Cooper.
tests, which showed that my egg count is really low, and I know a lot of women struggle with this. I had a ovarian surgery last January, and I knew that I have endometriosis and had like a giant cyst on my ovary. And the doctors told me that the doctors did tell me that might affect my fertility, but
Can you skip it back? Can you skip it back a
we
bit?
didn't even start like the actual egg freezing.
I just want to see. There was something in the background. I just want to see if it's what I thought it was.
I want to see the ugly cry again.
Why is your internet retarded?
Damn it.
If you, I discovered if you lower the pixels down to like 720 or maybe 480,
So that we can't even notice what the faces look like. Yeah.
It helps.
Yeah.
Because StreamYard can't pick up that high pixels from it's really dumb. And while she's doing that, Don Juan comes in with another $1.99. It was never a comeback, Jake. Shaking my head.
Oh,
I think Don Juan just sends them because he likes the way I read them.
Yeah. He sounds like a total simp. Actually, by the way, didn't you have a problem with one of your simps lately? Saw it on Glenn's show.
Oh,
yeah, one of your
I wouldn't
simps.
call that a simp. That's like a
Oh, he's not a
weird
simp? He sounds
that's
like
like
one.
an obsessed, like he hates me.
A simp, yeah.
Is
Simps
he a
hate women.
All right. No
I don't know.
fighting. Chill. Relax.
No, we're talking about something from Glenn's stream.
Yeah, I thought it was cringe, bro. Fuck
he's
that guy.
cringe, man. It's weird.
Wait, so he's paying you to say shit about you?
Huh?
Hold on, real quick. Don Juan is wasting his McDonald's paycheck. Sorry. Don Juan's wasting his fucking McDonald's paycheck right now. I'm sorry. That's amazing. Okay, we can move on. We can move on. Sorry.
I'll take.
Last January,
Thank you, Shane.
And I knew that.
Look at the background. Look at the background.
Had like
Hang
a
on.
giant cyst on my ovary, and the doctors told me that.
Is that that's the dog, right?
That might affect my fertility, but we didn't even start like the actual egg freezing, so it still might be that my eggs are high quality, but there's just not a lot of them. It's just so sad.
Pause it.
I've been like,
when I saw this video, right, I was looking at the chat. I was looking at the comments in the video. Somebody actually made such an awful comment. They said when she said that she doesn't have a lot of eggs, but they might still be high quality, that was the hardest cope they've ever read. Like, that was so fucked up. That was so messed up. But she's got a dog in the background, so even though she's hit the wall, she's still she's got a fur baby. So
Okay, relax. Let's just finish it really quick.
I'm relaxed. What the fuck?
crying the entire day. And people say like, "Oh, you're not alone. This happens to so many women." But I mean, it feels very alone, lonely. I just feel this giant
Oh.
pain in my stomach right now.
Maybe
How's your day going?
Yeah, well, thanks for asking. My day's going great. I'm going to fire up the spider arrest.
His day's going good. It's a really good. Yeah, it's a really good day, right? Just that first sentence alone was fucking epic.
Okay, anyways, so
wait, Kat, why were you laughing?
Because she said I had a pain in my stomach all day, and you're like, "Well, maybe pregnant."
Oh shit!
Oof.
It was the first thing that popped into my head.
Well, I have a thought process here. But first, Don Juan comes up with the $4.99. Nah, not a simp. I told Sarah what's up. Nah, Mexicans make me money. Not a McDonald's, though. Looking for rental properties to buy outside the U.S. Thank you, Don Juan, for the
yeah, that's probably why
clarification.
he's sending in $2 per chat, right? Because he's just so
Everybody
just buying
always
properties
says that,
everywhere.
but he's always been like he's always the
Sorry,
like
he's a fucking
whenever
loser. Stop.
when I used to
Don't.
do
He's a
the
fucking loser.
no, when I used to do like the such and such sponsored this stream or whatever, like he was always the one at the top.
Yeah, she's got to
of the
defend
list
him
with the
because
most.
she
In
gives him
any event, now it
that
took a
loser
lot of
gives her a
work.
paycheck from his
It did
McDonald's.
take a lot of work.
paycheck.
Look, he sent one just to send one now. he didn't even say anything.
Hey,
He just
tell
wrote,
tell that loser to come over here so I can get a super chat. Hurry up. Tell him.
Yeah, see, when you talk enough smack, you know.
Get your ass over here, Don Juan, whatever the fuck your name is.
He can't.
think
He's
he
too
just
busy
likes me
renting
to-
his ass out.
I think he just likes me to speak on his behalf.
Some
It's
of that
great. I love it.
McDonald's money, bro. Give me some of that McDonald's money right
He
now.
said, "Loser that doesn't cry about migrants." Anyways,
Yeah.
my thought process to this woman. How old is she? Does anybody know?
She's like
She's got to be
33.
30s.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, nah,
All right.
she's pushing 40. She's.
I was
I
gonna
know
say
how
I
old
would have
she
put
is.
her closer to my age, but in any event, she's got to be in her
60? I don't
30s
know.
somewhere. So it's already I already pity any woman who like is told this type of information, right? Like you probably can't have babies or it's going to be really hard. Like that's a lot because that is that's the one thing that women were built for. Like and to not have the ability to do the one thing that you're supposed to be here for is kind of like it's an insult to injury. Like then what am I here for, right? As a woman.
To make
And
sandwiches.
now to make sandwiches, I guess. So, in one way, like I was always grateful. I always look back and said I was grateful I had kids early on, and I pity any woman who hits her 30s and then
You pity the
is
fool.
is unable to or can't find a man that she wants to be, like and just she's in her mid to late 30s and just suddenly realizes I didn't get to have children or I'm not going to, and knowing that experience in my shoes, like it was the greatest gift from God I had ever received. Like it was a hard knock and a hard slap in the face, when I had my daughter, but it was also like you were meant to
It was
do
worth
this.
it.
Shut up and do it. And then I did it and I was like, God, and I was watching her today. I was so proud of the bratty tomato because she scored the first goal of the season for her team today. And I was so excited. She like made the varsity team and I'm so fucking proud of her.
Hell yeah.
But anyways, like it was like this moment of like, I made this. I have you and you're just this extension of me that I've created you and you're going and you're doing great things and I'm watching her become a woman and then I'm also watching my young son, he's 9, like turning into a man and all of these things and it's a pride and joy as a mom. So women who don't get to experience this, I pity them and I'm sad for them. Now the ovary cyst thing, typically, and I will say in terms of a medical perspective, if you have one cyst, you probably get them a lot or have had them a lot. You might not even know it. So this could have been something she would have turmoiled with in her 20s and not even know it. And it can like rupture and pop out and you not even know it and all of these things. So this could have actually been an ongoing issue and she could have had this as an issue in her early 20s. So even if she was married and trying to have kids, this could have been an earlier issue as well. She just didn't know. And that could have prevented her from having children as well. So maybe it is a good thing she's finding out now and not sooner. But I pity any woman who wants to have babies and can't at this rate, especially in their 30s. Like, it's sad. Like, I wish you can all experience this,
But wait a second, though. She's a boss bitch and she's got loads of followers on a successful channel. And that's all that matters, right?
That never, I will say that, like, to me, that doesn't replace being a mom, right?
Well, that's what she's been telling everybody.
Well,
Put it off. You don't need
sounds
that. You can
like,
make bank and be focusing on building up your empire and all that shit.
Okay, can I say her background? Because I know
that'd be great.
Oh,
That'd be helpful.
Okay, so she is 33 when this happened, and she is dating someone for over 3 years, living together, no engagement, nothing. She's been telling women for a couple years now to just get the money and use your 20s to have fun, bang lots of people, basically get money, just make yourself look as hot as possible, get all these procedures done. And then she'd be like, this is what I look like when I was in my 20s. I was hideous, but then I got like my boobs done, lots of Botox and fillers and extensions and
she never got a vagina fixed, though.
Still hideous. Okay.
Yeah, not surprised at all, actually, by this. I'm not surprised at all.
Anyway, so the point is she has like a dating advice podcast.
Oh my God.
Your bougie best friend, and she's giving advice to women on how to get like rich dudes and how to
hit the wall single and childless.
Whatever, how to like wait as until you're older to just do everything that you have forever to do this. She's had endometriosis her whole life since puberty, so this is not something new. And girls with endometriosis are told you need to have kids younger because the older it gets, the more thicker the scarring can develop. So
and now she's crying about it at the age of 33.
Yeah, but anyways, look, it happens. The point is,
it happens, Jake. Jake, it just happens. Like, don't say anything bad about her. It just happens, right?
That's what Jake says when he can't get it up, and he looks at her and he's like, "It happens."
Bitch, it happens. What the fuck? I'll see you in the morning. Get the fuck out of my house. Come by. Maybe it happens. Get the fuck out.
Okay, wonderful. Anyway, so my big beef is she's giving advice to people like, just leave him. Is most of her advice is just leave him. If he does this, leave him. If he does that, leave him. There's better out there. There's always better out there. And she's been with this guy for over 3 years now. He's not committed to her, no engagement. And she keeps saying like, I'm going to get this. You haven't gotten it. You can't give advice about something you don't have. You don't take advice on how to make money from someone who's still broke. Just because it sounds good and they're hot with big, nice, fake boobs doesn't mean like everything they say is gold. And that's the problem with women, because we get really, if it looks pretty, it must got its life together.
Sidetracking for a moment, Kat.
Oh, no.
Jake, can you say in the Trump voice, it happens? It happens.
By the way, it happens, especially if I was with Sarah. That's for damn sure that my dick ain't getting hard for that shit. My dick definitely ain't getting hard for that old woman. Ain't gonna happen. I get it. It happens, Sarah. I ain't getting hard for you. That's for damn sure.
Can you say that you have the best erectile dysfunctions?
That what?
That you have the best erectile dysfunctions.
And by the way, when I do have erectile dysfunction is when I'm looking at Sarah. And when it does happen, it's the best. They all tell me that's the best erectile dysfunction ever, because obviously I'm looking at Sarah. It's absolutely disgusting. She's as worse, if not worse, than Kamala Harris. On the same level as Kamala Harris. Of course, I can't get hard for Kamala Harris, but I get a chubby for Kamala. I definitely cannot get a chubby for Sarah, the Raging Tomato. Disgusting. No, thank you. Vote Donald Trump 2024. I will be your next president. Sarah, please get some more Botox. It might help. But finding you, doctor, it ain't working for you, Sarah.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's great. Anyways, let's just do a little bit of
back to the crying hole.
Cat, go back to the kitchen. I'm bored with you already. Sarah, please. Okay, I'm done.
Look, I am only good for sandwich making. That is it. That is it. Just sandwiches. I am useless in every other.
Oh,
and then she's gone. And she's gone.
Gone.
Oh my
And we will make America great.
We're already making America great again because Sarah's gone. America's already better because Sarah's off the fucking panel. Thank God Sarah's off. America's better now.
Can you? Okay,
Sarah, I'm sorry. I usually do this with Kat, so I like
America's
Sarah.
back to America's back to being shitty. America's back to being shitty.
Sarah's been bringing content.
Well, I will say, because Kat is streaming earlier than my normal time. Like I usually go on at 9:15 because the kids are put to bed. Well, the 9-year-old decided to come down and give me a hug because he wanted to give me a hug. So of course, I see him walking in the room, and I'm like, camera off, mic, whatever. Like, shut off. So
hey,
yeah.
Sarah, by the way, you better do a short of that take right there. That was fucking
Oh,
great.
that's
Did
gonna
not
be my
expect that.
new. That's gonna be my new intro to everything, Jake.
you,
Just
thank
because
you.
I can't get enough of this.
By the way, Sarah,
somebody mark the time, hour and a half, so I have to cue in that timestamp.
And sorry, by the way, you should make it your alarm clock. Every time you wake up, you're hearing me fucking
God, that would be
shit on you in the
so-
Donald Trump voice. You're definitely gonna wake up and
Hold
like,
on,
oh,
I have to go get my.
Jake Trump is disappointed. Let me wake up.
Okay, so we're moving on. So I'm going to do some statistics, and then we'll talk about why we think women are being told that they can wait until they're 100 years old to have their first child. Sorry.
We're going for 100 now.
Child. I meant child.
So what did you say before?
I don't know. Nobody knows. We've moved
Thing.
on. Okay.
Okay.
Purple.
Yes. Anyways, so endometriosis, 11% of women have this. That's over 6.5 million women just in the United States have this. We usually know. I have this. You know when you get your first period because it hurts like hell and it's like being
shit,
stabbed.
I thought we were talking about erectile dysfunction still. No, I'm kidding.
You can talk about that after and tell us about your experiences with that and what men should know.
Oh my God, Steve! I feel sorry for you. I already know you don't get it up for this woman either. You barely made kids with this woman. You had to take a lot of blue chill in order to get those children in there. Come on,
oh boy. Let's be honest for a second.
I had to.
Steve and Jake. Think for a second if there was a TikTok video of a guy doing ugly crying, talking about how he just heard from the doctor that he's got erectile dysfunction and that he might not be able to have a kid.
Well, like, I mean, we have Jake here. Why don't you show us?
We do. Your husband. How did you do it? How did you do it, Steve? It's a lot of work getting it up for that woman right there.
Never had the problem. Congrats. I don't know.
Well, you would have had a much bigger problem if it was Sarah. Thank goodness that's not your wife.
It's a big problem.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Look, I think
you're making the frogs gay. I'm sorry.
Look, if you want the best ciabatta bread type of sandwich with all sorts of meat packed into that, I am your girl. I am your girl.
I'm going to be nice to you
from
now on.
Wait, shut up, Jake. I'm listening.
Gotta be
what
nice.
goes on it? What goes on it?
I need to get that sandwich.
We'll get some pulled pork.
Hang a second. Let me pull my dick out.
Yo, this feels like an what's that? MSAA and shit, like where it's whispering.
ASMR.
That shit, yeah, dude.
It's called ASMR, Jake. Get with the program.
Oh God, I need to take off my
I'm gonna get some pulled pork.
Fuck this.
I'm gonna get some nice, sweet barbecue sauce with a little bit of spice added in there. I'm gonna throw that on that little ciabatta bread. When you want some pickles on there too.
What kind of spice? What kind of spice?
I said it's sweet with a little bit of spice. So that spice is going to be more of like a, your mouth is going to be hot, but it's not going to know it's hot yet. But we're going to get hot, baby. You just wait another 5 minutes and it's going to get hot and you're going to be begging for my milk. Okay.
And then when I get the sandwich, I'm really like, you forgot the pickles. Fucking forgot the pickles. All right, move on.
I have to tinkle, but continue on.
Continue, Kat. I'm sorry.
Continue, Kat.
Okay.
Kat's like, I'm never asking Sarah back again.
No, she's great. I love it.
There she goes.
All right.
And America's great again. Go on.
Okay. So healthy couples with no fertility problems have only a 20% chance of getting pregnant every month. But with endometriosis, it goes down to 5. And then with more advanced, it goes down to 2 to maybe down to 0 if you have the higher grades. So anyways, globally, there's also PCOS, which is on the rise. They used to say it was going to be about 45% of women. This is when women become very masculine. So like they get facial hair, they lose hair on their head, oily, acne prone skin. Sometimes they have like a gut, have weight loss problems. It doesn't matter if they completely stop eating, they actually will hold on to any bit of food that they have. It's like a really rich and swelling fluid, all of that stuff. So that it's increased 54% since 1990. And let's see.
Can you tell them what PCOS means?
Polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Because one might think it could be.
No, don't say anything like that. I don't know what you're saying, but don't. No strike Saturday. All right.
Permanently.
No. I'm just gonna mute that. And then, so they always tell women, you're fine. Wait until you're 200 years old. You are going to be able to freeze your eggs. And then you can be Janet Jackson and have kids when you're 55 or whatever she did. But then they say women under 35, freezing eggs offers only an 80% chance of one live birth. And then if you're 35 to 37, only an 80% chance if you do 20 eggs. And of course, the amount of eggs you have is highly dependent on your health and how old you are and a whole bunch of other things, if you're healthy, whatever. And then it goes down. So they don't say if your chance of going into IVF, what percentage you can't find those statistics anywhere. They only say if you have X amount of eggs, you have this % chance, which is very sneaky.
The other issue is that if you've actually got endometriosis, the chance of IVF succeeding with you is, I think, reduced by like a factor of 8 or 9.
It all depends on where the adhesions are. If they had an adhesion, say, only in the fallopian tubes, which I know people that have that, then the scarring can actually, what that means is they have to actually cut off the fallopian tube, and you can only do IVF. And so if they've got adhesions in their uterus, and it's even higher, because not only can you not transfer the egg down, well, with IVF, of course, they're going to just implant the egg. But if they're trying to do IUI, which means they're doing, anyway, it doesn't matter. It depends on where it is.
Okay, in your experience, women who come in for infertility, what do you see like before they go to you with alternative therapies? What do traditional therapies? What percentages do you think like they're getting?
They're getting what, as far as endometriosis or PCOS?
Anything, like just any infertility.
They all have PCOS.
Okay.
Now it can be from the guy, but it's not always. I actually have not gotten any cases in which it's actually the guy, but they tend to have PCOS, just about 90% of them, and then some of them do have endometriosis, but it's inconclusive. So endometriosis, the only way they know is if they open your stomach up and they look at the adhesions. They cannot tell any other way. If you have your hormones off, you'll have endometriosis. But you can have your hormones off and not have endometriosis. So and let's be clear, endometriosis is where you have sticking of connective tissue that's produced in the abdomen, and it can stick your organs together and cause a lot of pain during your menses. You may even have it without the pain.
Yeah. So basically, lots of problems on the rise. What?
Something Steve said there, like, because you mentioned earlier on the stats of 11% of women suffering from endometriosis.
Yeah.
Right. So Steve mentioned something there that's really interesting, because I know that America does it a little differently to the rest of the world because of the privatized healthcare. So like, obviously, it's more incentivized in the US to say, if we're going to diagnose this, we have to diagnose this by getting eyes on. So we're going to go in and have a look to confirm that you've got endometriosis. Elsewhere in the world, and this is why the figure of 11% actually isn't accurate, because a lot of surgeons, if you ask them, will admit that they believe that it's vastly, vastly, vastly unreported. So I worked I specialized in gynae for a while after I qualified. If you look at people who suffer anywhere in Europe with endometriosis, by the time they actually get a confirmation of the diagnosis, they will say that they've been struggling with pain for years. So a couple of months ago, I had a girl who came in and she was 37 years old. And she said that she's been suffering since she was 19. And she's only now got confirmed because every doctor she went to, she said she went again and again and again and again. And they said it was in her head. They even diagnosed her with fibromyalgia. So they were just like, well, you just have a very low pain threshold and you've got like, you've just suffering with pain. All it is cramps. It's just regular, you just, it's just the time of the month. It's just that you've got a low pain threshold, all this other kind of shit. And other parts of the world will diagnose it usually with scans. They don't always go in, but most of the time when you do scans, you can't see it. You can't really pick it up. So it isn't until they go private and they'll have hysteroscopy, or they'll have somebody go in keyhole and have a look and say, yeah, you've got a load of endometriosis. We're gonna treat it for you. So they'll do shavings or they'll ablate it or whatever. And once they've treated it, usually the pain's gone away. But adhesions is another thing that can feel a lot like endometriosis. It's not really endometriosis, but the big problem is patients, so many people, so many women now having cesareans rather than having natural births, which can result in adhesions and very, very, very similar symptoms to endometriosis. And then they start freaking out, they start panicking. But again, this is the problem with the healthcare system. A lot of it is geared in such a way that problems like this go untreated, but you can have vastly, vastly, vastly unreported cases of endometriosis. So I think it's a lot more common than 11% in reality.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a lot. And if you combine that with PCOS, it's, I would say 40%.
Which is overreported. PCOS is massively overreported.
Actually, I think that okay, well, wait. So there's a few factors. Let's say people over the age of 20, I think is underreported. People under the age of 20 is overreported because like 50% of teenagers are going to be cystic, whether they have PCOS or not. They should not have called it PCOS. They should have called it hormonal dysfunction or dysregulation.
And if you called it that, that would be generalizing. So look, okay.
Yeah, it would be.
Polycystic ovaries are a specific thing for people who don't know the difference. It's a specific type of hormone issue related to the ovaries.
Wait. There's actually, there's PCOS, right? So
yeah.
People think that it's one thing. No, there's actually 4 main types.
Okay, look.
Even more than that. No, this is important.
You're losing the audience. You're losing the audience.
Let him go at it. Let him go at it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let him go at it.
Okay.
The only reason I wanted to bring it up was to distinguish it from pituitary gland tumors. Pituitary gland tumors are
something completely different. No.
Steve,
I know,
tell your girl to go back to the kitchen.
Point.
Let's hear this conversation.
I think you surpassed the point, though. I think like Kat probably wants to reel it back into kind of the point of the conversation.
The point is it's very high, right?
Yes.
So you have the girls who have menstrual pains and they either have endometriosis or PCOS. That's high already. And then you add the women who have 0 period pain, 0 period problems. And it turns out they have like almost no estrogen, and then they end up going into early menopause, which is on the rise in like 30 years old menopause.
Yeah, but what are the 3 major factors? What are the 3 major factors that I'm just saying 3 major factors that massively increase your chance of developing endometriosis?
What are they, Damon?
I have a whole bunch that's in my head.
I have way more than 3, but go on.
So if you look at the recent stats, there was something that came out, I think it was about 9 months ago, and they came out with 12 issues that contribute, because nobody really knows what causes it, but they know 12 factors that are common factors in people who have it, and that greatly increase the chances of getting it, especially at a younger age. And I can't remember which order they were, like as in which was first, but I remember the top 3. Big one, age. The older you get, the more highly likely you are of developing it. The other thing is your body mass index, right? People who are lighter, who are smaller, who are skinnier, who are thinner, have a higher chance of developing it. The other thing is, I can't remember if it was. I'm getting confused between two, but one of them was high. Yeah, I think it was. I was confused between stress and depression and anxiety, and the other one. But wait a second. The other one, which is what it was one of the top three. It was this one. It was higher levels of estrogen.
Yes.
The higher level
high
of
estrogen.
estrogen. Yeah. So higher levels of estrogen.
High estrogen.
No.
High estrogen, and what's low? What's too low?
Go on, say it.
Come on.
Progesterone. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay,
Okay, we're moving on.
But wait a
All
second.
right.
But what do women who want to
Oh,
be? What do women who follow TikTokers and who follow people with loads of social media followers? What do they say? What do they want to do? What do those girls want to do? They want to lose weight. They want to get skinny, and they want to have higher estrogen because they think that makes them healthier.
Who
There's
said
loads of
this
people
to you?
telling
Who
them.
said they want?
Yeah, they go and they eat foods and they
that's-
go on diets while they're starving themselves. They're going on diets to increase their
Never heard
estrogen.
of that. I've never.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard of men wanting more testosterone, like the
Yeah,
TRT
exactly.
stuff, but I've never heard of women.
No.
Can I cut in?
No,
Like,
you can't.
I
What?
think what he could be talking about is like estrogen helps your skin look beautiful.
Oh,
So
yeah,
they're
yeah.
actually applying estrogen to their face.
Yeah, or
which
copper,
is
which
increasing their
increases
estrogen,
it.
which is increasing tissue proliferation, which is making their
Endometriosis.
breast more cystic. But they're
because they look
firmer.
fake, so they like
really
it.
they're firmer, but they're cystic, and then the lining of the uterus is much more. So what they really need is actually progesterone to help to help with the side effects of estrogen, and
So like counterbalance.
yes, counterbalances.
Wonderful.
All right, but
So-
to the point, Kat.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. The point is, it's high. It's a problem. We're moving on. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Kat,
No.
Kat, since we're moving on right here, I'm sorry, I got some chat, another chat here.
All right.
I just real quick, I got 2 of them. I got 2 of them. Just real- okay, look. I'm sorry. Okay, I
Read
can't.
it as Trump. Read it as Trump.
Yes. From now on, I
not
will
gonna read it.
always
You
read
gotta
in
do that.
ASMR if you always read in Trump.
I don't want you to read it that way. That's just,
Oh
it's
my
just
God, Jake,
creepy. It's
just
just
go. You're
creepy.
taking
What the
too
fuck?
long.
Read the fucking chat.
Creepy. It's creepy, bro. Like, no, I don't want you to do that.
Okay,
Jay, so real quick. This is for no, don't do it. Please stop.
Everyone's gonna start doing it now. Everyone, even Steve.
It's me, Damon. Oh yeah.
No.
No.
Fuck that shit.
No. Wrong. Wrong.
Okay, whatever, dude. I'm not an
Don't do it.
expert in that fucking
Go on, Jake.
degeneracy.
Read it.
Yeah. So Daniel San, this is directed to you. Okay. Making a sandwich doesn't make you traditional. Okay, no. Okay, super chat from Dan. Making a sandwich doesn't make you traditional or a good woman. Lose your sandwich crutch.
No shit, Sherlock.
Hold on. And then he has some criticisms on you. You can shoot back on it.
All right, Daniel.
He says, you're a grifting fake. You're a grifting fake red pill adjacent hag. Anything you have to say to him back?
That's delicious. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, again, I'm not
you know what?
familiar.
Daniel, my brother, you're entitled to your opinion.
How is it that people decide which women who say that they're traditional are real or fake?
I never said I was traditional either.
No. I'm saying that, like, I've seen a lot of people saying that. I've seen it in like the Discord, loads of people being like, not about you, Sarah, but about women in general who've got some videos. Oh, she's a fake. She's just trying to be red pill. She says she's red pill, but she's really not. And she's a whore, or she's this, or she's that. And I'm like, how do you know that?
Well, if Megan Fox came out and said I'm red pill and traditional, wouldn't you say that there's a criteria to kind of like call her out on that?
If it was Megan Fox with everything we know about her, yeah.
Well,
Like,
Sarah literally has a YouTube channel with.
Oh my God, we're moving on.
I've never looked at it, but this is a
He's
criticism.
doing the Trump hand, but he's not doing the Trump voice.
Sometimes you just gotta let the panel.
I don't know exactly what her content is. However, I've heard it's good. I've heard it's a lot of panel drama. I've heard a lot of this stuff. It's interesting. She gets a lot of views. This is what I've heard. However, like what I was saying before, seems like a lot of people know a little bit more about her personal life than usual. It is what it is. I don't really put my personal life out there, but however, you open the doors to people to criticize you on that personal aspect of things.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying.
Hey,
and I'm not saying that you're a red pill.
Thanks,
adjacent
Daniel, for
hag.
tuning in. We appreciate the like, subscribe, share. Don't forget to comment. And we also offer super chats and memberships. Thanks
Who's
for
that?
stopping
Daniel?
by.
Was it Daniel who made that?
Yeah, Daniel made that one.
Daniel, can you represent for VO Pod? Can you send Jake like another 30 or 40 $1.99 super chats?
At least
can we just
up.
like make it up on the other side?
Yes.
Well, when Daniel's sending a little bit more money, but he's getting a lot more context other than that other guy that just gives little sentences.
Yeah,
that
no,
doesn't
I'm
say anything.
happy. I want VO Pod to be represented. Daniel, send in another 30 or 40, $1.99 each. Come on.
There you go.
We need to build up our set.
Shout out to Sarah, the Raging Tomato chat over there. Guys, this is Project fucking ViewPod, where we're anti-feminists and we don't give a fuck about what people have to say. We're gonna fucking call it out, and that's what it is. The next see again, going back to the feminist shit. You don't want to be a fucking feminist. You don't.
Are we gonna have a roadcaster drill
battle?
down,
Yeah,
like,
roadcaster battle.
Push the buttons. Push the buttons.
Yeah.
Can I just say the last time I remember Sarah was, I think it was Jake and Sarah did a stream together.
No, we've never done a stream together.
We were on Based Oracle, and
we didn't collab. It was just kind of yeah. We've never actually done a collab together.
We made out backstage though. That was really hot,
fun.
Jake. Thank you.
Yes, that was a good conversation.
Best makeout session ever. Appreciate it.
We're like on the camera and shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, stop making shit up. I don't want people believing that I'm making out with a woman that can't get me erected. Fuck that shit. Disgusting.
Well,
Gross.
that's when you discovered that I couldn't turn you on.
Yeah, and I was just like, this woman.
It was great. It was
but
great.
that was
not collab.
Sorry, you were moderating the debate, right?
Oh,
the Andrew Wilson one, yeah.
Based in Andrew, yeah. And actually, we have Andrew, Torsia, and we have 2 people from the sperm donor community coming on for Mod Monday, which is going to be really exciting.
Nice.
So I'm excited to mod that one. That's going to be fun. It's going to be a shit show. I'm excited. Andrew's just going to annihilate everybody.
Oh, there you go. At least she's got that right. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. I know. Andrew, I respect Andrew enough to know he's going to come in and he's just going to destroy.
Yeah, for a 65-year-old woman, you're pretty based.
I'm old.
Can I just also
respect your elders?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
If it's a sensitive issue,
yes,
don't
grandma.
worry about it. You don't have to answer, obviously. But earlier on, when somebody made a chat, they mentioned Based Oracle, and you said like you're late on that by a couple of months.
Because I'm not seeing him.
So did you ever fuck that guy? Or what?
Oh, that's none of your concern.
Oh, okay. So the fact that she just said not your concern, Jake, tells me everything that I need to know.
Why are you okay, Jake? Who was the last girl you
could
fucked?
easily say
who was the last girl you fucked, Jake?
My girlfriend.
Okay.
You do not have a girlfriend.
So I want to know more about it. Do you put it in her bum too?
Now here's the thing.
Tell me all about the sex.
Now here's the thing.
Can we talk to your girlfriend? I want to ask your girlfriend more questions about sex with you.
So let me explain this. Project ViewPod is not about me or my personal life or any of that nature. That's one. 2, Sarah,
for me.
No, not necessarily, because apparently your chat knows a lot about you.
No,
it knows a lot about you. It knows a lot about your kids.
No,
you call her the raging. Your kid is what? The raging what?
She's the bratty tomato.
The bratty tomato. So obviously you kind of promote.
And here's why. Do you want to know why, Jake?
It doesn't matter. The point is,
I will tell you why. Actually,
yeah, but I didn't ask why.
Started,
I didn't ask why.
Well, why do I talk about the Bratty tomatoes? Because we have the Bratty Tomato Fund. Because
so you use it for money?
No, you stop that right now. You stop that right now.
We have the Bratty Tomato Fund. That's why I tell people that I have kids.
I want
to
you
make
to listen.
money off of those kids.
I want you to listen because when she got diagnosed back in March. Now, I won't give specifics for her privacy, but she got diagnosed back in March. It was shortly after I started live streaming. Okay. This was just supposed to be a fun hobby. Okay. Now, this fun hobby eats up my time. What her medical expenses are is very expensive. So I told myself, I sat and I told myself, I said, okay, I can press on with the live stream, hope to monetize and see if that helps. Or I can go bartend part-time on the side in addition to my normal 9 to 5 as well.
Yeah.
All right. And now I chose to believe in myself. And I said, let's continue with the live stream and see if this helps. And we brought it up as this thing is happening. So when we, once we monetized, they kind of, the chat and the people kind of turned it into the Bratty Tomato Fund. They kind of turned it into that. All right. It kind of happened naturally out of conversation. So now me doing this show is now all specifically for that funding. All right. Now I can shut it down. I can shut it down.
What was the funding before that?
There was no funding. She got diagnosed in March. I was monetized in April.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we don't need to go further than that. That's cool.
Okay.
That's
fair enough.
The only reason why I was asking was because I didn't see any more debates with Based. So that's the only reason why I was asking, because when that chat came through, it reminded me that that's the last time that I saw you. It was shortly after the discussion that Jake and I did with Based, and then I think there was a follow-up, and then there was the thing with Andrew Wilson and Based, and you were moderating that. That's the last that I saw, and I was just wondering.
Everything kind of died after that. It was just everything ended. Everything just died after that, and it was done. And I even kind of called that. I was like, hopefully, this is just going to be last. We're all going to hear about the Based Oracle and Andrew Wilson thing, and then it's just going to die away. And it did. It died away. Based went back to his channel. Andrew went back to his channel, and
because that was so much hype. That was such a big build-up.
It was so much hype for such stupidity. It was the dumbest shit, the dumbest argument, and the dumbest title. I was embarrassed to say, "This is the prompt, guys." I was embarrassed to say that because I was this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Again, I'm not going back to the question that Jake asked because that's obviously private, but just because of the joke that was made
I answered the question, though. She asked me.
No, wait, Jake,
I didn't get an answer from her.
I'm just saying.
Damon just gets it. Damon.
Oh, because you don't want to answer question. I answered your question. I asked if you're still fucking Based Oracle, or if you have. You chose not to answer the question. You asked me.
Why would I answer? Why would I answer?
You asked me who. You asked me who was the last person I fucked, and I answered the question.
Why would?
Why wouldn't you just answer the same?
If you want to,
you're not going to answer the question.
Why?
All the time asking.
Why do I answer the question? I'm talking?
I answered the question.
Do you want my my blood type?
I answered the question.
You want a blood sample? You want my fingerprints? Do you want everything?
Sarah. I asked a question. Okay, I don't need your blood fingerprints. I don't need any of that
shit. That's a rude question.
Maybe she doesn't. Okay, maybe she doesn't want to answer it. Okay,
Damon, shut the fuck up.
No, but she does. She's clearly
Damon, shut up, Damon. Shut up.
Oh,
look,
Damon knows how to read the room. I like you.
You're on the great. You don't have to like me.
Oh, but and Don Juan coming in with $1.99. He says, "Never forget, Wilson doesn't know ethics versus morals." Thank you, Don Juan. I appreciate that.
Go fuck yourself, Don Juan. Again, I answered your question, Jake. Who was the last person you fucked? I said my girlfriend. Okay.
Good for you, Jake. I'm proud of you.
Now I'm asking you. Did you?
I don't have to answer it. I don't have to answer that.
Okay, great. So you don't want to answer the question. That's fine.
So, what you're participating in right now, what you're participating right now is considered feminism. That is considered feminism to even ask a lady who she's fucking.
Again, when you want to answer my question with another question, and then I answer that question, and then you still choose I'm not going to do it. it's kind of weird to me that I'm willing to actually answer questions and you're not, right?
I don't have to.
That's the funny part.
I don't have to tell you where my vagina is going. That's
but
really
I'm not,
weird.
But again, it's a very simple question.
That is. Hold on, Jake.
Yeah, so I didn't say.
I don't know what this joke
who
is
are the
for.
last
What's
50
the
guys you
Teriyaki
fucked?
joke for?
I don't care about that.
Did he die on YouTube?
Who cares? Who cares about Terry? That's another story. Let's not
He what?
derail. Let's not derail. Let's not
Hold
derail.
on. I'm asking.
Jake,
Pat is the host. What was it about Teriyaki though?
He broke up with us.
Oh, I'm sad.
Apparently we're too unhinged.
Oh, us unhinged?
He was my boy.
That's my boy, Blue.
Teriyak's
so
still my
young and
boy, bro.
beautiful.
He's still my boy. And it seems like he has bigger balls than fucking Daemon at this point, especially after today's
Oh
performance.
my God.
But however, outside of that, again, I answered your question and
I
you're
don't
not going to
have
answer
to
mine.
answer. That
We're
is
clear on that.
Look,
Okay, cool.
You are
don't answer my question.
welcome
That's fine.
to answer where you're
That's cool. You don't
your
have to do
dick
it.
to anybody.
You can put your life
welcome
on
to
the internet,
tell-
but you're not going to answer
you
my
can
question. That's
tell
fine.
anybody where you put your dick. It's not going to hurt me. But
That's
I don't
fine.
have
I'm
to
not-
tell you where my vagina goes or doesn't go.
Yeah, again, I'm not asking for the last 50 dudes you fucked. I'm just saying, did you fuck Base Oracle? That's it. Simple question. Simple question. Sorry. Okay. But you know,
But why is that
we'll get
your
past that.
business? Why is that your business? Why are you so
Well,
concerned?
why is it that when you announce your kids, how is that anybody's business when you're streaming, right?
Can I just get an answer to my
We love you,
previous question that
Destiny.
I asked before this?
Sure.
So, right, the reason why I brought this up was just to say it's not about the question that Jake was asking, but after you said, like, because you were like, oh, I was so embarrassed that I was even part of that, and it turned out to be fucking nothing, and like you even said that you called it that Based Oracle lost that debate. So before that, you made the joke. I think it was on the actual debate or shortly after the debate, one of the follow-up streams, where you were saying that you were going to make a hoodie or a top saying
We did. We made a whole
CP.
T-shirt. And
Did
it's
you at
actually
least
now a
did you at least
meme.
drop it? Did you at least make money off of that?
No, I don't expect anybody to buy those.
But
But
she
we
wanted
made
it.
but they
She
love
wanted
the memes. They love the members love to drop that meme because I made it a meme for the like
Yeah,
the
because
emoji
even
meme.
Jake, remember you and
We're
I
gonna
and
roll it. Listen, we're gonna
we're all laughing
roll
like that would be
all
such
of
a
it.
cool top.
We will own our trolls 110%. Like we don't let anything get us down. We own it. We take it, we
monetize it.
rock with it. And it was Jake's idea. My
Yeah.
That was my idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because
He was
that's
like,
what
you should
Jake
make a
and I
shirt.
were
And I
laughing
was like,
about that.
done.
Do it,
You're
woman.
right. I
Do
should.
it.
And I did. And I did. And I
Listen
did.
to
And
the
I sent you the
patriarchy.
link. And
Yeah.
you said you would buy one and you didn't.
And I didn't because I'm a man. I don't have to fucking lie. Fuck this. I ain't gonna fucking buy. I ain't
And
gonna give my
Don
money
Juan
to that
coming in
woman.
with $1.99. He says Teriak, aka Casper the Paste Ghost. Thank you, Don Juan.
Thank you, Don
We
Juan,
love
for
you.
saying nothing again.
We love you, Don Juan. I love you,
Yeah,
Don
she
Juan.
definitely loves you. You're giving her money.
Why wouldn't I?
That's the
Shout
only way
out
a
to
woman.
Teriak,
That's the
though.
only way
Shout out to
would
Teriak.
ever love the guy. That's the only way a woman would ever love
Shout
the
out
guy.
to Teriak. I'm gonna pour one out
He's
for my
giving
homies.
money. One for my homies. Shout out to Dr. Evil. Okay, so real quick, we'll get past that. I got another super chat real quick because they're bothering
Thank
me.
God you got beyond my vagina. Appreciate that.
Oh, that's gross. I don't want
Kudos
to talk
to
about your
you.
vagina.
Well,
However,
but you
just
are.
asking if
You're
BO fucked
literally
you.
asking about my vagina.
Well, no. It's just.
But you
did
are.
you guys have sex? That's it.
But see,
I
you're
didn't
worried about my
specifically.
vagina. Why are you so
Sarah,
worried about my vagina?
Sarah,
Leave my vagina alone. My vagina is sacred.
Sorry.
This is a temple.
Did I ever
It's a
say sorry
no-no square.
about your vagina? How big it is?
My
What does it look
no
like?
square.
No, I don't want people to throw up on stream right now by you describing that. No, I did not ask about your vagina. That's gross.
It's terrible. It's gross.
It's so fucking terrible.
So
So again, I didn't ask that at all. Obviously, you're just mindlessly trying to make an
you're
argument.
concerned about where it's
so
been.
can we move on?
Hold
from
on.
this?
Yes, please.
Well, yeah,
Kat.
yeah.
Let's
So
move
I'm gonna
on
read
from my vagina.
I'm gonna read the next super chat. Has nothing to do with your vagina. Let's stop talking about that. I don't want the stream to throw up.
Vagina.
Don't want the stream to throw up. Ugh, gross.
Vagina.
Oh God. Let's not make the stream throw up. So again, back to Daniel here.
Daniel, my lover.
So this is just a regular super chat. Has nothing to do with Sarah here. So Daniel says it's a known fact 99% of all liberal feminists have these issues. What a shock. Big Pharma brainwashed the simp Daemon again. Come on, white. I think he meant white knight. Yeah, white knight. You're going to save the 40% of women whose tummies hurt. Daemon, you have anything to say back to him?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, Jesus. Okay, yeah. So pay attention this time.
He was whipping his dick out with all this crazy talk.
You, Daemon. Okay. So he says, in fact, the 99% of all liberal feminists have these issues. Brainwash the Daemon again. Come on, white knight. You're going to save the 40% of women whose tummies hurt.
Yeah, again, that made no fucking sense to me. I'm sorry.
I think he was speaking about the conversation that you had earlier. That's why.
Which conversation earlier? The one about the women with endometriosis?
Yeah.
I don't know what endometriosis has to do with feminism. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, last super chat. This comes from the Raging Patriot, not the Raging Tomato. The Raging Patriot, 1776. I love the Raging Patriot. And this is directed to you, Sarah. He says, Annabelle. God damn.
I love you, Patriot. You're my favorite.
Annabelle said she wants her face and body back.
Who's Annabelle?
The doll from the movie Annabelle, The Conjuring. No? Okay, it's a horror movie. It's a doll, and she kind of looks like she has a lot of plastic. It's a plastic doll. Your face. So I get it. So
I haven't watched it.
Yeah, but that funny comment.
Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. He says, "Someone who's a man doesn't need to call himself a man." And Tywin Lannister, Jake, you cry about migrants because you're not one of them. It's okay, fake Mexican.
I'm not one of those migrants. That's true.
What the
fuck? That's true. I'm not a migrant. Yeah, you're right.
Everyone that's been super chatting, right?
Listen,
about this
shout
issue.
out.
Dude, my super chats have been fucking lit. Yours are fucking boring and dumb.
Shout out to Raging Patriot. I love all of you.
Just gonna say, Jake, have you noticed?
Favorite haters. I love you all.
Have you noticed, not just on this stream, but other streams, whenever you're talking about the migrant issue, and there's somebody else that's super chatting that's against what you're saying, they will be sending so much fucking money and making so many super chats saying, "Why are you crying about immigrants?" But it's like, you're the one fucking crying that somebody's calling this shit out.
Dude, that subject was already done. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like people are saying like, "Hey, look, man, there's an unsecure border. There's like a worrying amount of people coming across who happen to be disproportionately high when it comes to criminality." And just calling it out is driving so many fucking people insane that they're going to be making shit tons of super chats saying, "Oh, why are you crying about the issue? Why are you crying about the issue?" Like, you're the one fucking sending money and crying about the fact that Jake's calling out truth about this stuff. So, like, yeah.
And coming in with $1.99, Don Juan says, "Daemon crying."
Yeah, and guess what? My crying doesn't cost me $1.99 every time I shed a fucking tear like you, bitch.
He's got a good point there. He's got a good point.
We need you to be monetized so I can send my chat to you so that because you're the
all
one
I get is strikes.
this. You're the one that has to sit through this, darling. You need to. Do you have a Cash App or something?
It's on the bottom.
On the bottom.
Yeah, give it to Juan, so that way he can simp for his McDonald's money over there.
Yeah, give Juan a little bit of money back. Maybe he can take this out of his mouth.
And tell that loser to come to my chat and fucking super chat me, please.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm looking at the bottom of the description on your page, like like a tart. That was totally a me problem, not a you problem.
Can we get back to the crying whore? Not Don Juan,
please,
but the one in the video.
Please.
All right.
The crying
let's get back
whore.
to the conversation.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Awesome. So, blah 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 blah. No, don't you start.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait. You start, Kat, and I'll wait to read that.
Oh my god. Okay, so stop.
And we will
Stop
make
it,
America
it's so
great
bad.
again.
Here, just friggin' go.
And Don Juan coming to the $1.99. He says, "Damon, you're not one of us making money from migrants."
How do you know?
Thank you, Don Juan.
Okay, so now more lies from the system towards women. They're trying to stop, control yourself. Everybody control yourselves. They're saying that I think it's pretty much well known. You don't need to be a rocket scientist or to be any sort of doctor or anything to know that stress can interfere with your fertility, because stress can ruin your hormones. Stop doing that. Whatever. Anyways, so a lot of articles have been coming up, which is really insane. There's one from the New York Times. I'm not going to bother to pull it up because who cares? You can search for it if you care. Basically, they're saying that, yeah, maybe stress does affect fertility, but not work stress. Women, don't worry, it's not the work stress, it's the men's stress that affects your fertility, which is wild. The fact that they would even try to set that out in the ether. I mean, let's face it, some of you guys are very annoying and stressful, but nothing is more stressful than having to wake up every day to go to a job and do something you don't want to do just to survive. For money. Stop.
Wait, I think I know where this is coming from. So they're saying lesbians are not stressed.
That's not true. You can't say that. They don't have fertility problems. I mean, they do, but that's different.
They don't have fertility problems. Dykes are knocking up dykes all the fucking time. Don't they know how biology works?
Monday, we're going to have this debate because the sperm donor community, the DIY sperm donor community is going to be like, that's part of it, is like the lesbian couples getting DIY donors.
Do you know what's amazing? Do you know what's amazing? That statistically,
that's disgusting.
Statistically, it's most of the time, it's still a guy that's putting that fucking zygote up there in your vagina. There you go. You can call yourself a lesbian, but it's a man who made it happen for you.
Well, a lot of them do it with the syringes, not like not the natural way. And Don Juan coming over the $4.99. He says Daemon wants the government to solve the issue he can't solve. If you were, you wouldn't be crying about them laying with your woman. Go ahead, keep crying.
This guy's a horrible dude. You just cry. You're just crying. You're crying. Yeah, lame super chat. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, fucking lame, bro.
Kat, did you expect any of this tonight? I'm so sorry.
No, it's always fun. But
the chat always wins, though. We have to recognize that the chat.
Well, your chat definitely didn't win. My chat did, and of course, I win because I always win. I'm a winner, and that's what they tell me. And I know
I just want to lose.
I
am the winner.
Don Juan coming over the $1.99. He says Jake crying.
Yeah, see, going back to that, like what the fuck?
I love it.
Do the wah wah up again. Do it. Yeah, sorry, Don Juan.
Wonderful.
Even your girl's making fun of you. Go on.
So, Jake, now we're going to talk about male infertility. So that should be fun for you. So you can tell us your experience.
By the way, when is that debate, Sarah?
What?
She just got you up on the.
Who cares? It's Kat, dude. Her opinion doesn't matter. Sarah, when's that debate happening?
It's Monday. It's and we go into open panel after that. So if you want, I'll send you the the fast pass for the open panel.
Yeah, please.
It's gonna fill up fast. I know it already. So
definitely.
But only if you're nice to me. Only if you're nice to me for the.
All right, fuck it. I ain't getting the fucking link because I ain't gonna be nice to your ass.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
I ain't getting the link, guys. Sorry.
They've already been blowing up my messenger saying I want fast pass.
Yeah.
Fast pass.
Fair enough.
So I'm not missing out.
Fair enough.
You'll be fine.
Multipass. Oh God. Go on.
Hey, real quick. Raging Tomato says Don Juan has to pull doubles at Home Depot this week.
I love Home Depot.
He definitely does.
I love Home Depot. Home Depot.
He's got to do some double shifts to keep up with your with those.
He's not on the corner with all of the workers though. He's around the other corner spreading his cheeks.
Actually, Jake, I wanted to ask: are you from like New York or up north? Because only Northerners say my name, Sarah, like that.
No, I'm actually from South Texas.
And you've been there all this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, that's weird that you say my name that way. Because I know a lot of New Yorkers and I know a lot of people from like Boston who say Sarah, and it's like air. It's Sarah, air.
Yeah, that's the actual pronunciation, though.
Wait, so you say your name's Sarah?
No, it's Sarah, not Sarah.
S-A-R-A, Sarah.
Wait. No.
Sarah.
I have an explanation for this.
My mother.
No. Let's
we
move
say-
on.
I have an explanation.
I don't care.
I apologize, Kat. I apologize, Kat. But don't come in with
interesting.
$1.99. Jake getting the government to solve shit. Communist.
Okay, good job, bro.
Wonderful.
Go on, Kat.
So we're moving on. Okay. No. We're not talking about how to say someone's name. We're not doing
I
that.
was just saying, you know.
No.
Sorry,
I
how do
don't
you pronounce
care.
my
I don't
name?
care.
Or you could just call me
How do you pronounce my
Princess. You could
Oh,
just call
fuck
me
no.
Princess.
Yeah,
Jackie.
I'll call you the
Jackie.
Wicked Witch. How's that?
Yes. Yes.
The Wicked
Actually,
Witch
the
of the West.
Grinch. No, the Grinch is what I normally go like. And I actually
No, the
played
Grinch is
in a
way
play-
more prettier than you. No, I'm kidding. I'm
No-
kidding.
Oh, he is.
I'm kidding.
But he's got the big green eyes like me, and
Yeah.
it was great. And Don Juan coming in with the $1.99. Been to Home Depot once in my life. He probably needed a screw.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
ass got burned out so bad
he
he
was
never
working
went
there,
back.
then he got fired the next
I
day.
apologize, Kat.
Like,
This is what happens. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Don just got fired right after the first day there.
Kat,
Jake getting-
it's because you raised a good topic that pulled Don Juan in. This is actually your fault. I blame you. You got to take it like a winner, okay? But Don Juan, he scoped in on the topic levels, and it's
He
done.
took it like a winner at Home Depot. He
Okay.
got it all turned out.
Okay.
Wisconsin.
Everybody shut up. Kat speaking.
No, she's not. Let's carry on talking.
I was waiting for it, man. I was waiting for it.
Don Juan coming in with $1.99. Never applied. LOL.
Go back to
Dumb.
McDonald's. Yeah, go back to McDonald's, bro. Shut up. All right, go on,
Okay.
Kat.
Okay. So now we're going to talk about male
Shut the fuck up, Kat.
infertility.
No, I'm kidding.
Whoa.
Jake.
I'm kidding. Go on, Kat.
All right. So after 40 years old, men's fertility drops, and also they get more DNA damage. If you're with a younger woman, she can usually repair that damage, but the older she gets and the older he gets, the more damage, the less likely she's able to repair, and that's why older parents tend to have more genetic issues.
For real?
Yeah.
No,
Makes
wait,
sense.
I didn't know his DNA got damaged as he got older.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the good thing is, if she's young and healthy enough, she can usually repair that damage to an extent, depending like how old
Seriously?
he is, how damaged he is.
Yeah, like women can repair anything.
Typical women trying to fix men all the time.
Let's be clear that her body's not actually going in and tinkering. It's that
Oh,
the
no.
egg and the sperm meet, and if there's any errors, it will be aborted.
Are you saying that the egg looks at the sperm and says, "I can fix him"?
Yes.
I do
I can
know.
fix it, I swear. Red flag.
If there's too much damage within the egg, the fertilized egg, then it will be
It'll take it.
eliminated. If
No.
it's healthy and the body as it grows, the cells grow and divide. If there's not enough errors, then it will stay. If there are errors, it will
Collapse.
It'll
Collapse.
leave.
Collapse. It'll collapse.
Well, I don't want to use that word either.
Okay, anyways,
Collapse.
let's move on. So the percentage of infertile men over 40 is very high, and that have very large amounts of DNA damage. Blah, 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 blah. So have kids before you're 40 if you are male. Even if she's younger, after 40, it's still a higher risk of autism, mental health issues, learning difficulties in children, blah, 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 blah. All happen when children are born to older fathers over 40. So unless you want depressed and unhealthy children, do it when you're young and dumb.
So like
And full of cum.
all those elderly men
That are having children, they're
that does
usually
not-
sickly.
That does not mean that everyone is those elderly.
So Al Pacino, Robert De Niro.
Yeah, I would love to see the health of that
Hugh
child.
Hefner.
Well,
He-
okay,
he
so
did-
Donald Trump.
Unless they can't they freeze their sperm, right? Can't they do that? Is that a thing?
That's a much lower efficacy than even eggs.
Yeah, it's still.
It's like nothing.
It's still low.
Like
It's
10% chance, 20.
It's still there, but it's
So Al Pacino and Robert De Niro have super sperm then.
Well, it's probably not that, but it's probably more of a rare situation than we're talking about here. Donald
Al
Trump,
Pacino maybe,
had
but
his last
Robert De Niro, that was somebody else fucking his woman, I bet.
it could be, bro. It could be. Yeah.
Because
I
De
mean,
Niro's
look,
a
Robert De Niro
DNA
is a
test.
liberal. He is a
Look, you have
liberal.
He's a
so
nutless prick.
He's a fucking
He's
idiot.
so-
That's
Also,
for
you
sure.
have to remember DNA tests can be inconclusive. You can get false positives. So he could get a positive when it's not his,
Well, you
or
better have
maybe
100
he
of those.
boned a relative of him. Who knows?
Yeah.
Al Pacino. Al
Or
Pacino's
Don
a
Juan
nut-
came in
he's-
with the
he's a nut.
$1.99. He says, Damon, don't you have to go to mosque?
Oh, don't you have to suck my dick, you bitch?
Oh my god!
Ooh, I like you, Damon, even more.
I'm still waiting. Like, do you like me yet? Am I still
No.
likable? Am I still gonna get that link? Am I still getting that
No.
link or what?
A link to what?
A link to the fucking Monday stream. Duh.
No,
So he can
you're
talk
not
about
being
his
There you
nice.
go.
reproductive
Come on.
issues.
That's what
You
we talked
said you
about
weren't
earlier.
going to be nice.
He'll be
Yeah,
so well
exactly.
behaved. It's
Exactly. Am
Jake.
I nice enough now? What's
And
the
besides,
threshold
like,
of that?
you kind of don't stay on topic either, you know, and I love Mod Mondays to like really specify in and hone in on the topic. And if you go off on all these other weird ass tangents, like I don't
So wait,
want
hold
that
on.
Mod
Hang
Monday.
tight here. Hang tight here. Sorry.
Hmm?
Because first off,
Sarah.
I've been on topic. It's the chat here, just like your chat, who is going off topic by making fun of Daemon and myself. And then
Cat,
when
do
my
you
chat,
concur?
hold on, when my chat goes off on you because they do it way better than your chat, then we go into a conversation here. It's not necessarily my fault here. It's
Don
my
Juan
chat.
coming in with
Yeah,
$1.99. He
Don is
says
mad. Okay, yeah,
Damon
Damon's
is
mad. Who gives a shit? Yeah, who cares?
mad.
Mad, who cares?
LOL.
Yeah, whatever. Get the fuck out of here. So that's the thing. Going off topic, just like what I'm saying. However, my chat just does it better. That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all it is. So I'm not going off topic. Sorry. Okay, let's
Okay.
not.
You just want a
No,
piece
don't
of
do-
Mod Monday because it's
don't-
going to be
Oh
lit.
my
It's
gosh.
going to be lit.
You are fake news.
Don't do that fake news. Okay.
We are all fake news. Every single one of us is fake.
Well, you're
I
fake
am.
news. That's true. But I'm not.
I am actually AI. Hi,
Oh,
I'm
shit.
not Sarah. I'm Siri.
Annabelle. You're Annabelle.
Welcome.
You're Annabelle.
I don't know what Annabelle is.
Okay. Well, the chat knows.
Okay,
who Annabelle is.
it's like a Chucky but female.
Yeah, it's a Chucky but female.
I'm in.
Yeah, there you go. She loves it.
Yes. I know.
Okay.
Annabelle the Raging Tomato.
So we're moving on now. We will talk another day without an open panel, without any guests on, about methylation, oxidative stress, and fertility and stuff like that. I'll have him come on and he could do that.
Yeah,
but
there's
not
no
today.
way you could do that with panelists.
No.
I mean, I
Keep
can just.
attention, kids.
I
Come
can
on, kids.
mute.
Let's focus.
I can mute. I can cut the camera. I can go take a tinkle, and you can talk all of the method whatevers you wanted.
Yes, but not now.
No,
not
it's
today.
Way
Fair
more
enough. We'll lose the whole
complicated
chat.
Yeah, they would just go to sleep. They just
You
say,
should
"Oh,
make it
I'm
a
done."
video, and that way you can make it fun and interesting.
Don Juan, right? Yeah. The one guy
Okay,
that-
so we're moving on.
We need
So,
topics.
so since women are being told, wait until you're elderly and infertile, and so are men, wait until you're elderly and get like some young chick, as if like that's likely for like regular dudes. Most people are not billionaires and millionaires and famous and actors and blah blah blah. You're telling regular old bums, basically regular slaves, lower tier slaves, that they can do this when they can't. So it's very much deliberate on purpose. They want to lower a certain population and bring in another population that will not likely be hard to control. Can you relax?
Oh, pussy.
Oh, gracious.
Hi, titty
Oh.
tat.
Hairy pussy.
That's a pretty one. What is Titty Tat's name? Or
This is Mia.
Jake. Mia. Hi, Mia. Oh, pretty. She's so pretty.
I know.
The other one was ugly.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically speaking, I hate cats. Like cats and I, we just have a mutual understanding. You stay there, I stay here. Unless the cat likes to act like a dog. If it's a dog like cat, then we're best friends. It's good. And I've only met just a handful of those in my life.
Oh.
But that one's so pretty.
Well, you know a good cat because this is a $3,000.
I don't say how much she is.
I've never spent $3,000 on a pussy.
You'll never get married, man. Let me tell you.
That's not a very good thing to gloat about, Steve.
So
Just
I
letting you know.
actually had
spending
I
I'm
had
not
2 Saint Bernards long ago, Their names were Maya and Molly, not Mia, but Maya and
Real
Molly.
quick, somebody said that the cat has Down syndrome.
How dare they? How dare they? She
sorry.
is
Look at adorable
I had to read
kitty
that one.
kitty.
I'm sorry, the cat has Down syndrome.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate?
That
I just
cat
wanted
is
to.
like, bro, seriously, put me down. I don't want to see all these
that
morons.
cat,
Put me
that
down.
cat does look like it has
like
Down
I'm
syndrome,
done.
bro.
I
That cat
just want to take a moment
does
to
look like it.
appreciate the fact that Kat went from raging about how we're not staying on topic to 5 seconds later just shutting up when the cat jumped up on Steve's lap.
No shit.
Just like, yeah, let's all just talk about how pretty my cat is.
Yeah, with Down syndrome. Dude, that cat does look like it has Down
does
syndrome.
not look like it has cat. No,
Totally
it
does, just like
not.
pugs do.
I mean,
Pugs
maybe
No,
you
but it
do,
does
but
look like it's got
not the
diabetes, though.
titty titty.
Chihuahuas and pugs look like they're fucking retarded, bro. I'm just saying
They
it out
do,
loud.
but that's because of when you domesticate something, their jaw
Yeah,
retracts, just like humans.
I know how that is, okay, Kat? That's not the point. I'm
I
talking
know
about the
you do
looks.
because we have the same problem.
We're both jawless. Fair enough. Okay, I'm sorry, Kat. Go on.
Okay, so what can we tell women to make them have children younger?
Well, I gotta say, no, I'm kidding.
Shut up and spread your legs.
They're actually keeping together, get more friction.
Yo.
Stop. Okay.
Okay, so I mean, all right, you have to motivate, right? Because women have been unmotivated to have children in their younger years and more motivated to be self-serving. So what can you sell me, right? So now I had my children fairly young, so sell me, pretend I didn't, sell me on why it would be a great thing.
Did you say real quick, Raging Tomato? You said that women are discouraged from
I said we're unmotivated. Like they're not me, but like they like women now are there's no incentivization to want to have children now because it's costly, or you become a single mom because the daddy leaves or whatever the case may be, or like they want to work on their career, they want to go to college, they want to do that or go on journeys, they want to explore, they want to do all these things and live life and be free, and then like by the time I'm 30, then I'm ready to settle down, I'm financially stable, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that.
Yeah.
So pretend I'm one of those women, or pretend we're like the crowd, the viewers are one of those women. Like sell me on it, sell me on why having children by 21 is a great idea.
That's a good question.
I did it, but like, I did it by happenstance, but like, I never even wanted kids.
Were you married when you had your first kid or no?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay. Gotcha.
No, but don't you think that it
My
begins
second,
a lot
yes,
earlier than
but
that, though?
my first, no.
Like we know that human beings are social creatures, right? We modify our own behavior. We police our behavior, right? And if you look anywhere else in the animal kingdom, you see that. You'll see like younger animals, if they form their social groups, and if there's the runt of the litter, or if there's one animal that isn't really behaving right, the others will kind of bully it and fight it until it kind of behaves the correct way. They modify that behavior. And humans do the same thing, which is why we as a society now today have gone so far fucking off the rails. And you can argue it's because of government, you can argue it's because of what the media is doing or anything. And if you ask most people, what would you do? What one change would you make to society to correct the path that we're on right now? Most people would say something that the government could do differently, or something like, they might say something like put God back into the school or something like that, right? But the one thing that you could do that would have the most effective result is bring bullying back. Because the moment that's not a joke.
Sell me on it, not like deter me from it. Jesus Christ,
No,
David,
but
you're
seriously,
offbeat
this isn't a
now.
joke.
You're
If you
offbeat.
look at
Sell me
bullying,
on it. Sell
no,
me
but-
on it. Sell
but
me on
this-
being a young mom. Sell me on it.
This
Tell
is
me
what I'm
why.
saying.
Tell me
This
what
is
I'm
what I'm
getting
saying.
out of it.
If you look at the healthiest families that America had, right? And if you look at the healthiest families that we had in Europe, the best parents, the best age gap between parent and child, this was happening when people were marrying their childhood sweethearts. They had kids straight away, And they started raising kids the moment they got qualified, the moment they finished school or whatever, they were having kids. And if you look at that, what happened over the past 50 or so years, right? You started seeing people shaming that kind of behavior. If it's like you married your child as a sweetheart, they started saying, oh, that's dumb. Jesus Christ. You haven't even met any other women, or you haven't even met any other guys. It's like, you can't get married right now. You're too young. You don't know what you're doing with your life. And they scared people into getting married young. And anyone who got knocked up, any girl who got knocked up before she was 20, they were looking at her like she's a whore or something. It's like, no, that was the age that people are most commonly having kids. It's when you're most fertile. It's when you can work hard and start providing for your family. You can bounce back from a pregnancy quicker. Like, this is like, guys can do the most overtime at those ages. It's like, we started shaming people that were doing the right thing. And now everybody's like, I'm not going to have kids. I'm still young. Bitch, you're 30. You're not fucking young anymore. It's like, get real. What the fuck? We need to bring bullying back into school. All of this shitty behavior that's being foisted upon young kids and young adults. If you just let kids be themselves, they're going to police themselves the right way, and all of that shit's going to stop. I'm going to come into school and I'm going to give myself an imaginary gender identity. You'd get beaten up within 5 fucking minutes and you'd stop that shit.
And I think you should be. I 100% agree with you on that one. Now, I think where we went astray is back in the heyday. If a young lady, let's pretend she's 17, got pregnant by her boyfriend because they were playing in cars in parking lots. Okay. The boyfriend would then say, okay, shotgun wedding, you're going to marry me. They get married, and 6 months later, they have a baby. Like, that's how it worked. Men were men, and they provided, and they took care of the situation. But I think the struggle we're having is when there are young pregnancies, men tend to disappear, or they just say, like, I'll be a dad, but I don't want to be your man, or they just disappear altogether. Whether they're 16 or whether they're 27 or whether they're 25 or whatever the case may be. There's no more of the shotgun weddings. That's not a thing anymore.
You think men are the ones that are leaving those relationships?
Hold on. What I'm saying is if she gets knocked up, that's an accountability for the both of them. Now, she's choosing to stay with it, right? Like, if she chooses and says, like, I'm pregnant, I'm going to keep it because I don't believe in abortion, XYZ, or I'm not comfortable with it, or whatever the case may be. And he says, bye, bitch. Now you end up with a single mom. So now women are becoming more afraid. This is why birth control and all of that fun stuff has come into play, in terms of, like, it's a greater arena. It's become predominant in being a woman, because you don't want to end up with that man who says, bye, Felicia, and rolls. So they're protecting themselves. And I think that most of those babies that were, like, created, and then 3 months later, the mom and dad magically get married, and then 6 months later they have a baby, right? It's because you didn't have that option, right? Like, they like, shotgun wedding is because the shotgun is being held behind the father, the grandfather of the baby's back, onto the father. Like, you're gonna marry my little girl, right? That's a shotgun wedding. Like, you're gonna do it. But, like, so I question the concept of why women are, like, saying, no, I absolutely don't even want to do this. And they're holding off and holding off and holding off. They're doing birth. Now, I'm not a big fan of birth control. I'm not a big fan of abortion. I'm not a big fan of even having sex unless you're ready. Like I've learned my lessons, right? And I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. But I think that inevitably, like, I think times have changed because women learned what happened to their moms or their aunts or their grandmothers or whoever. And they said, nope, not going to let that happen to me. And I'm not going to end up being stuck, like, either, like, with just a baby, or with, like, a random dude or not even just a random dude, but, like, with a boyfriend who I thought I wanted to marry, but ended up being an asshole later, or whatever the case may be. I'm not trying to shame men by any means. I'm not trying to say that. But, like, I think that inevitably women have accommodated the situation in such a way where they're just like, no. And they are choosing to choose later, right? They're choosing the choice, right? And I think that that's kind of what's happened to that.
Damon, real quick. So your perspective here when it comes to these single women is that, well, it's the men's fault.
No.
Well, it kind of sounds like
what
well,
I'm
hold on, hold on, hold
saying.
on.
What
Let
I'm
me
saying is what has happened societally in the past is it turns into shotgun weddings, and it turns into women being inevitably like.
But you
women
just
women and men stuck with each other for a lifetime now because they played in the backseat
because men
in a parking
decided that
lot.
they don't want to be there for the kid. Yeah, that
Whether
was
they no, I said there were different ways they could go. They could either marry her, they could be a dad,
sure,
or they
but
could
you
disappear.
elaborated more so on when the man just says,
Well,
"Yeah, I
because
just want to do this," and they leave.
that's the
But that's not the
situation
majority of
that
the
is most
cases.
harmful. That's the situation that's most harmful. But what I'm saying is women were left with either 3 options or 4 options inevitably. Like you end
Are you
up
sure
marrying
about
the guy.
the
You end up marrying the guy and it works out great and you live a long life happily ever after. That's
the best
Disney.
right? Option is to stick with it, right?
Right. That would be happily ever after.
And what are they choosing?
Hopefully.
And what are they choosing?
So they're 17 in high school and this is the person they
And
want
what
to
are
be
they
with for the rest
choosing?
of their life. Or they get married and they're miserable, they hate each other, life goes on, but they just figure it out and 20 years later they divorce after the kids leave high school. I don't know. Or dad decides to maybe kind of be dad, but they're not getting married, so on and so forth, but they're still there. Or dad just disappears, right? You got the 4 different scenarios. But what I think women are doing now, this is not speaking for my who I am. It's not what I believe in. But what I'm saying is for the general conception of women and the birth control and the sexual liberation and all of these things is that they said no, I want to be able to choose when I want to choose.
Yeah, sure.
And so now they're choosing when they want to choose. And now that choice is getting to age 30 and they're deciding later on, okay, now I'm ready to settle down. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think all of these scenarios before, and they're watching their parents, their grandparents, and all of these things happen, whether it works or doesn't work or whatever. And they're just choosing to be able to choose. That's all.
Okay, so let me elaborate here. There's some stuff there that I actually quite a bit of stuff that I disagree with you, and I get you. You're just saying what maybe you think what the case is, but the stats don't necessarily show this. So what I'm going about is that before the sexual revolution, we didn't have these problems, not even close to this degree. Okay,
because women weren't allowed to.
Yeah, because teen pregnancy is up around 50% nowadays compared to prior before. So it's not the case that, it's because these bad men are choosing to leave.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, no, you gave 4 options and all of them was the man fucking rejecting the woman.
No, the fourth one was they happen to get married and it happens to work out and life goes on.
Yeah. Who decides on the marriage, right? Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, exactly. So real quick.
I don't know because clearly I'm not good at it. So
clearly not. So
I don't know.
So can I elaborate without you interrupting me?
I'm gonna mute. Actually, I'm gonna go tinkle. I will be listening.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna take my phone. I'm gonna take my phone with me so I can listen. Okay, keep talking.
Okay, let's talk about her
quickly.
What's up, Kat?
When she comes back, let's tell her that she wasn't muted and we heard everything.
Yeah, honestly, that was one of the worst takes that she said for the night here. And I'm not trying to talk shit. I think Sarah, her heart's in a good place. But again, when she's doing the 4 options here, all of that kind of alleviates the woman's responsibility. And I think that, and again, statistics show that a lot of the choices that goes on with these couples are women rejecting the family unit. And this has gone down all the way since the sexual revolution, especially the sexual revolution. When she talked about birth control, well, guess what? Women that took birth control, they were saying, well, I'm just as equal as a man. I can go out there, have sex and not get pregnant. It was the feminist movement that they kind of fucking told these women these lies. Now, again, when she wants to say, well, women, back then they had shotgun weddings and it was regurgitated towards the man, right? You have to it's the man's decision. Not necessarily. A lot of these women chose to be single moms. That's kind of where I'm kind of missing the connection here. And I get her. She's kind of speaking on her feelings. Well, I feel this and that, etc. And again, I don't know too much about her past, but according to the chat, you know, she rejected her husband as well. So it kind of, to me, based off the small information that I know about her, that seems like she's doing kind of the women prattle that we see a lot with these with like the Whatever podcast and the Fresh and Fit podcast, that they're on the cusp of it, but they can't really put themselves into that category of things. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Once she comes by, I'll
okay, can I go now?
Yeah, go for it, Kat.
You gonna
All right.
leave?
Yes, I'm leaving. I'm leaving all of you guys. Have fun. Anyways, no, but my thoughts are, it's not that women are just like, they're told don't even look for the guy you want to marry until you're 30. Don't even look. That's what my younger friends are saying. They're not even looking. They're
But
just
they're
like,
told to
who's
go and
young
have
and
fun.
You
hot that I
disagree
want to
with
bang?
Sarah's take, right?
Yes,
They're
because
told
she
to go
doesn't
and
know
have
what it's
fun.
like. I was a different generation. This generation, I hang out with them. I hang out with young girls, and they're saying the same. Yeah,
But Sarah has conversations with like hundreds of people on her channel.
I'm sure,
So,
but I hang out with really good-looking 20-year-old
yeah,
women.
but you're giving excuses to Sarah to not kind of see this perspective here.
She doesn't
because
have access to them like I do.
It also depends
no,
on the
but Sarah still has a channel where she's talking to hundreds of people on her channel
I
for the
don't
past
feel like
couple
it's
years.
young women as much.
Well, maybe not. I don't know her demographics on who she puts in there. But however, I would figure if she's having these conversations with multiple people, or to kind of correlate a lot of the anecdotal evidence that she's gathered up, it surprises me of a woman that says, well, I'm not a feminist. But then at the same time, she's giving feminist talking points. It just kind of confuses me. And this is kind of what I want to kind of
okay,
kind of clear up here.
Okay, well,
Steve,
I just
am I
want to
wrong
say,
here? Do you kind of see where I'm coming
yes,
from?
no, but let me say what I have to
I
say
asked
first.
Steve. I didn't ask you.
You did not.
I did not ask you. I asked Steve.
Wow. Anyway, so like with my friends,
Okay,
a guy
Steve,
will come
go
up
ahead.
to the group and they will literally say, "Don't you dare come up to us." A very cute guy, normal looking guy, looks like he might even have money, and they will shoo him away like he's a scum of the earth, because they're just like, I don't even want to entertain that. So they might find a really hot guy, like the top 1% hotness. Maybe he's broke, but he's top 1% hotness, and they will bang him until they're 30. That's what they're doing now. They have like a few guys on
Yeah,
call that they
sure.
bang until they're
And
30. And then when they're 30, they're like, now I have to find someone. And now they're complaining. That's what they're
Well,
doing
see,
now.
this is my issue. This is okay. So earlier on, Sarah said, "Sell me on this, like having a kid early," right? The thing
yeah, I remember
is
that question.
that
Yeah.
what's going to sell a girl is not the same thing that's good that's going to sell a guy. And I heard a conversation like this about 3 or 4 months ago, and it was the same thing. And I saw loads of guys making really good, excellent, rational arguments, bringing up all the good points of why women should settle down early and have kids. The girls naturally shout all over all of them. It didn't make any kind of sense to them. Why? Because girls aren't logical. And this isn't me being sexist, but they're not. No. This isn't.
But we're
this isn't
not. You're
sexism.
right. We're not. I
Yeah.
agree with you that we're
So
not.
if you're going to make any kind of,
But yes, she's
point
arguing,
to a
yeah.
woman,
Mm-mm.
if you're going to
No,
make
you're
any
not?
kind of argument to a
No.
woman, it needs to
Okay.
be an argument that is going to be something that they can recognize by looking at it, and it's either a pattern recognition thing, or it's going to be a financial argument, because women nowadays, the younger women, are very financially orientated. Everything that they're doing is about making money because they want to be girl bosses. Or it's going to be an emotional argument, right? Now, the only argument that I made, and I made it as a joke, right? Because I was forced to watch something that was so fucking painful to endure. It was a clip from the Kardashians, right? And these
I send
girls
it
were
to you?
arguing based on trying to emulate the behaviors that they saw on this show, because they were kind of aspiring to be that kind of, I want to be rich like that, and I want to look like that. Why the fuck anyone would want to look like that, I don't know, but okay. Now, here's my point. These girls were talking about, it was like a 10-minute, maybe not 10 minutes, about 8-minute clip of the Kardashians, right? They were talking about who's the bigger boss bitch, or who's the greatest success on that show. Now, I've seen adverts for that show in the past, and I know about some of it because of the dad getting a sex change and all that kind of stuff. But I've never really followed the show, so I don't know the names and I don't know like the people, but I know roughly who's who, right?
Cap.
These girls were arguing about if they wanted to be Kim or if they wanted to be one of the younger sisters from the second relationship, right? And who's the better one? Who's like got the most money or who's got the greatest success? And which one of those they should emulate, who they should emulate. Now, here's my point. Even the younger girl isn't really that young anymore. How fucking old is she? I don't know. Like, these were old episodes, right? Kim is already fucking old as shit. The younger one, I don't know how old she is, right? But here's the issue. If you want to look at who the greatest success is in that fucking family, who do you think it is?
I don't follow Kardashian, so I don't know.
It's the oldest one. It's their mother. She sat down and she made a shit ton of babies. And she did it when she was young enough so that when that relationship ended, when her husband died, she could marry a second dude and fuck him and ruin his life so bad that he ended up becoming a woman himself. So she even made another woman out of that whole relationship who was never one to begin with. She just was popping out kids and she did it from such a young age. And if you want to look at it and judge it based on wealth, all of their wealth is her wealth, right? Now, here's the thing that you can't deny if you're a woman and a potential mother. Your child is an investment.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to capitalize on an investment, you need to make it grow as much as possible. The older you have that investment, the older you get that investment, the less you're going to be around to see it grow. So have it young. Plant the seed while you're as young as possible so you can reap the most fruits from it. Okay? Now, if you are very young, and before I say this part, I need to clear up something else. We already said that women aren't logical. That explains another thing about them. They are terrible judges of character. This is why you have such shitty guys ending up with such potentially great women, because women are shitty judges of character. When you see so many guys nowadays being like, I want to be an alpha male, I want to be an alpha male, right? If you look at what a great guy, a guy who's like a high value guy, a really good guy, if you look at the behaviors that help him become successful, we already know this. It's very, very similar to sociopaths and psychopaths, right? So you can see a guy who wants to trick a woman into a relationship, who's just full of shit and he's got good game and he knows how to lie well. And he's got the kind of bravery because he's just so shameless to go and take what he wants. The girls fall for that guy. But the really decent guy is a bit too shy and is a bit reserved and he'll hold back and he'll give a woman a chance to respond. He's not as much of a go-getter as the psycho is. So they always end up with a bad guy. Now, if you look at how you were making excuses for women today, like they're scared, you know, they're told to wait and all of this kind of stuff. Women wanting to wait because they're afraid of making the wrong choice makes no sense. You're always going to be a bad judge of character, especially if you avoid guys for 20 years.
That's why you bring them home to daddy.
Well, yeah, exactly. Or just take the fucking chance when you're young enough to bounce back from your mistake. If you make a baby with a guy when you're 17 years old or 18 years old, and that relationship doesn't work out, you get divorced. How old are you? You get divorced, what, 5 years later? Now you're 22, 23.
Damon, I fucking love you, Damon. I fucking love you. You're a smart man. You're a genius. Say it louder for Jake so he can understand it.
No, Jake agrees with this.
You're a
shit
total
too.
genius, Daemon.
No,
Genius.
Jake knows this stuff, man. Jake knows that women aren't gonna fucking make a good decision if they wait.
Modern day Stephen Hawking over here.
But then he's like chiding me for doing exactly what you're saying. That
well, again, from the information that I said, and you don't answer questions too much. It's kind of hard for me to believe that, but whatever. Go on.
Okay, well, let's just get back to this. If you want to wait, until you're 30 or until you're 35, or like this woman in the video, until she starts fucking ugly crying and being like, well, I don't have many eggs, but hopefully they're good quality. No, you're too fucking late. You waited too long, and you were telling women to wait just like what you are, and now you're crying about it. At this stage, if you're looking for a guy at this stage, you are not making a decision based on, well, I've lived a long life and I know what makes a good guy, and I'm going to make a wise decision now. No, you're making a fucking desperate decision. And when that fucks up because you made a desperate decision, and maybe he left you because you gave him a fucking Down syndrome child or something like that. I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
now, how are you going to bounce back from that? You've hit the wall. You've got a fucked up uterus. You've got a window licking kid, and you've got no man around to look after you. So what's going to happen now?
Fucking
You're
window
not going
lickers.
to recover from that.
Although I will say, I was at the high school football game Friday night, and they actually did this thing where they allow the young there were two high schoolers, two boys who were obviously they were Down syndrome, and they allowed them to be a part of the team. They're like the water boys, and it was so entertaining to watch them because they were so proud of the team and they were so excited and they were rallying up and they were just like all for it. And I loved it. I loved it. I was so excited for them that they had an opportunity to feel like the ability to be a part of something big. So it was great.
Well, yeah, we're in the age of inclusivity now, but still, like,
yeah, it was
I'm not
just
being
really
funny, but
yeah.
no,
I know,
putting,
I know the direction I understand the direction you're going,
like,
but it was
again, though,
just
just to say it,
it was
not
very heartwarming. It was very heartwarming to see that like all of the other students were okay with this and they loved it and they adored it and they welcomed it. You know what I mean? And they were just like two peas in a pod, like running around the field, and it was great. It was really nice to see that.
Well, it's good. It's good that they're not as ostracized as they used to be, but let's not make any mistake. It's a fucking difficult life for a parent.
Oh,
Nobody's
absolutely. Yeah.
saying
And I'm
like,
not saying that anybody would want that for their child. I'm not,
yeah, no,
I'm not saying that at all, but I love how we've just become, like you said, very inclusive and we rally for it, you know, to make them still feel like they're part of something. And it was great because they just added their own little character features to it.
the thing that one of the biggest differences that you see between men and women though is like, do you remember that whole thing of like, how often do you think about the what was it, the Roman Empire, or
that TikTok shit.
Yeah, so like men have the ability to consider things out of the box in that kind of way, and also to think about the future in ways that women don't. Women do think about the future, but like I said, not in the same way. Like really putting yourself into a situation way further down the line, right?
We see potential.
Yeah, but women will look. Yeah, exactly. Like what you said just then, seeing potential. They'll look at the future within a given situation.
Yeah.
And that given situation is usually a situation of limited scope, like a relationship.
Well,
like the early
we
stages
are
of a
limited. We are limited to how we can perceive something, right? Because we perceive based on feelings,
and Daemon,
not 1 + 1 = 2. Like it's just based off. This is how I feel about him, and I believe X, Y, and Z. Yeah,
and that's the thing. What you just said then. It's about feeling about it, not actually thinking about it from all perspectives. And if you look at a guy who wants to have a kid and who wants to kind of leave a legacy behind and thinks about a child in that sense, is going to think about like, I want to be around so that I can play ball with my kid. I want to be around so that I can see my kid getting married. I want to be around so that I can help my kid build a business or whatever. Like, that's the kind of thing that they think about. And they're going to be looking at the longer picture all the way down to the road of like, when I'm retiring, how old is my kid going to be? Am I going to be able to work long enough to support my kid until he kind of owns his own house and that kind of shit? Or am I going to be in retirement and need looking after myself potentially? Women don't often think about it that way, but they will think about things like, I want to see my daughter get married and I want to be there for the wedding and help plan the wedding. But they're not thinking about like, who's going to be around for you when you can't walk? Who's going to be around for you if it gets to that stage, if you need bed baths or whatever, around the clock care? Are you going to be alone?
Oh
Are
no,
you
I
going to have
definitely think about
died?
that.
Are you going to be childless? See, this is what I'm saying. But when it comes to that, do you want to be a woman who's having IVF, getting eggs stuck in you when you're 50, and you pop a
Mhm.
kid out, and you're like 75
Oh
with
God, I
arthritis,
couldn't
and you
even
can't walk up the
imagine.
stairs?
Even like when I turned 30, I could never imagine like trying to pop another kid out. Like, my youngest I had, I think I was 26, and that went fine. Like everything went fine,
26 is
when
when
I
you
had my
your first kid?
youngest.
Oh,
No,
okay.
my youngest.
Yeah,
My
your
daughter
first
I
kid,
had,
right?
I was 22 when I had my first.
Oh, your
Um,
first. Okay. Wait, hold
yeah,
on. Then that would be your youngest is your daughter,
my
right?
no, she's my eldest. My youngest
Oh,
is
I'm
my
sorry. I'm sorry.
son.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
retarded. I
okay.
got you.
It's
I
okay.
got you
It's
there.
okay.
Got
I
you there.
got you.
Go on.
But my youngest, I had him at I was 26.
26. Right.
And even then, like it wasn't the worst thing ever, but it was still like, you know, like I wanted one more, but I wanted one more within the next year or two. And because I knew I was like, if I hit 30, I'll never want to do this
Hey,
again.
sorry,
And
could I ask a question? Like when you
Mhm,
think about like wanting kids, do you ever think
mhm.
about like, okay, when I do want a kid, I want to have it with a guy that I admire and respect, etc. You
Well,
know?
with my husband, like I wanted his baby. Like I
Mhm.
wanted more of his babies. We just, due to circumstances, we just chose not to have any more after my
Was that his
son.
decision or yours?
It was his. It
It
was
was his
his.
beta.
Hmm?
Yeah, beta.
Well, we have 4 between us.
Oh,
So, I
okay. I'm sorry. I
mean,
thought you only had
yeah.
one. Okay.
I have 2, and he had 2. So,
You
um
said that like he gave birth to 2 and you gave birth to 2. That's how you said it. That's what it
No,
kind of
well,
sounded.
yeah, I get you there. I get you there.
yeah,
But okay,
yeah.
so sorry, at 26 is when you found, the husband you wanted to have his kids, etc.
I mean, I met him way earlier on, but we got married. I pretty sure I was 26 when we got married, and we got pregnant with my youngest. And then that was just kind of the end all be all, and we were married for about 10 years.
10 years. And
Yeah.
during that 10 years you had how many kids? Two,
No,
3?
I just had my son, and that was it for me. He had 2. I had my daughter, and then we came
Oh,
together and made my son. So, yeah, we're a
okay.
blended family.
Okay, so five in total, or
4. 4.
4
I
in
know
total.
you can't math. It's okay.
Well, here's
I
the
got
thing,
you,
you're
Jake.
you're kind of complicating the situation. So before your
I'm
husband, you
not
had
complicating it. He had 2. I had 1 right before,
right,
and then
and
we
then you
got
had
together and made number 4.
gotcha.
Mhm.
All right, just to clarify, Sarah. All right, cool. Um,
Okay.
But I don't think like I could never imagine like once I hit like I already knew once I hit 30 I was not going to have any more, right?
right.
Like I didn't physically I didn't want any more, mentally I didn't want any more, emotionally I didn't want any more, and neither like we were both kind of just done. But after I had my son, which was like around 26, like at that time I was like, give me more. I'll make you more. I want to make every baby you
Right.
have,
And he was like, fuck that.
And he just because I mean we were kind of like he wasn't opposed to it initially. He definitely wasn't. But the more we kind of chatted and there were some
But you
external
said
factors.
he was the one that didn't want it. So
He
he was
didn't
like, fuck.
he didn't like he wanted it, but due to external factors, we
Okay.
chose that it wasn't the best route for us at that time. So
Okay.
he
All right.
wanted it, but he chose that it wasn't the best decision. So
Okay. So he didn't
I just
regret having kids with you. He was just like, yeah, because
no,
of
not at all. No, not
whatever the
at
factors
all.
were.
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
5
we
kids
made
is
we
kind of a
made
lot,
the
though.
best little baby ever, and he's like the
Awesome.
light of our life. So no,
Awesome.
and he's a good daddy. Like there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. Like he's a great dad.
Fair enough. Fair
So.
enough. Okay.
So
Anyways, Kat, go on with it because I'm already gonna tune out. I'm already gonna end the stream pretty
Let's
soon
finish
here.
this
But
video. Let's finish this video with this crying.
Did we not
with
finish it?
crying
We
Jake.
finished it.
Crying Jake and crying Daemon. We're just crying the whole time.
Everybody's crying.
Juan, who should be probably deported because he has a fucking Mexican
I love
name.
you, Don Juan.
Yeah, that fucking loser.
Don Juan was supposed to have slept with over.
Thank you, Sarah. See, you're winning me over with those with that air horn there. Go on.
Don Juan was supposed to have slept with over 1,000 women.
Oh, here comes Don Juan.
There
with
it is.
$1.99.
Shooting them back in. Shooting them back
He
in.
says, bring back shame because it works on both genders. This will happen with the theists, migrants. Catholicism will be the majority religion. Hashtag Jose. Then he comes in with another $1.99. He says, not a Mexican.
Yeah, who cares about your opinion though? Who cares? Yeah, who gives a shit?
I love you, Don Juan. Don't listen to him, Don
She
Juan.
only
It's
loves you
okay.
because you give her money. That's it. Yeah, that's what women do. They love you because of the money. That's it. Don't worry about it.
Do you know why I love Don Juan?
It's fake love.
Actually,
you're giving him
because
fake love.
Don Juan has been
Because he
here
throws
from the
money
very
at you.
You're
beginning.
giving him fake love, Sarah.
No,
Don't lie.
listen, Don Juan has been there since before I ever even did live streams, and I was just making the funny little news from the Manosphere videos. And he's been there since the very, very, very beginning. And he was originally the person who started asking, like, why is there no super chat button? You know,
Yeah.
but I would still respond to all of his questions he had or anything he said. Like, I was all for it. And he comes in with another $1.99. He says, Damon, get your rag. Pray 5 times a day.
Good for you, Don Juan. All right. Yeah, fucking total loser. And by the way, how many years was it ago when he was, doing, encouraging you?
Who?
Don Juan.
Don Juan.
I mean, I think
3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5
it was
years
like
ago.
maybe 2 years ago. I made my first video. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look when he really like showed up with the comments.
Right.
But he was active,
weren't,
like
because
not
you
even
don't really
just
care
on
enough
not
about
even
it.
just on my stream, but like
Yeah.
on other people's channels.
Yeah, so he's
and
been a
not
simp
even
for a lot of people. Yeah, I got
well,
you.
not even with the super chats though, just with the commentary. So it's
Yeah.
been comical. He's
horrible commentary.
He
Yeah.
has kept me entertained for a couple of years.
Well, at the same time, women are very easily entertained, right? You could just
That's why
do a
you're fucking
string.
hilarious to look at. It's
I
great.
at the end of the day, I'm hilarious to look at, but at the end of the day, yeah, I don't look like Annabelle. So I'm just saying here.
To you, Annabelle, whoever you are, cheers.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
All right,
But,
that was beautiful, Jake. Are you done?
Well, it was kind of a conversation between both of us. How about you ask if Sarah's done?
We're all done. We're all done. We figured that
How
out.
about you
So,
respect the woman and ask her if she's done?
We're done.
Only a real man would let the woman finish first. And
No,
Don
no,
Juan
no, no,
coming in
hold-
with $1.99.
There you
If
go.
I like you, here
Jesus
you go.
Christ,
Jake,
again with this fucking
your
loser.
die is off.
Who
LOL.
cares, bro? Yeah, no shit. Your die is off. You spelled die wrong. You
All
dumb
right.
fuck.
Well, that's beautiful. Wonderful, guys. It's been great. Obviously, nothing got derailed.
I love how nobody asked me if
Obviously,
I was
nothing was
Fuck you,
derailed in this fucking.
Damon, how are you
entire
today?
stream, nothing was derailed. Easily, nothing.
Damon, how many children do you have?
I don't know. I always run away. If I see them getting fat, I'm out of there.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay, beautiful. Wonderful. That's not going to be a problem. Okay.
Yeah.
I've done my duty to society. I married. I made 2 more. I'm
And you
done.
divorced him. Good job.
I pulled a Tyrone. The minute they got fat, I'm out.
Tyrone, you divorced him for base oracle.
Did you get the milk though, Damon? Did you at least get the milk?
No.
You
I
just
said I was
didn't
going
bring
to go
it back.
get
You just
cigarettes, and that
didn't bring
was
it back.
Bruh.
I'm going to go get some scratch cards. Bye.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. All right. Ladies. Kat, go ahead.
Oh, the man is telling you how to run your panel.
Can I
Kat.
go? I don't even know.
Go ahead. What the fuck? Obviously,
All
your
right.
husband's not doing that job, but yeah, I'll tell you. Go ahead, Kat.
Oh, well,
Floor is
Stephen
yours.
does want to know how many kids you have.
Myself?
Yeah.
I have 0, and Martha Stewart happens to be my hero.
So, when do you think you're going to start?
Whenever I find the right woman.
So, who's your girlfriend? Not the right woman that's just like for now?
Well, at the end of the day, I have to vet things on a certain degree that to make sure that it's correctly done. Yeah.
What are your criteria?
Do you disagree with that?
No, but I just want to know your criteria for vetting someone. What do you look for?
Yeah, there's a lot of things. Okay, we can make a whole stream on that actually.
No,
everything that Jake looks for in a female. Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Now, when you vet her, though,
talking,
can I ask you? If I may ask you, Jake, you're vetting her, right? Like, so are you vetting her to the degree of just being able to marry her, or are you vetting her to the degree of being able to just fuck her? And if
Now-
you're willing to fuck her, are you willing to marry her? Are you willing to have babies with her?
Now, Sarah, because you asked me a question, I have the right to reject the question, just like you did
Sure,
with me.
reject it.
So
Reject
therefore,
it.
I'm rejecting the
If you
question,
want.
just like you rejected
But I'm
my
asking
question.
if she's not enough. If she's not enough for you to marry,
I've answered more questions.
well, here's
I've
why I
more
asked,
questions.
Jake, though.
It's like I answer all your questions, and then the moment I reject it, go ahead. Go ahead.
If she's not enough for you to marry
not
her
enough,
yet,
okay,
then
yeah.
why are you fucking her?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I can reject the question, right? So
Sarah,
can you?
Sarah,
Yes,
Jake
Damon.
is a good friend of mine. Jake, I know you very well. Jake's a very compassionate guy, and I'd like to
Compassionate?
I'm a
answer
great
this on
guy,
behalf of him. So here's the thing.
Incredibly
Jake's
compassionate.
ideal woman would be something along the lines of AOC, but I think that Jake's questionnaire to the woman would be, first of all, she needs to be very eco-conscious, like to a Greta Thunberg degree. He needs a woman who's got a zero carbon footprint, and she also needs to be very well versed on de Beauvoir, feminist literature of the early 20th century. She needs to be vegan.
Yeah, vegan.
She needs to be vegan. Yeah.
Yeah.
She can't have prettier hair than what he does.
Gotcha. Okay, go on.
And she needs to be submissive.
Oh,
She needs to be a
submissive.
good
Okay,
Christian girl.
She doesn't have to be dominant.
No.
I figure with all those traits, I figured that I would love a dominant woman based off your traits.
No,
Damon.
vegan.
No?
No.
Sounds like it's inconsistent to me. Damon.
It's pseudo
Sounds very
submission,
inconsistent, bro.
But also, he likes long walks by the pier.
Yeah.
Oh.
Poetry.
Push her off if she starts.
Hiking. No. The hiking is for pushing her off. When he gets tired of her,
Oh my God.
just off the top of the hill.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you, Damon, for that feminist take. I applaud you, bro, for your gay feminist take there. I enjoyed it. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Like these two women that we've been fucking listening to for the past 3 hours. Yeah, big L, Daemon. Thank you for that. And the chat's giving you a bunch of L's. It's crazy to me because it seems like the chat really realized how much of a feminist you kind of are, Daemon.
Well, I was trying to describe the cross between AOC and Teriak as best as I could.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Teriak has bigger balls than you. And
Don Juan coming in with $1.99. He says, Jake, you got
Who gives a
9
shit?
people
Shut the fuck up.
watching you. LOL.
Teriak,
I got
on the other
20K
hand-
on IG.
Yeah, hurry up. Oh, on IG. Congratulations. Teriak is the one that's actually going out there and actually fighting, verbally commenting these people. You, on the other hand, seem to come onto this panel. Yeah, big L's from Raging Patriot, by the way. And you want to sympathize and be a huge feminist in this entire panel. I'm shocked, by the way, Daemon. So congratulations on that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
I think actually,
you've been
here's
given some
how I'm
feminist
going to
shit
put it is Damon is actually very logical, and he's taken everything that I've said.
And you're also
in
logical, right, Sarah?
No,
You're not.
he's
Okay.
taken
So
everything
how
that I've.
can you
Hold
judge
on, I'm trying to
logic?
say.
How could you judge logic
You have
if
to
you yourself are
listen,
not
little
logical?
girl. You have to
How
listen,
could you
little
judge
girl.
it? Please explain it to me.
So what I'm saying is that Damon has taken everything that I've said in like a I feel statement, and he's actually turned it into more of a logical approach. And he's told you many times, he's like, Jake, here's what she's saying.
his
He's
last
translating for
he
you.
never did that.
But
He
the
never did that.
reason why you're not understanding it is because you're still speaking in I feel. So
Damon,
you're
did
actually
you
speaking
ever-
my language.
So Damon, did you ever literally explain to me her womanese?
Talk to
Did you ever sit there and explain her womanese? And please be
I
truthful,
think-
Damon.
I think the interesting thing
Be
is that
honest, Daemon.
in the
Did you ever sit there and explain her womanese to me? Go ahead.
I tried to explain the difference
she's right.
between the various phases of feminism, but I
So is
don't
she
think
right?
you just cared to learn about it.
Okay,
And
so
Gnosis, I think you're not interested in
no,
interested
it's
in
not it. No,
understanding feminism.
Damon. She's
No,
saying
I'm
that
not having a go at you. I'm just saying that I don't think
Daemon,
that you care about telling the difference between various feminist movements.
Daemon. Again, in that particular subject, I said that Sarah is still a feminist. You said, yeah, but it's like it's third wave or second wave feminism. Who gives a shit? She's still a feminist. Yeah, so that neglects the fucking argument off the bat, Daemon.
I want to talk to your mom, Jake. Let me talk to your mom.
What was that,
She
Sarah?
said
Hold on. What was
I
that,
want to
Sarah?
talk to your mom.
Yeah, my mom would actually say that you're a lunatic as well. My mom raised a good man.
I kind of actually think your mom and I would get along really well.
Definitely not. She would say, yeah, avoid, old women that have
Well,
zero.
yeah, you shouldn't date me or
zero
anything.
submissiveness to you. So yes, yeah.
Well, no, because why am I not being submissive to you, Jake?
Oh, because you've never actually learned it.
No,
Sarah.
stop. Stop.
You are divorced.
Stop.
You,
Well, no. Answer the. Why am
I was asking.
not being submissive to you?
So again, I'm going to answer the question.
Well, okay. Let me answer for you. All right.
Oh, you're going to answer it for me. Okay.
Yes,
answer
I
it
will.
for me, please. Yeah,
Because
please.
you're some random dude on the fucking internet that I have no credibility for. I don't know you. I don't know your mama. I don't know your father. I don't know where
I don't
you've
know
been or
your
what you've
mama,
done.
but she would agree with me.
Why would I?
I don't know
sit
your
here
mama, but
and-
she would agree with me. Yeah. Okay.
She
Great
probably,
take, Sarah.
she probably would be really
She
nice.
probably
but
would. Oh,
in
yeah,
any
she
event,
probably would. I don't know
in any
anything about
event,
you, but your mama would agree with me.
but I don't know you.
Yeah.
All right. So
And
I
here's
have
the
no.
thing. I don't know you neither, but your
Stop,
children would
Jake.
agree with me.
Listen, Jake. I don't know you. And
I know
since,
that.
hold on
So
for a
why are
second.
you bringing up my mama
Stop
then?
for a second, Jake. I need you to listen for just a minute. All right, listen.
Christ. Answer the question.
I know and I understand that you think that just coming on to a panel, like you can just tell women whatever they want to do, or any person whatever they want to do. That's fine. If you believe that, you believe it. Go pray.
Okay,
with
why
your
do I
belief.
believe it? Why do
But
I
what
believe
I'm saying is, I owe you no credibility. You have no foundational stance with me. I don't know your principles, your values, who you are. We've interacted like maybe 3 times. Why the fuck would I listen to you? I'd probably give Scuba Steve more listening power. I would probably give Scuba
Sarah,
Steve
you should
more
listen to me.
listening.
Oh, yeah, that's
Stop
my
for a
whole argument,
second.
Sarah. You should listen to me.
I would probably
What the fuck are you
give
talking
Scuba
about?
I would probably give
dummy?
Scuba Steve more
Like, what are you talking
listening
about?
power than you, only because he's been
Who the
nothing
fuck is
but
Scuba
respectful.
Steve? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Steve.
Look, again.
Cat
Yeah.
Steve. I would probably
again,
give
bro.
her husband more credibility and listening power and respect.
Scuba
because
Steve is
he's
from
been,
no,
it's from Big
it's from
Daddy.
Mr.
Shut up.
Deeds or Big Daddy. Yeah, thank you.
So I would probably Jesus Christ, this is your problem.
Okay,
I would give
prattle
him
on,
more
bro. It's
power
boring.
because
Go
he's
on.
been nothing but respectful and educational in the form that he speaks, and he's
Keep
been
sucking his dick.
kind. No, he's just being a man that I
He's a
would be
man.
willing to follow, a man that I would be willing to listen to. Even
A man
Daemon,
that you were willing to fuck, just like Yo, right?
Ew, stop that. That's no.
Okay.
Now you're crossing a boundary, not only for myself, but for Kat and for her man.
Oh, wait, hold on. What does Scuba Steve have to do with that?
Stop. That is absolutely
you just brought up
absurd and
Big Oracle. You're
unnecessary.
crossing a line with Steve.
No, that is somebody's that is somebody's husband now that you're talking about.
I never talked about
You just said it.
Dude. Okay, Sarah, sit there and just listen to what you said. You're putting your emotions on Kat and Steve right now, saying that
I'm not putting any emotions in anything. I'm being very clairvoyant to the
and
situation.
Kat and Steve should also be offended because what Jake just said. That's literally what you're saying. So shut the fuck up. It's not true. They're literally laughing at you right now. Okay, so that's not the case. And again, my fight is with Daemon. Daemon obviously has horrible takes right now. The chat's fucking destroying him right now. Beaten cheeks, raging tomato. Shout out to you guys, Shane.
And Don coming in with $1.99. He says,
who
Jake,
gives a
you're
shit?
more feminine than you think. Shaking my head. But in any event, Jake, I owe you nothing. I owe no submission to you. My father.
Sorry. You owe me submission. You owe me everything.
Now listen.
When did I ever say that you owe me anything? You don't. dude, bro.
You demand it. You
Let's-
demand
let's
it the
stop-
way
let's
you
stop-
speak.
Let's
Now,
stop with the
me,
narrative. Oh,
my
'cause your feelings.
father, my brothers, even my ex-husband, I will totally listen to anything any of those men say. Happily will listen.
Jake, the way you're
for
talking
you,
to me, you're
I don't know
demanding
you.
my respect.
But I
Jake,
don't know
the way
you.
you're talking.
I don't. Why do I
Jake,
have to listen?
I don't
to
know
Jake?
you. The way you're talking.
Look, I know
Jake.
you like to pretend like you're something amazing.
Oh yeah.
But it's just.
Is that
you're
what it
just
is?
Jake. You're
Is
just
that what it
Jake.
is? I'm just Jake. Is that what it is? I just like to pretend that I'm amazing. Is that your take there?
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure, Jake.
Amazing take. Amazing take, Sarah.
You are amazing, Jake. Everybody should suck your dick, kneel before you, and just
Well, how
love
about you start with that? How about you do that first?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
Why not? Because I
Great.
totally should do that.
Great. Amazing, Sarah.
Can we
Amazing.
please just watch the end of the crying whore video? Please.
We already
Shut the
finished
fuck
the
up,
crying
Sam.
whore,
No,
Damon.
we already finished that shit, Daemon. You fucking idiot.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did.
we did. We
Shut up.
did. We finished that.
Okay, I must have missed that shit. Fine.
Yeah, you did. You missed a lot of shit, obviously, with your dumb takes. You definitely missed a lot of shit, Daemon.
Dude, oh my god, this is meant to be a chill stream. What dumb takes? What dumb takes did I have?
Well, everybody was crying until Jake
I've got
came on.
your take. Your side is thinking
Everybody
I'm a
was
feminist.
crying
Her
before I
side is
came on.
also
They were just
hating on me
crying
for being a
losers.
misogynist. How
Then
can I be
came
both
on,
fucking things?
and I made this fucking stream so entertaining here. But it is
Well,
what it is.
that's because we're all laughing at you, not with you. It happens. It's a thing. No big deal, Jake. We still love you. You know,
Thank
I'm
you.
sure we'll all.
Well, you just said you're willing to suck my cock, so yeah, I know you love me.
Sure,
But,
Jake, because sarcasm's never been a thing in this world.
well, okay, so I guess I'm. Oh man, Sarah's not going to be able to suck cock. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Nope,
you did it with
I
base
can't.
oracle,
I'm
so
too
I thought
old.
I
I'm
was
63.
I thought it was just as
Listen,
viable
why
as
would you
base
want?
oracle here.
Why would you want Granny Gummy sucking your dick though? Like, I mean, I gotta pull my teeth out. It's like a whole thing. Like, why would you want that, Jake? I don't understand why you would even be interested in that.
Hold up
Like,
a
you have
second.
a
Wait,
girlfriend.
That is disgusting. You're right. That is gross.
You
Is
have a
somebody
girlfriend. You should be
seriously
repulsed by the idea of it.
is somebody seriously asking why a blowjob without teeth would be good?
Well, the thing
Jake
is-
has a
the thing is-
girlfriend, right? So he should be repulsed by any women offering
And my
blowjobs
girlfriend is
to
also
him, and he
repulsed by
should
you right
never
now.
even
That's for
offer
damn
the
sure.
idea.
She's way
nor
better
should
than
he
you, that's for damn
insinuate
sure.
the idea to any other female. For
Yeah.
that matter.
But here's the thing: my girlfriend's way better than you, that's for sure. And she can fucking watch this stream and say, "God damn, that old lady is really
that
fucking
old
delusional."
hag.
That old hag, that's for
This
sure.
old fucking hag. It's
However,
terrible.
Sarah, yeah,
Throw
for sure.
tomatoes in the chat. I am old as fuck. Let's tomato the fuck this out.
Can mommy and daddy please stop arguing? Can
Shut
we
up,
just
Daemon,
have a
you
chill
fuck-
stream?
Shut up, you fucking child. Shut the fuck up.
La di da di da. Ooh.
Anyways, at the end of the day, I am
Let
saying,
Cat close out, please.
Sarah, shut the
She's
fuck
trying-
up. Who's the man
Oh
here?
my
Shut up.
god.
It's
Sarah,
her
shut
bedtime.
up.
Let the girl close out.
Sarah, shut up. Stop. Stop.
I'm not the one talking.
So at the end, yeah, you're not. You shouldn't be, but you just did. I'll tell you this. Now I will leave it out to Kat, the real man, because I am a man and I disrespect women. Kat, go ahead. Now you are allowed to talk.
I don't know what to do anymore with you guys.
I know Jake. I know Jake, and I know what he's doing. He's smart. This is Jake playing 4D chess.
Shut up, faggot.
I don't think this is a game of chess.
I don't even know the
This is
rules
Jake.
of that. Shut up.
This is Jake just
Nope.
It's his strategy for
Nope.
getting everybody to think, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, we should just deport all the Mexicans.
Yeah, there you go. That's a smart take from Daemon, the feminist.
Don Juan, where you at, Don Juan?
Yeah, keep giving her money, Don Juan. You fucking simp. Go ahead. Because I know she ain't reading your chats when you don't fucking super chat. That's for damn sure. But go ahead, keep donating money. Kat, go ahead. End the stream. It's up to you.
La 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 la.
And
la,
I'm
la,
bored.
la.
All right, so that was terrible. Is he gone?
Horrible. We all got a poor grade on this evaluation. We're all going to hell. We failed. We're getting held back a grade. Ladies and gentlemen, we all failed our LSATs, SATs, and everything, ASVABs, and beyond. We suck. Thank you.
Okay. So, Damon, before we go, I did want to talk about one last thing with you. Are you still there? Are you alive?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's move along. I didn't touch anything I wanted to talk about, but that's fine.
I mean,
so what do you think about Russia possibly, allegedly? Randy's here now. What do you think about Russia possibly, allegedly paying people like Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, all these other conservative type online personalities, possibly, allegedly, like $100 million, supposedly, allegedly coming from Russia? What are your thoughts on that?
I
Don't worry,
really
I'm here
understand.
now. Your lives just got better.
I don't understand how it's any
Be right back.
different to the Democrat Party paying online social influencers or the media in general to write whatever shit they want anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
what's the fucking difference? It's okay when we do it. That's the only fucking difference.
I mean, no, I agree. I think we should like really consider like maybe like trying to figure out how we can get some of that. So I made something that I'm gonna play right now. For you and I, Damon. This is for us, okay?
Cool.
Yeah, really funny.
Interesting.
So I assume you are on board.
Where were the women trying to fuck that bear?
What?
That's what I want to know.
The dude with the flag or the actual bear?
The actual bear. I thought all of the good bears out there are taken by feminists.
No. Yeah.
Isn't that what they've been pushing for?
Yeah,
What?
that's true.
Sure.
Hey, Jake, you look cute with that blonde hair. You kind of look like Steven.
Yeah, great job, bro. Yeah. I don't entertain queers though. Chill out, man. I still have a dick.
Well, anyways, are we ending it? Because I don't know.
Well, Randy just jumped on. What the fuck, Randy?
I
so
thought
late
that's
to the
why
party.
Pat was asking, are we ending
Why?
it? I was
Sorry,
like,
I-
Randy, what's Pat got
Randy,
against
why
you?
so tardy to the fucking goddamn party, my friend?
Well,
What the hell, man?
I just got home. I'm sorry.
Right on, man.
Pat
Right
sent
on.
me a link and told me to join at like 7, but
Oh god, she did it late.
Yeah, Kat can't tell the time. We realized that last week.
Yeah, she's a whammon, bro. I get it.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So let's see. Oh, do you want to see the thing about the economy? That
Hey, real quick, raging,
that
raging,
thing, yeah.
real quick, a funny one right here. Another one. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Raging Patriot says, "I'd rather be with the bear than Sarah or a woman."
Ooh,
Yeah.
but I am a bear. And Don Juan comes in with $1.99. He says, "Speak
Oh,
for
God.
yourself, LOL." Sarah, the other super chats. He
Useless
also
chat.
says, "BRICS is not a currency." Shaking my head.
Yeah.
And did I missed a couple because he said,
Who cares? Who
Don
cares?
Juan said, Jake has to interrupt to not hear the super chats. No wonder you get no super chats. LOL. Zara.
Oh yeah, I got
LOL.
none today.
Jake, you're more feminine than you think. LOL.
No.
LOL. LOL. And LOL.
Yeah. LOL.
Thank you, Don
Wait,
Juan.
did
We
Sarah say
appreciate
that
it.
she's a big hairy gay man?
Totally big hairy gay man.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify since you said you're a bear.
Amazing
Yes.
logic, by the way. From
I am
Don.
a terrible bear. You do not want to get trapped with me. I will eat you alive.
Yeah.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
It's not a good time, I promise you. It's terrible. I've already dried up Jake. He has no inkling of
None.
erection.
None. Yeah.
We've clarified that. I
Yeah.
I am not anything you'd want to do, want to be
Yeah.
around. Like, it's just gross.
She puts unerect penises in her mouth. Yeah.
No.
No. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, because
But you don't want anything to do
yeah,
with
definitely.
me.
I don't want anything to do with you. That's for goddamn
When a
sure.
guy says, "Hey, trouble,"
I
that's
mean, I don't
referring
blame
to
you.
me.
She's the discount Harley
Yeah, she's
Quinn.
gross.
Fucking
Yeah,
great
for
value
sure, bro.
Harley Quinn.
Total discount. Total discount.
Total.
Walmart, actually dollar store version of it.
No, not
So
even, bro. Actually,
you're on a budget.
The prostitute selling her pussy on the fucking corner, Harley Quinn. That's what you are. Not
No.
not even
No, I
Dollar
don't
Tree,
sell
bro.
it. I don't have to sell it. I just give it away for free because I'm like practically
Yeah.
paying them to do me. So it
100%.
happens.
It's gross. Disgusting.
Your father must be
Disgusting.
really proud of you.
Super
Yeah.
proud of all of these antics.
Yeah. Your ex-husband's probably proud as well for at one point marrying you.
Oh,
He's
it was
probably happy he got
terrible.
out
It
of
was a
it.
terrible
Yeah,
10-year marriage.
I
I
agree.
mean,
agree. Probably.
terrible. The worst
I don't know.
thing
Poor
you've
I
bastard.
ever
wasn't
had.
there.
Let's take
I
a
wasn't
moment of
there, but
silence for that guy.
You know when look at
One
Kat's
for my
face
homie.
right now. Look at Kat's face. Kat's thinking like you know that thing when like you see a car
Regret.
crash, you just can't look away. You're like, I have to watch this car crash. I can't look away. Kat's face is I'm in the car crash and
You're welcome.
I just can't get out. Look at it.
And
He's
Don
laughing.
Juan comes in with
Congrats. Now he
$1.99 and
has
he
11
says,
people watching.
"Congrats to Jake. Now he has 11 people watching." LOL.
Yeah. That's awesome.
He cares so much.
It's crazy that he came into my chat but didn't super chat me, bro. Come on.
Why would
Give me
he?
some of that
Why would he?
McDonald's money.
Why
Give me some of that
would he?
McDonald's money.
You're not nice to him. See, that's part of, just
Oh
common
yeah,
courtesy.
yeah. I gotta
Hey,
be
that
nice to
$2
these
could buy
fucking
you a
losers.
McChicken.
Yeah. Just buy me a McChicken, bro. Good. Anyways, Kat, you had this video to show.
Successful people in the brokies. No, I'm not. This is deadly serious. We've got rich people. We've got brokies. Give me the other pen, I'll draw them. So we've got rich people and we've got brokies, right? And both of these types of people are trying to benefit themselves. So what they're both trying to do is pass different legislation because the rich people want certain laws and the broke people want other laws. I'll give you a very simple example. The rich people want less taxes for the rich and the broke people believe there should be more taxes for the rich. So both of these people are lobbying government and they have different forms of power. So we have the government here above them that they're both trying to extract value from. Government. So you got M and V there. You see the M and the V. So from the rich people, the government's relationship is they're trying to take money from the rich and in return give them things that make the rich people want to work hard and innovate and stay in the country, not run away, because people who are rich can run away. And from the broke people, they're trying to take V, the votes, because there's more broke people than rich people. So they appeal to the broke people to steal the votes. And in return, they promise them things like free money and a whole bunch of stuff. That's effectively what's happening in the society as a whole here. We have rich, broke, and the government. And the rich people and the broke people want completely different things. One second. Can you turn the aircon on? It's as hot as a man's ass in here. Andrew, I don't appreciate being bossed around on this podcast. It's fucking hot. As a man who recently
Wait.
It's hot as a man's ass.
Do you think men's asses are hot?
Smart.
Yeah.
Good counter.
I was like, what the fuck?
So these two groups are petitioning the government in different ways. And what they're trying to do is the rich people and the broke people are both trying to move society in different directions. What the rich people are trying to do effectively is the rich people's goal is to move higher up the scale of rich people. So within the rich people, you have a scale. You have the super rich and you have the kind of rich. And what the rich people want to do is move their position along this scale further up towards super rich. And the easiest way to do that is to petition the government to allow them to exploit the brokies more. If I can use more of the brokies' time and energy, if I can use more brokey power, I can then move myself further up the rich scale. which will make me at certain points large enough and rich enough that the amount of money I give the government puts me effectively above the law. Then I can hang out with Obama and get fucked in the ass. That's what they're trying to do. What the broke people are trying to do is they're trying actually.
He's right on that, dude. Honestly.
But they won't admit that because they have to pretend they hate the rich because they're trying to tax the rich. They wouldn't want to tax the rich if they were rich. So they try to jump teams, but in the meantime, they're pretending they dislike the rich and that they have some degree of unity with the brokies, but they don't.
So the cool kids that the nerds can't hang out with, but if the cool kids welcome the nerds into the cool kids table, they'd be ecstatic to be there.
Exactly. So the brokies are trying to get on the rich team. Now, primarily what the government will do is it will say, brokey, if you do X, Y, Z, you'll end up on the rich team. But that's a lie. And they'll only do that to benefit the government. And primarily by benefiting the government is benefiting these rich people who are high enough up here at the super rich team. Benefits the super rich team more than it benefits them.
The people who own universities, for example.
Exactly.
Tell lies to the brokies, extend credit to brokies only for education, take trillions in educational debt, give all the money to the super rich who own the universities, and promise the brokies that they'll one day get rich because they went to university, which they, of course, won't.
So when you have something like immigration, what it basically is the super rich people saying, I need more brokey time and energy. But the brokies, the native brokies, want too much money for their time and energy, or they want healthcare, or they want work standards, or they want pensions. No, I need pure slavery. I need slaves. So government, we would like you, using their money, we're going to give you lots of money to let in lots of immigrants so that the brokey bubble inflates with super brokies.
Super brokies, right.
Super brokies.
How racist can I make this drawing?
As racist as possible, please. Super brokies, so that we can get the super brokies to do what we want, while we further up the rich scale. That's effectively what's happening. Now, when they bring in the super brokies, this is very bad for the brokies because the brokies now are less valuable. Their time is worth less. Their wages go down. Plus, they have to live amongst the super brokies. But the rich people don't care about that because the rich people don't live anywhere near the super brokies. The rich people live separate. So the rich people are asking the government to bring in all these immigrants so that they can get richer. The poor can end up poorer, and the poor areas become terrible, and the rich places stay fine. What's actually interesting is the brokey bubble is expanding in real time because they're inflating the currency because the government also has a secret deal with these super rich people here, a star here and a star here. And that deal is to print unlimited money so anyone who owns assets gets to get richer than ever before. So this is happening, which is also expanding the brokey bubble. And now we're at the point where they're actually starting to take the middle class and the people who used to be a little bit rich, and they're getting added to the brokey bubble. So the brokey bubble is now expanding out, and the kind of rich people are now becoming broke because having $3 or $4 million used to make you rich. Now it makes you a fucking peasant. It means nothing. And before you know it, you're living amongst this guy with a knife.
Now let's not give him any racist name, but let's call him, for the sake of this, Darcel. Darcel Michael.
Darcel Michael. So when you look at any government idea, like immigration, you put it into this very simple graph, and you understand what's going on. It's very simple, right? You could do this. You could take climate change and apply it to this perfectly.
And I know what you're going to say. How does Darcel become working labor when he's running around with that machete? I'll tell you how. Let's do a little star for government. You drew the star wrong, though. The star has to have more points. I think the star is something like this. Let's draw a different star. We draw stars different ways. So the government, right, and the super rich work together to make grants for houses for Darcel. So this is Darcel's house, right? And Darcel's house is funded by the taxpayer, but the super rich own the house and get government contracts because the rent is paid to the people who own the buildings to house Darcel by the general farm of taxpayers, including the kind of rich. So that's how Darcel can benefit the super rich. And obviously, if Darcel tries to go to the super rich houses, there are gates and armed guards, and you can't get them.
Now, the biggest famoose in all of this, I need another color. Give me another color, friend.
No, there's only two. Black and blue.
The biggest famoose in all of this is the people who get fucked hardest. And the people who get fucked the hardest, I'll explain to you, are the kind of rich. And I'll tell you why. These people get ass fucked. Because what's basically happening is the government is promising the brokies free money in exchange for their votes. And the government, in exchange for their money, is promising the rich things that are going to benefit them that allow them to get richer.
Right,
so what the government does is it says, we're going to give more money to brokies. So the brokies and super brokies.
And they're giving you the money and taxing. Yeah.
That makes them happy.
Including Darcel.
Including Darcel. That makes them happy, and they're going to vote for the government. They get this cash from printing it via the star system, the inflation, which benefits the super rich, or by taxing the middle class, because they can't tax the super rich, because the super rich have complicated tax structures. That means they have no jurisdiction over it. People think you just tax a billionaire. You can't, because the billionaire puts his money in the country where you can't get his money. So you can't tax it. Whereas these people who are kind of rich in the middle still have their money in the country. So they pay all these taxes plus inflation, which all benefits the super rich, to give money to the brokies. And when the brokies have money, because of the mainstream media machine, and because brokies are idiots, they can't do anything with that money besides ending up giving it back to the super rich at some point. So when Darcel gets some money and he wants to buy Nike shoes because he's finna
look at the diagram. Nikes, fresh pair of Nikes.
Because he finna get him some Jordans.
Finna get some Jordans, yeah.
When he wants to buy those, he buys from the Nike Corporation, which is owned by someone who is super rich. If he decided to not buy Nikes and go buy food, he'd buy it from a grocery store, and the grocery store is owned by the super rich. If he's on Amazon.com and decides to buy something on Amazon.com, that's owned by the super rich. If he decides to go and drink alcohol, that's owned by Global Alliance Brands or whoever that own every single alcohol brand in the world, and that is owned by somebody who is super rich. Even if he decided, even if he was the smartest super brokey in the world, decided to put it in the stock market, he's then inflating the price of stocks, and the companies which are publicly traded are owned by the super rich. So by giving money to the brokies, they're effectively giving it to the super rich. Because if you think of something like the stimulus check, when they gave all the broke people $2,000 within a week, each rich person had hundreds of thousands of broke people's $20,000 or whatever it was, $2,000, because they spent it all. And when they spend it, there's no way to spend money without giving it to the super rich. And super brokies can't save money because they have no money, they have to spend it. So by giving money from the government to the brokies, you end up giving all to the super rich. Each super rich person gets hundreds of thousands of brokies allocation of free money. The people in the middle get fucked. The currency inflates, which benefits the super rich. The brokies are happy because they got a little bit of money and they're finna get them some Jordans. They then vote for the company or the team that gives out the most money. And government becomes who can give out the most money to the brokies and the super brokies. And in exchange for all this, because the super people get super rich, they have more money to give to the government. And in exchange, the government does more of what they want, which is import more super brokies for slave labor. And the people who are here, and the people who are here's lives detriment in real time. And the people who are once kind of rich end up broke and living amongst Darcel. Makes sense. I mean, Darcel's right. Darcel's literally moved into our house. That's how bad it's got. We're billionaires. And we're now living amongst these people. So that's what happens. This is government. This is the big scam. On top of all this, to convince you that everything the government's doing is good, you have the propaganda machine. The infallible BBC. The media. Effectively, what government is government is saying, don't have control over your life. Let me have control over your life. Trust me with everything. Don't build your own roads. I'll build roads. Don't have your own police. I'll make police. Don't have your own courts. I'll make courts. Trust me. And to make themselves seem trustworthy, they have to convince all of the people that they are good and fair and nice people. And to do that, they do it with the media machine, which broadcasts permanent and endless propaganda out towards all levels of the society. They sit there and say, the government's great, everything's good, we know what we're doing, we know we're importing super brokies, this is a good idea, it's fine. Because what's really interesting, not only does the media work for government, but the media is also owned by the super rich. So the media also say things that benefit the super rich. So if the super rich want more super brokies, the media is going to say we should have more super brokies. And if the super rich want the government to give more money to brokies, so the brokies can end up spending it because they finna get them some Jordans and give it back to the super rich, then the super rich will tell their media companies to convince the brokies to ask the government for more money. Because the media work for the super rich and effectively convince everybody at home that government is great and you should do as they say. And that's why you can't escape the mainstream media. That's why you don't have to pay for it. Think about it. What kind of business is the mainstream media? The super rich invest lots of money in the mainstream media, costs lots of money to have all these reporters and fly them all around the world and have video and all this stuff, all these pedophiles and all these video editors, but nobody pays for it. What kind of business is that when no one buys mainstream media? When's the last time anyone spent a penny on the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post or CNN? No. Why is it broadcasting every single airport head lounge? Why is it showing up? Why can you not avoid this stuff? Because the super rich spend endless money on a loss leader investing in the propaganda machines so that people can do what they want in regards to voting for the government that's going to give the most money to the brokies and import the most super brokies. So Darcel gives some Jordans, which is owned by the super rich people. And the people who get fucked the most are usually the people in the middle. It's a big club and you ain't in it. That's the system. Then when you have someone like my brother and I who are outside of the media machine. So we went from here, brokey scale. We somehow navigated the poorhouse. This guy's in the poorhouse. It's doing the house, yeah? We navigated the poorhouse, right? We navigated going to the super brokey level. We navigated getting stabbed by Darcel. We navigated all of this, kind of skipped to the kind of rich phase, and ended up here in this bubble. And it comes to that bubble, like, what the fuck are these two half Darcels doing here? Let's call them human traffickers by the media machine. They don't like us being here because we can see this whole diagram. If this diagram is 3D, this would be out here, and the rest would be downhill. You can only see the diagram from up here. And now that I'm sitting here, they are furious. They're all for diversity and inclusivity in the fucking inner cities, but two half-black fucking council estate kids get super rich. Suddenly we're bad guys, and we need to be taken down. And because we're globally renowned, we're saying things which are counter to their media machine. We have our own point of view, which is countering to their media machine. So they're investing millions of dollars in the media machine, trying to convince you all to become gay faggots. And I'm just on Rumble saying, don't be a gay faggot. So they're like, well, why are you letting these guys do that? Let's petition the government, which we give lots of money to get rid of them. And the government uses the lawfare, the legal system, to try and get rid of the people who talk against the media because the media convinces everyone to chop the dicks off and become gay. And they want you to do that so you don't resist the importation of people who have knives and blades and arrange to stab you and your family. Because they want to bring all super brokies in. And any man with a masculine spirit is going to be resistant to that because he understands they're dangerous and he has a family to protect. So they want to instead convince you to put things up your butthole and cut your cock off so they can import as many super brokies as possible. So Darcel can run around with a blade stabbing lots of people. And then what they can do is offer a solution. The solution to that is not only a police state more control over everything you do, it's also to give more money to these people because that's the reason they do it, because they're disadvantaged. So give them more money, and then Darcel finna get him some Jordans, which benefits the super rich who don't even live in this area, don't see any of this anyway, and they're just away from it all on a private jet somewhere in Barbados. That's what's happening.
That's a lot of it's information overload there. But
I think we should stop. Like, I think we should leave the rich alone. Leave the rich alone. The rich like end up putting back into society in so many other ways. Like, leave the fucking rich alone, okay?
Well, hold on. What do you mean by the rich, though?
Anybody
like Mark Zuckerberg? We should leave Mark Zuckerberg alone.
Leave him alone. Leave him
Why?
alone. Just like
he literally does election interference.
By way of
Mark Zuckerberg does election interference. Why should we leave him alone?
I'm talking about the taxing concept. Like, just leave him alone.
Okay. Why should we leave Mark Zuckerberg alone, who does election interference?
If you like, in terms of taxing, I'm not talking about their political agendas or anything like that. I'm talking about the money that they make and the taxing that goes with it. Like, because if you made it to that level, you'd want to be left the fuck
Yeah,
alone.
but there's a little bit more
There's
nuance there than
no
just saying leave them
incentive.
alone.
There is no incentive to become rich or do well or create a business.
There's no
that does
incentive to
well.
do well or be
What I'm
rich.
saying, there is no
We're talking about, I think, with
incentive to do all of these things if you're just going to end up paying 50% instead of 25% to the government.
Well, hold on there. Hold on there.
Leave 'em
When you
alone.
say, yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. No.
Okay.
And I get where you're coming from. Like you're saying, oh, well, they pay a lot of the taxes and we should just leave them alone. No, not necessarily. You know, we got Mark Zuckerberg and a lot of these billionaires and millionaires that have a huge influence in our society as a culture that push a lot of propaganda, left-wing propaganda.
Why is
You're-
their
So
influence
you're
so
telling me,
strong?
hold on. I'm not done with my question.
Why is their
Hold on,
influence so strong,
hold on.
though? Their influence is
on.
so strong because
Bro,
we're a bunch
I'm
of
not even-
tards that watch TikTok and can't actually look into context, right?
Okay,
So we
yeah,
like
but
to sit
can
there
I finish
and,
my
and
thought here?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, great. So why in the world would you say, "Oh, leave them alone through taxes, etc." Okay, okay, can you just take that off, please? Great. Why on earth would you say, "Well, leave Mark Zuckerberg alone and don't tax him and he does this and that." Hold on a second. And I get where you're coming from. I totally get where you're okay, well, don't tax the rich as high. Well, that's a different subject. When you say don't leave them alone, you would agree that we should, to a degree, say, hey, a lot of these people that are in these rich societies do have huge influence on the middle income and the poor, right?
Because we allow it.
And no, but yeah, okay.
Because we allow it. Let's
but
no.
hold on.
You cannot blame
That's
them.
not a-
You
that's
can't
not an
blame
answer.
them for being good at their jobs.
Why not?
Right?
Hold on.
What you can blame, what you actually, I will blame Don Juan coming in with the $1.99 McDonald's. Da 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 da. I'm loving it. Crispy nuggets.
Go on with your
And coming in
fake
again with another $1.99. No matter what, I've met the Tates. Jake hasn't. LOL.
No, he hasn't. Just go on with your take, Sarah.
Whatever makes the flow. But in any event, what I'm saying is that, like, pardon me,
Leave them alone. Yeah.
the social influence, the reason why the social influence stands is because we as we're us gen poppers, right? Watch the shit and we're involved in it and we believe it. Okay. It's general stupidity across
So you
the
should leave them
masses.
alone through that?
What I'm that
Because
that
it's
has
our
nothing
fault?
to do with taxes and societal influence are two very separate topics, right? If you're talking about societal
the people that-
influence, if
Jake,
you're
don't
talking
you
about
know, if somebody
societal
stab you in the back,
influence,
just leave them alone. Just let them stab you in the back. Just leave them alone.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is insane. No, don't just sit there and say leave fucking Mark Zuckerberg alone and leave fucking
in terms of taxes,
dude.
Jake,
No,
can I
a tax
ask
is a
a
tax.
question? Jake,
Like,
I
leave the
just want to
bracket as
understand.
it is.
Hang a second. I just want to understand something from Jake. Jake, sorry. Roughly, what is the tax that an average worker in the US has to pay? What percentage is it roughly over there?
roughly, I don't have it at the
But
top
it's
of my
about
head,
25,
but
about
around
25%.
25 or
is
so,
going to
yeah.
state
Or
and
actually, I
federal.
think it's a little bit less, but yeah, around
Well,
that.
about you can between state
Around
and
there.
federal, you
Yeah,
can say
around
about
there.
25% of your
all right.
paycheck is gone.
So would you, I think you would you agree that if an average, if the average worker is paying 25%, if he starts like making it to kind of like the more
Real
wealthy
quick. A super chat came in. Alex Kirsch from the Alex Kirsch Project comes in with a super chat saying, what is Sarah talking about? And by the way, he's a left-wing liberal guy, and he doesn't even know what the hell you're talking about, Sarah. So
I'm not left-winged. I'm not lefty.
Yeah, but you're talking, at the end of the day, you're talking like mumbo jumbo. So even a left-wing guy doesn't even understand what the hell you're talking about. Damon, go ahead.
Well, I wouldn't expect a left-winger to get it because that's
Damon, go ahead.
not a left-wing concept. This is
Woman,
more
quiet.
right-wing
Damon,
concept.
go ahead.
If you were to like move into the wealthier bracket and you started earning millions or tens of millions or even more than that, do you agree that you should still pay the same 25%, or should you pay higher?
No, I don't agree with that.
What don't you agree with? Like, do you agree that you should pay 25?
So here's the thing. If we're going to tax people, I get you there. And again, the taxes, and here's the dilemma here, Daemon. It's a little bit more nuanced. Would you trust the government with taxpayer money more so than the average citizen?
No, not really.
You would rather trust the average citizen rather than the government, correct?
Yeah, to a degree, yeah.
To a degree, yeah, I got you there. Okay, so it's kind of the same thing with the rich. The rich are the ones that make the jobs, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that make the jobs. They're the ones that
we know the
get
trickle-down
taxed.
economics thing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, bro. So I would say, look, I don't think charging them fucking 30% or what they want, fucking 70% tax rate, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's all going to go to the government. We don't want that. However, at the end of the day, when you have the rich fucking putting their money into funds that are outside of the United States so that they don't get taxed, well, I don't blame them. I don't fucking blame them for that.
Neither do I.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why
See, this
we
is
should
this
leave
is
them
my
alone.
point.
Leave them
We
alone.
need to
Hold on.
move to an area, right, where look, we understand, like on the right wing, we understand the difference between equality and equity, right? And ideally we should be in a situation that is as equal as possible, right? Now, in my opinion, you don't get any fairer than saying, I'm going to take a percentage. If we're going to have taxes, the fairest way to do it is to take a percentage, right? Because if you earn a little bit or if you earn a lot, a percentage is the fairest way to judge it. I can't say to a rich guy, I'm going to take 10,000 from you, and then go to a guy like Don Juan who's working at McDonald's and say, I'm going to get 10,000 from you either, right? Because like
he doesn't have it.
That
Yeah.
10,000 is going to impact the poorer guy a lot more, understandably.
Sure.
But if
Even
you say
though
I'm going to
he
take
claims
a
he's
fraction,
rich, maybe he does have it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Even if he's rich, man, if he,
Yeah,
those
he's
$1.99s
rich
add up.
flipping burgers at McDonald's, probably.
Those $1.99s add up. They creep
Yeah.
up. But look, you're gonna have to say that the fairest way to do it is to take a percentage. I'm going to take a percentage from the poor guy. I'm going to take a percentage from the rich guy. And at the end of the day, the rich guy is going to end up paying more dollars, but it's still the same percentage. So he's going to feel it in the same way that the poor guy feels it. They'll both feel it the same, right?
Yes.
So that's the fairest way we can do it. The thing is that the liberals have kind of fed it to most of the people out there who don't really get it that well, to get outraged at the fact that the rich get tax breaks and the poor people don't really.
You know
get
why
as
that's
much
a reason,
benefit.
right? You know why they
But
get
you
tax
explained
breaks.
it. You just explained it. The trickle down economics. The rich
Yes.
people put more money back in the system, right?
Yes.
Who do you think pays the fucking poor people? It's not the government. It's the rich people.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying leave them alone.
No, and I understand
leave them
you when you said
alone.
it. To be fair like, I agree with both of you, because I agree with what Jake just explained there. Everything that Jake said there was 100% right. The point when Sarah said leave them alone, I heard you. You did say with regards to the taxes. The other shit, I think Sarah also agrees. Like the influence-wise, the stuff that Jake was getting on with the Zuckerberg thing, and with all of the crooked shit that Zuckerberg was doing, even though he only admitted it after the fact. Yeah, we hid the fucking laptop story. We buried that because we were told and we were pressured. Like, with that respect, Sarah, do you agree that like Zuckerberg should at least answer for that shit? I know it's got nothing to do with the taxes, but
I
like
don't
that
even
kind of
know
shit.
what it is you're talking about. Like, I don't
Yeah,
keep up with
she
that.
can't. Yeah,
That's the crooked business shit side that
that's what I'm
Zuckerberg was doing.
saying, though, is like the societal, cultural portion of everything. Like, I don't keep up with it. I don't. I 110%
Okay, but with regards
don't.
to tax, with regards to the
But as
tax
far as
shit, I
taxes, I
agree.
think you should leave the rich alone, because
Yeah,
they are the people that fuel this country. And if they get breaks, it's because they fucking earned it.
But let's
Like,
be honest though, right now,
they're the
if
reason
you
why you have a fucking paycheck. Like, leave them the fuck alone.
Well, there's a little bit more nuance there, but I get your overall point. You're just saying like tax breaks, etc. Okay, fair enough. But at the same time, because they have so much money, they have influence. Influence comes with money, right, Sarah?
And if
wait,
you have that much
before you
money,
move
you would
on,
want
Sarah?
that much influence. Yeah.
Right.
If you,
but wait,
if you
before
had
you
that
move
much
on
money,
to,
you would want that much influence, right?
Well,
wait a second.
Well, hold on.
Because that
Not necessarily.
influence,
No.
that influence, and here's why, because that influence feeds into just like the Tates were saying, it feeds back into the government, and what kind of policies we're pushing out. So if I am running some kind of
So then why would we leave
business
them
where
alone?
I'm talking about the tax breaks.
Okay,
and
outside of that, outside of taxes, would you say that we should leave the rich alone outside of that?
Outside of that is beyond what I'm talking about. I'm talking
No,
about
no,
just
but I'm
the
asking you,
taxes.
should you say that we should question the rich outside of the taxes?
If you're talking about like they're doing something wrong, then
No.
if they're doing something wrong, then yeah, we should question that and bring that up to But as far I'm talking about, because this whole video was just about taxes. Like that
it
is what
wasn't.
I'm talking about
No.
right now is
Well, it
taxes.
wasn't
That's the
actually.
only.
No, it was a little
he
bit
was
more.
explaining the whole way the taxes work and the
No, he
way it
wasn't. No.
feeds
That was one
back
component.
in. And because
It's a 15-minute video. That was one component of that. It wasn't necessarily just about taxes, Sarah.
But he was talking about like if I have all the money, I can feed back into the government, and that feeds back into the credits that I get for the taxes that I don't have to pay now. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. And again, it wasn't necessarily all about taxes. It wasn't an education about taxes. Sorry.
Well,
but
wait a
however,
second. Look, Jake, to be fair, I didn't watch the whole 50-minute video. I haven't seen that. I'll try and check it out. But like, do you think that if we were to tell the rich people in America today, look, we're going to bring your tax bracket down to the same 25% that the average earner makes and pays, right? Don't you think that all of a sudden, though, that overseas money they're fucking having, a lot of it would come back into the country, and that they would actually be paying more? That, like, most rich people that I know, and I know quite a few rich people, right?
Yeah.
If you told them we're not going to super tax you, right? Anthony Hopkins became an American citizen because he didn't want to pay 95% fucking tax in the UK.
Right.
So he went to America, and he was like, I'm okay paying the fucking high taxes on rich people in America. He gave up a fucking knighthood so that he could just go. The press were telling him, you realize we're not going to call you Sir Anthony Hopkins again. He was like, get fucked. I want my money. Do you think I care about being called sir? Fuck that shit. I want my money. So he went to America, became an American citizen,
sure,
and he was happy paying tax in America. Now, the wealthy people that I've worked with that I know, if you told them, listen, you don't have to pay your accountant to jump through all these fucking legal loopholes. You're just going to be paying 25% now on the money you earn. They'll be like, yeah, great. The first thing they'll probably do is fire their fucking accountant. And they'll just be like, I can save money there. All the money I'm paying my fucking accountant.
Right, because now the deductions and credits go away.
Yeah, so they're like,
percentage. Yeah.
So they're just like, I'm going to pay a fair amount of tax. I don't need XYZ accounts abroad, right? I'm not hiding my money in other countries now. And all I'm doing is like making my money and paying a normal amount of tax. I think that would benefit America. That would, any country that did that would suddenly see, holy shit, we were expecting that we're going to lose money, but we're actually getting more money. Why? Because those people aren't jumping through all those fucking loopholes, because they know that even if it's done in the as legal way as possible, if they get caught, they're fucked. Because the moment you get caught, you're not going to pay the money you owe. You're not going to pay the money you owe plus interest. You're not even going to pay that. You're going to pay the money you owe plus interest plus the penalty to be made an example of. They're going to make you the fucking example. You're going to be like,
this is why I have so much respect for you, fucking Damon, because you read the goddamn room, you listen, and you know what we're fucking talking about. Thank you.
But this is what Jake's been saying as well. To be fair,
oh my cringe.
Yeah. She doesn't see that though. At the end of the day, because at the end of the day, you've been kind of riding her little clit here. But I will tell you this, Daemon. Yeah, you kind of have, bro. But I will tell you this.
Don Juan coming in with the $1.99. He says,
Dude,
okay,
Sarah,
abolish the government because the rich own the government. And then he comes in again and he says, man, all these super chats are tax deductible. LOL. Then Don Juan comes in again and he says, for $1,000, you too can have an account in the Cayman. LOL. Then he comes in with another $1.99. He says, I'm in Dave's mind as well.
So interesting.
LOL. Thank you, Don Juan.
The thing I just want to ask Jake is, Jake, like in the rest of that video,
I know, bro.
In the rest of that video, or actually forget the video, but what do you think would be the most effective way? What would you do, right? If you were to say, look, we're going to tax the rich 25%, But on somebody like, for example, Mark Zuckerberg, or somebody like what's his name, the Amazon guy, Bezos,
Yeah,
Bezos,
Bezos.
because
Jeff
didn't he
Bezos.
buy New York Times, right? I think it was New York
Yeah,
Times.
yeah. So that's a simple
Yeah.
question, bro. Again, the big problem when it comes to these big companies is that they monopolize everything. What did Jeff Bezos do to make Amazon? You do realize he monopolized the entire fucking delivery aspect, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Correct. Right. So why is it that we're
And
allowing
he's
these
got
companies?
Deliveroo, and he's got all the other shit as well.
Yeah. So why is it that we're allowing these companies to monopolize everything? It destroys competition.
Yeah,
So when
because
you
I
say,
thought you guys
hold on, Daemon, shut up. So when you say, well, what's the answer? Should we tax these fucking companies? It's not about taxing. That's irrelevant. It's about not monopolizing competition, Daemon. Okay. If
No,
you want to go
I
down to
thought
the,
you already had that though.
bro,
I thought
if
you
you
already
want
had that.
no,
We're
not at
kind
all.
of excluding that from
again, can I answer the
context
question,
of what we're talking
Sarah?
about, though.
No,
we're
it
just talking
is.
about the taxes specifically.
Bro, again, if you want to talk about the taxes, it's not a fucking straight up answer where you say, oh, just tax them 25% or tax them 95%. It's not the case, bro. It's not the case. The case is that these companies monopolize our society. Amazon did the same shit. Okay. They literally, they said, okay, we're going to fucking make a website where we sell everything. We're going to fucking do movies. Okay, Disney monopolized the entire entertainment industry. Look at Big Pharma, bro. Big Pharma's literally monopolized all the way around.
Darn, we're
again,
really good at our job, and now we're getting
Sarah,
paid
shut the fuck
for
up.
it.
I'm talking. Shut the fuck up,
Life
dude.
sucks.
Sarah, shut the fuck up. I'm talking, dude.
But like, I mean,
So let me
somebody
finish.
was really good at what they did. So
So
what?
can I
Sarah,
fucking?
do you actually
It's monopolizing,
think it's better?
Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, do you think it's actually better to have monopolies than to have competition? Like in terms of for the
I
general
don't think it's
population?
necessarily better, but what I'm saying is like shit happens.
Then why the
Move
fuck are you doing?
on.
Why the fuck are you? No.
So somebody did
Then we
really
should
good.
just
Amazon
okay. So
did
then
really
when
good.
the
Disney
okay,
did
so when
really
Not the
good. They're all
point, bro.
really
It's
good.
monopolizing.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
what?
Like
Who paid
Sarah,
for that monopoly?
so when the Nazis were marching across Europe, taking over country after country,
That's
trying
a
to get world
totally
domination,
different concept.
No, it's
we should
not.
just
No, it's
turn the
not.
other
No, it's
cheek.
not.
We should just turn the other cheek.
Down by saying
No,
that.
they're just good at them. They're just
The
good at what they
Nazis
do.
monopolized
They're
the
just
world.
good at it.
No, stop. That's a
No, they're just
totally
good at what
different
they
arena.
do.
Stop.
Thank you, Randy.
Stop. That is not even close to
This
what
is the
we're
stupidity that
discussing.
we're
No,
with here.
that's not even close.
Dude,
not
you
even
don't
close.
realize that
They're
monopolization
like
is
literally killing people. And,
no,
and
dude,
we're talking about like
dude, Amazon is
Verizon.
literally killing other fucking businesses, mom and pop shops. They're killing them too.
So
on
wait,
an
so
you
wait a
can't
second.
compete. You can't
level.
compete. Shit happens. Move the fuck on.
Oh,
Can I
a
just
mom and
ask?
pop
Hang a
could
second.
fucking compete with Amazon? Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking dumb? Dude, seriously.
Or you could utilize
Seriously.
Amazon
Sarah,
as a
I'm gonna
third
go out on-
party
Oh my
to
God,
sell your
Sarah.
shit.
Sarah,
That's
I'm gonna go out on a
monopolization,
limb.
Sarah.
Sarah, I'm
what?
gonna go out on a limb
So
and
the
guess
fuck
that
up.
you've probably never taken an economics class, have you?
Nope, never,
So-
never. You
That's,
got
hold
me.
up,
I'm
hold
not
up.
surprised to hear that. I assume so.
Randy. I just wanted to ask, because maybe you know something about this, but I wanted to ask Jake as well. I don't know about the U.S. laws, right? But there's a U.S. company that's operating across Europe, which there's various. I think there's probably about 5 or 6 different private hospital companies across Europe. And one of those is an American company. It's really successful. It's really good. They've got fantastic consultants working for them. They've got the best equipment.
Is it
They
is it
offer
Mayo
a great,
Clinic or Cleveland
no, it's
Clinic?
is one of them, but it's not that one. It's a bigger one. But just one of the things that happened just before COVID hit was that they got looked into by the competition authority, right? Because they basically said that they had way too many hospitals in the central cities in these countries. They said that this is how many hospitals are in the capital cities. This is how many are in the central district of I don't know how many different countries. And they said out of those
Thank you,
hospitals,
Legendary.
they basically said that the overwhelming majority belongs to this one hospital
Even her
group.
chat's agreeing with me. That's how dumb her take is. Her take.
So
not
so
her.
basically what happened is
your take, girl.
The
I mean, we know you're
competition.
terrible. You have bangs. You know how dumb you have to be to think bangs
I
look good
am
on
a
anyone?
terrible,
God damn.
terribly ugly woman. I've hit the wall.
Well,
I'm the worst thing on earth.
Your dumbass
All
chat
I'm
with super chats
saying,
fucking literally were
all
dissing
I
on me.
said,
I
all I
answered the
said
fucking
was,
question,
leave
and you
them
want to
the
say,
fuck
"What
alone.
taxes?"
You shouldn't be taxing the rich like
That's not the
it's
point here. Yes,
tax
the
the
question
rich,
is,
give to the poor.
the
Like I don't think we should be
the
doing
question
that.
is, the question
Leave them
was,
alone. That's all I said.
the
Leave them
question
alone.
was, what's the remedy to that? And I fucking did the remedy, and you want to interrupt me, and now Damon's on a fucking rant. I fucking said that, and even Randy
Jake,
over here is.
I'm asking you a question, Jake. I'm not having a rant. I'm just asking you a question because I'm trying to get to the
No,
end of it.
look, dude, I'm not
So-
dissing on you. I'm just saying that I answered the fucking question. I was going on that.
Yeah.
Sarah wants to interrupt, and then now everybody else has their chime in. The only one that had a great take there was Randy. Randy actually fucking put it in a great way of the Nazis monopolizing the world. Yes, that's a dangerous thing to monopolize.
Not to say that for the fact, but you know,
It's
Don
monopolizing.
one comes in with the $4.99. He
Who cares about
says,
Don-
Jake the
dude.
communist. Monopoly only happens because of
Oh
the
yeah,
government.
I'm a
I'm
communist
leaving.
because I say I don't want fucking I don't want
understand
Hitler to take over the
economics.
fucking world, dumbass.
Go F.A. Hayek. Stop taxing me.
Right.
Thank you.
So
This guy's a
Jake,
fucking
like,
idiot. Go on.
normally these countries would look into those companies and in that sense they would say like, okay, the service that you offer, you're offering a better service than any of the other hospitals. As a result, you're getting most of the business. As a result, you can open more hospitals and do more business. But we're going to step in now and we're going to stop you from opening these hospitals. And we're going to tell you that you need to close 3 because there needs to be fair competition, right? Now, that competition was there in the beginning, but the thing is that they lost it. Like the other hospitals lost that competition against a better company. And now you have somebody coming in and saying, no, with your extra success, you're not allowed to open more hospitals because you're dominating the market. And we're going to stop that because like you're going to have the monopoly. Now, most people would look at a move like that and say, that kind of looks like equity. We're holding back the successful person to let the less successful people catch up. And they would say, that's equity. You're punishing somebody for being successful. Now, I agree that monopolies are bad. I agree that having Amazon just do everything and having the mom and pop shops
It's the same thing in China. They are doing the same thing in China, and that's done by the government, by the way.
Is it like that Weibo thing that wants to be the everything app? Like they've got that thing in China that's like the everything app that offers everything.
Yes, exactly. That's monopolization, bro.
Now, I agree that monopolizing the market
So
like
why
that
are you?
is wrong.
Why, hold on. Why are you directing this question to me? You should be
No,
directing that
because
to
I just
Sarah.
want to ask, is there anything, how does that apply in America then? Because this is an American company.
Okay,
that's
so the
being
question
controlled like
was, and I'll answer that. The question was, what would I do? You said, oh, are you going to tax them 95% or 25%? I said, dude, taxes doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah,
I would say,
I agree.
yes, and
I agree.
Yes, okay, so when I talk about monopolization, Sarah's going off. You're fucking going after me as well. Look, at the end of the day,
No. I was just asking, what is it like in America? Because this is what it's like in the UK. If we see a monopoly,
what's the incentive of doing well?
No, but because in the UK and in other European countries, when we see somebody who's cornering the market like that, even if it's an American company, it doesn't matter where the company's from. The countries across Europe are going to say, you're not allowed to do that. You're dominating the market too much. So I'm asking you, Jake, is there nothing like that in America then? In America, is there nobody?
Well, here's the thing. You already know that with social media. For example, social media had, what is it? X, right? And they said, oh, you right-wing fucking far right guys, go get your own social media and you can just prattle around your right-wing crazy takes. What did they do? They did
Rumble, Truth Social, and all that.
Yeah, all those things. Now they're going after them and trying to shut them down. It's not a matter of go ahead and start your own company. They're saying, no, we're going to monopolize it. But at the same time, we're going to give you the narrative that you should do that. It's fucking bullshit. And this is what these companies do. Monopolization is the fucking full problem. Okay, Disney did it. Amazon has done it. All these companies do. Warner Brothers, another example. Okay,
so they can
again
afford to buy somebody
pretty much
out.
all the car companies as well. Most car companies are owned by the same like 2 or 3 companies.
Yeah,
exactly. That's true. Ford, etc. Yes.
Stellantis is one of the biggest ones.
Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, like that's all.
Yeah, all those are owned by Stellantis.
But Sarah's behind that. She says, yeah, go for it. Who cares? Monopolize everything and allow them to control every market of your life. That's the problem here. And this is why I say Sarah is actually a left-wing liberal person, because she doesn't realize the damage behind that. I'm saying I want less government. I want less fucking of that control.
I
want
agree with less
competition.
government.
No, you don't, because you were literally making an entire
More
argument.
government would be regulating the market.
Jesus, Sarah, you've been so inconsistent on your fucking takes. It's ridiculous. Okay, you really have.
I
bro.
mean, I do agree with Jake here. There's a moment that you were saying, leave the rich alone, don't tax the rich, blah blah blah. And the next second you're saying, oh, tax them 25%.
Well, what I'm saying is,
do we tax
no,
them?
what
Do we
I
leave them alone?
stop. What I
let
said,
Randy talk. You've been
hold
flattering
on.
the whole time. How about you
Nope,
let Randy
I
talk?
I mean, that's all I was going to say. She can go ahead.
What I'm saying is that, thank you, Randy. What I'm saying is, like, I know that 25% of my paycheck, right, of what I make in my 9 to 5 is gone. Like, the government just takes it. It's gone. Goodbye. So if they tax the rich, right, that same amount, whatever, leave them the fuck alone. I don't care if they get taxed.
Yeah, you
less,
don't care.
I
That's
don't
the
care.
problem.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
that's
Why
the
do I
problem.
care? They earned it. They earned that tax bracket.
That's
They
the
earned that
problem.
right. They found those credits. They can afford.
It's not necessarily the argument.
They can afford the right to figure that out with their tax accountant, and they can, like,
Go ahead and
work
monopolize,
their
control
credits.
me like China. Yeah, go
No,
ahead
they're
and be
not
like
being
China.
controlled like that.
Be
Like,
like
I
China.
think that
Go
no,
ahead.
no. Listen, they found the
Sarah, do you drive
loopholes.
a Tesla and buy the new iPhone every single
No,
year? I'm just
no,
wondering.
definitely not. Definitely not. But what I'm saying is, like, if I'm rich enough to where my accountant can find the tax loopholes for me to, like, avoid paying all of these taxes, that's all I'm saying is, like, then I've earned it. I've earned that
dude,
right.
but you were literally backing up monopolization. That's what your
See,
backup was.
my issue is
What
You're
I'm
so
saying is
inconsistent.
that when
No,
we
you're
look,
inconsistent.
no,
You
I
don't know
think
what
it
you're
should go
saying.
back to the states. I think the
Bro, you
states
don't know
should
what the fuck you're talking
No,
about. That's the thing.
I believe in federalism, right? Like, where I think it should go back to the states. I think the
You don't know what
states
the
should
fuck you're
be able
talking about,
to.
bro.
You're right. I know nothing.
Yeah, you don't. That's the thing. You've been so inconsistent. It's fucking hard to argue with you because you take one take, and then when we call you out, you're trying to fucking like
You're
backpedal
trying to
on
call
shit.
me out for
So
saying
again,
that leave the
again,
tax, like, leave them alone on the
moving the
taxes.
goalposts.
Like, chill out. All I said was leave the rich alone when it comes
you
to
literally
taxes.
said you're cool with monopolization. You literally said that, bro. What the
Fine,
fuck are you
fuck
talking
it.
about?
If you earn the right to buy out all of the other companies that are your competitors,
Thank you, gentlemen. Listen
then
to her.
fuck it. Fine. Fuck it.
So
You've
she's
earned
a
the right.
leftist.
So
She's
what?
a leftist.
I'm not, though.
That's the thing.
But I'm
Yeah,
not.
you
What
are.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that you've
You're
earned that right.
you're
You've earned that
for
right.
government control. That's the thing. You're
No,
for government.
how is that government control?
Because
Government
the companies will
control-
lobby.
no.
The companies that have all this money
Government
lobby the government.
control-
No, these
Government
companies.
control is an opposite of that. Government control
Let
is
me
saying,
talk,
I
bro.
want
Let me
to
talk.
regulate that,
Dude,
and I
let
want
me
to
talk.
defer the monopolization
so
and
again-
Sarah,
prevent you
shut
from
the fuck
monopolizing.
up.
Shut the fuck up,
You've been
Sarah.
going for like 3 or 4 minutes. Let him reply.
Okay.
So when she's
You
saying,
told me to go.
Shut up, Sarah. So at the end of the day, she's saying, okay, allow these companies to fucking just monopolize everything. What does that happen? Okay, when that happens, just like we're happening right now, these companies lobby politicians. They lobby politicians and they have big influence on politics. They have big influence.
Darn.
Oh,
You can
darn.
buy
Yeah,
the
that's a
right.
big deal.
You can buy the
Yes.
right.
Bro, that's not. Yes, you can buy the right or the left, dummy. Yes, that's the
I mean,
problem that
by
we're
the
having.
right, by the not the right side. I'm saying by
shut
the
up.
right.
Just
to
stop talking.
Do that.
Just stop talking. Just stop talking. Stop. So again, when you're allowing these companies to monopolize, guess what? They have money to buy out these politicians that actually have influence on our legislation, Sarah. So again, when you're allowing these people to do that, guess what? It affects us. And they do it in a negative way because they want to make more and more money. When you allow this monopolization, yes, they're going to do it in a wrong way. Yes, they pay all these taxes. That's irrelevant. The taxes it doesn't fucking matter on the taxes. That's irrelevant on that subject. It's way more nuance on that. And this is why I know that you know nothing about economics at all. Yes, but yet you're arguing with me and you're arguing with Randy. You're arguing with men. So again, you're a feminist. So shut the fuck up and just say.
I said
no,
was
you didn't. That's
leave
not
the rich
what you
alone
said.
when it comes to taxes,
bro.
And you took
Yeah,
it down
and you
a
said
very
it's okay
dark,
with
dark rabbit
monopolization.
hole.
You literally said you're okay with
So what?
these companies.
So what?
I just explained to
you're
you
rich.
why. How about
So
you
what?
argue with me?
So
Give
what?
me an
You're
argument
rich.
on why
You're
it's
rich.
good for companies to monopolize. Give me an
Listen,
argument.
Jake, tell
Give me an
me-
argument.
Listen,
Give me an argument.
The purse always wins.
Give
In
me an
government,
argument on why monopolization
I'm
is
telling
good.
you, the government always wins. In purse
That's
on
not an argument.
everything.
Not
The
an
purse
argument.
always wins. No,
That's not an argument.
You want seatbelt regulations? You want all of the
Can you
states?
give me an argument on why you
I'm
believe that
trying to fucking
monopolization is good?
I'm trying to fucking talk.
I don't think you are. You don't have any idea what you're talking about. But go ahead. Give
You're
me an
right.
argument.
I don't know anything.
Yeah.
But
Stop
all I
fucking
know
going to your
is
chat, bro.
Who's the chat? That's not
take
my
off-
chat. I'm not
take-
hitting it. That's
okay,
not
take-
even my fucking chat.
Okay, well, take that off, Cat, please.
That's
Go
Cat.
ahead. Give me an argument about that.
So the purse always wins, no matter what, in government. Like if you don't recognize that, then you're too stupid to care, right? The purse always wins. So when
me
we
an argument,
wanted all of the states to recognize that you have to wear a seatbelt when you get in a vehicle,
Give me an argument.
what did they do? What did they
Give me an
do? They
argument.
said they offered a purse. They said, "Hey, we'll give you X amount of dollars to your interstate, to this."
I'm
to
still
that,
not
to
hearing
that,
an argument.
to this, to that, and another.
Can I get an
If you
argument?
just make the rule that you have
Can
to
you
wear
give me an
seatbelt
argument
when
on why monopolization is good?
So it's the purse that always wins, right?
Because
so
they earned
That's
it.
not an argument.
So
They earned it.
monopolization.
They were good enough to get to that monopolization.
If you got to that
He's
point
doing
where
a
you
better
can
argument
buy,
than you. Give me an argument.
if you got to that point where you can buy that purse, then
Who
fine.
cares?
fuck
I'm
it,
not
you
talking about
bought the
me.
fucking
Please
purse.
give me an
I'm
argument
not
why
talking about
monopolization is good.
you. I'm talking about you as the
Yes, stop
understood
talking
royal
about that. Give
pronoun.
me an argument
You,
about
as in
why.
the company, as in Disney, Amazon,
Give
whoever
me
the
an
fuck you want to
argument.
talk about.
Give me
Fine.
an argument.
What are you, Andrew? Like you're being fucking gay, Jake. This is
Give me an
really
argument.
retarded.
Being gay is not an argument. Give me an argument.
The argument, Jake. The argument is, if you have the money to where you can purchase that type of policy power, then fine, fuck it, you earned it. Done.
Okay, great. So okay, so
That's
you're
a lot
saying
nicer. I like when you talk like that. It's almost more like ASMR
You're
versus a raging
welcome.
bitch
You're
in my ear.
welcome.
no, it's
You're welcome,
disgusting.
Randy. I
That's
was talking about this earlier, and Jake
You
didn't
prefer the
like it.
raging bitch, Jake? I
Jake
think
didn't
that
like
voice
it.
is a
He
little
didn't
better.
like it. He didn't like it. And
yeah,
I
I
was
prefer
talking
the
like this
raging bitch
earlier.
over the
Can
MSMR,
I
whatever
ask
the
you a
fuck she's
question?
talking about.
I've got a question, genuine question for because I'm trying to understand this a little bit more.
It's not that hard to understand. She doesn't have an
No,
argument when it comes
I'm
to
talking about
monopolization.
it. No, not about that. About the ethical side of the monopoly.
Well, that's the subject, and she didn't really give an argument. She just said, "I just don't care. I just don't care about anything."
I didn't
So
say
it's not
that
an
at all.
argument. She
I
has no
didn't say
argument.
that
She's
at
not
all.
fucking.
I didn't say that at
She doesn't
all.
know anything about economics,
All
so
I
there's no
said
point
was
even to
it's
argue
the
with this
power of the
fucking woman.
purse. The power of the purse.
That's
that
not
is
an
the-
argument, dummy. It's not an
What I'm
argument.
saying is, if you have the money to purchase the power,
It's
you're
not
gonna
an
do
argument. Why is it good, bro? Why is it good?
Why is it
I
good?
just wanted
Because
to-
Yes.
you can. Like if you
That's
can
not an
afford.
argument. Why is it good? Why is it good for
Repeal
society?
the 19th.
Tell me, why is it good for
Repeal the
society?
Jake, if you could afford to do
Why
it,
is
you
it good for
would,
society?
But you can't. So
I'm
that's
not talking
why you
about
won't, and that's
whataboutism.
why you're mad
Why
at
is it good for society?
Unfortunately, poor people like you don't like rich people.
Why
that do
is it
big
good for
things.
society,
Why is
woman?
it not? They're the ones that are providing
Oh,
like all of the other things.
That's
for
not
us
my
to have
question.
jobs
Why is
and so on and so
monopolization
forth.
good for society on these
Why
companies?
is it not? Why is it not?
I just explained it to you that they
Why?
manipulate
Because-
politicians, dummy.
They're manipulating politicians. Who doesn't manipulate the fucking politicians?
You fucking idiot. I said,
Who
why is
doesn't?
monopolization good
They're
for it?
literally
Why does it benefit
bought.
society?
We can
Dummy?
see
Why does it
who they're
benefit
bought
society?
by.
Go ahead and tell me.
Jake,
Hold up a
that's
second.
literally all politicians
gonna get an answer?
are purchased. Are they?
So I'm
are
not gonna get an answer.
Purchased power. That's
I'm not
all
getting
it
an
is.
answer.
It's just a. I'm
So there's
giving
no
you
answer
the
here.
answer.
Steven,
And
we can't hear you.
You.
Okay.
Jake, you're
Okay,
muted.
let's just take a break.
So hold up.
This
I
is
just want to ask
crazy.
Randy something because Randy's still here.
Randy.
Based on the point that Jake was making earlier about the politicians being bought out, right? So I am not a leftist. I am not super right wing on many things, but right wing on most things. And at the same time, with what Sarah was saying, I also agree that I believe in a small government. Okay, I don't want government involved in every fucking aspect of my life. I think they should get the fuck out of schools. They should get the fuck out of healthcare, and they should get the fuck out of a lot of other things. But when it comes to monopolies, the problem that I have with monopolies is that they seem to come in and basically say, you're really good and you're really successful, and we need to hold you back to give the other people that aren't as successful a chance to
That's
kind of
not
have a
monopolies.
cut of the profit. Huh?
You're saying you have an issue with the government's way of dealing with monopolies, or?
Well, we've got government ordered kind of investigations that go into like when somebody becomes too successful in one area and starts cornering the market. But my issue is that I agree at the same time with what Jake's saying, right? When it gets to the point where you can become so big that you can basically buy politicians and own a party, and the government, you kind of put money behind somebody that's going to give you tax breaks. If we had a system, if we had rules whereby you could say, when it comes to how your companies are going to function, when it comes to how the healthcare industry is going to work, all of that kind of shit, either party, one party or another party, isn't going to have influence over that. You can't sink the money into it. You can't buy politicians out like that, or whereby we say whichever party wins, like the tax breaks, that kind of shit. When it comes to those things that the public rely on, it's going to be treated the same regardless of which party is in control, unless the public vote for active changes within it. If you could kind of keep
The public doesn't vote for every single bill. The public votes in politicians, and politicians vote on on bills on the behalf of the people. And that's why you have to be careful of who you vote into office. Because by voting them in, you're basically giving them the power of they are my voice.
But like I'm saying, in an ideal world, like hypothetically, because I know that to try and
we don't live in an idealistic world.
No. But that's why I'm posing a hypothetical, because I know that we can't rationalize that shit out right now. But I'm saying that if you could hypothetically keep the money out, keep the corporations' money out of politics in that respect, what would be the ethical reason aside from that to then say you need to be able to control monopolies and stop companies from like cornering the market in that respect?
Well, any economics class will teach, especially macroeconomics, will teach you very quickly that monopolies are not good for the consumer, aka the general public, because when you have a monopoly, you basically control the entire market, to where since you don't have any competition, you can set the price to the market however you want, because there's nobody to do anything. Like, and that's the
now
biggest
we're
issue
ready
with
to fucking
monopolies.
roll.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and that's one of the reasons why, like, for example, if you look at how the UK runs with regards to the pharmaceutical companies versus how America runs, like, you guys pay something like 20 times more for a fucking headache tablet than what the UK does. And there's various reasons for that, but like the monopoly in the US is a big part of that, and I agree that's a problem. I agree
that's a massive problem, because like when you get enough monopolies going in different aspects of life, next thing you know, cost of living is massive, like it is now.
And I think that the other big problem
because
that
there's
I've
no
got,
competition. There's no competition in any of those markets to bring down the prices of like, hey, we can offer you something similarly as well, like as good of quality for a cheaper price. And even if you
and the
choose the
other
higher
reason
company,
is
the
that
higher
it
company
takes
is going to
away.
have to lower their prices, or else everybody else is just going to go to the other company, and the
Yeah,
other company, even if their product isn't as good at the start, it's good enough that a lot of people are going to go with the cheaper product that's comparable enough, and then they gain enough business and customers and sales and profits and
and
shit, obviously.
the only other problem that I can see with monopolies, the other big problem that I can see with monopolies that I think is a big issue, is it takes away the power of the public to boycott. You're not going to be able to say, well, I'm going to boycott this company.
No, it takes away
with
the
the Bud
power
Light
of the
thing.
public's choice. It doesn't give you a
Yeah, no,
choice.
but for
Like,
example, like when the Bud Light thing happened, right? And the public were like, well, fuck that, we're not going to drink that. A lot of people were like, well, we're going to drink this other thing. And then people later on were like, well, hang on a second, that's also owned by Anheuser-Busch. And like, you're still giving the same fucking people your money at the end of the day. It's like, you need to have like options. So if you want to boycott a company, you
Well,
can
yeah, I
actually
mean,
hurt the
that's
company.
where it's retarded though, because it's
Well, boycotting Anheuser-Busch is like the dumbest thing you could possibly do. Like, why did people boycott Anheuser-Busch? Why? Because of Dylan Mulvaney? That's the dumbest thing ever. Like, healthcare is completely different. Healthcare is much more complicated than that, honestly. The problem is, like, especially here in America, is we spend more on healthcare than any other country, yet our healthcare is shit, honestly. Why? Because it's a for-profit healthcare system, essentially. This is the thing.
Yeah,
Like,
but the thing is that the Anheuser-Busch thing, I gave an example just because of the importance of the public's ability to boycott. Like, it could be any company, but at the end of the day, like, if the public are unhappy with where their money's going, like, or what their money's being spent on, like, you might agree with it, you might not agree with it, but they should be able to have that power to say, look, we're going to boycott that. We don't agree with this and we want to boycott it. Like,
well,
look
that's
at what
the thing
happened with
about
Harley
the.
Davidson, right?
If we're
Like,
going to
you
talk
might
about
not
the
think that.
Anheuser-Busch stuff, if we're going
Sorry?
to talk about the Anheuser-Busch stuff, like, that's just an example of how companies get out of. We're technically not a monopoly because there's one other major company. Because like you have
Yeah.
Anheuser-Busch, they own a majority of it, and then the other company that like their quote unquote competition is Molson Coors. But they're both just like they're in the same fucking barrel. They're both just as woke as each other. They both support the same politicians. The same politicians support both of them. So a lot of Anheuser-Busch, like Bud Light, Budweiser drinkers and stuff, they went to Miller Lite due to all those boycotts.
That's true.
And it doesn't make any difference at all because they're all in the same fucking barrel. It's a different company, quote unquote, but it's still supporting the same exact politicians because those companies, they all have the same agendas. They're all buddies and they talk.
What
amongst each
agendas are you
other,
talking
obviously.
about? What agendas?
Wait, Alex, you had a lot to say in my fucking chat here,
I
especially
did.
to Sarah.
Yeah.
Before we get into that subject, do you have anything to say to Sarah, especially after what she was praggling?
Here's you, Alex.
Yeah, it's me. Yes, I am the leftist. Okay, I am the pragmatic progressive. Okay, but like, are you familiar with what PBMs are? Essentially,
Nope. Go ahead and tell me.
PBMs are pharmaceutical benefit managers. They are basically the middlemen that control like the price of like medications. Essentially, I brought this up because they are the ones that actually negotiate the price. Like, for example, if you have an independent pharmacy manager, essentially, like, for example, if you live out in the real of like bumfuck Indiana, essentially, you have a pharmacy benefit manager that negotiates the price for your medication, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the ones that can control the price. And because there was actually in this administration, they actually had an entire, They actually had entire convention to talk about like why PBMs are a problem. Because if there's not PBM reform, 37% of pharmacies across the country will close down because pharmacies can't negotiate because the three major PBMs across the country is like CVS, essentially. They control the market, essentially. And if you allow people like CVS to basically control the market, all these independent pharmacies will close down in these small rural towns. Because I live in a rural town, essentially. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why I was actually asking these things, because like PBMs are dangerous because they're the ones that are actually overcharging to the point where like pharmacies, like independent pharmacies, essentially will make it nearly because they will actually have to pay more and they will charge their customers because their customers will have to pay because, like, for example, you'll have, Grandma Marie over here. She has to get her insulin medication. She has to get the insulin medication. But this PBM will negotiate with this independent pharmacy, and they will charge double, triple the price because they have to. Essentially, that's the only reason why I brought this. But like that was like 30 minutes ago, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why like it is true, 100% across the board. But the reason why I brought this up is because for us to say, oh well, like leave the rich alone, we can't leave the rich alone, essentially, because while the rich are making massive profits at the same time, what is the main thing that they're going to do? They're going to say, oh, well, if you raise our prices, essentially, we will not be able to pay people like good wages. That's bullshit. Because when you give them tax cuts, what do? You actually make it easier for them to do what? Stock buybacks. They give their biggest, toppest, highest earners, bonus essentially, but they will never take care of the people below them. In the 1950s, at one point, we actually had a very high corporate tax rate. And you know what that actually did? That actually made it to where we could actually afford better infrastructure. We could actually build better economies. We could actually build better parts of our economy. Yes.
Alex, and I'm not even going to lie here, just to back up Alex's take here, here. Again, back then in the day, there wasn't as much workers as there are now. Again, illegal immigration allowed a lot of workers, women going to the workforce. There's a lot of, in other words, a company can replace you over fucking night these days compared to back then in the day. Alex, go on.
But wait a second, Alex is forgetting that you also had the gold standard in the 50s, right?
Well, so I don't think he is forgetting that, but
well, you were printing money against the value that you actually had, right? Not value that another country had. You were printing money against something that you actually had, which was the gold reserve. That stopped, and now you're printing money based on the wealth that another country has that is selling on your behalf. Like the money that you're printing now is just getting the US into debt. The money that you were printing back then wasn't getting the US into debt.
Not necessarily, actually, because where actually everything, where actually everything kind of changed essentially for our U.S. economy was
when Nixon closed the gold window.
No, it was when Reagan took office, essentially, because he then actually closed all the loopholes. He basically closed it to where all social programs were stopped and the military-industrial complex was heavily funded, essentially, and also where tax cuts to the super wealthy were actually inducted, actually. Because
the 1950s was a golden.
Yeah, no, it happened. Damon's actually right. It happened when the gold standard was dropped.
No, it's not true because
Reagan really started going downhill.
No, Reagan actually made severe tax cuts to the super wealthy, and that's where everything come in because this whole concept of trickle down economics is bullshit. It does not work for anybody.
Alex, hang on a second. Look, if you're measuring the US dollar against gold, and if you're printing the amount of dollars that you have against the gold reserve that your country has, right? You can basically print money that is measured against wealth that you as a nation possess. So when Nixon closed the gold window, it was because other countries stopped demanding payment in US dollars because they realized that the US was becoming a welfare warfare state. And what
was the currency that they wanted to fucking shoot to, Daemon?
Sorry?
What was the currency that they wanted to fucking navigate to outside the US dollar?
What they did after they closed the gold window, the US dollar for a while was a fiat currency.
Sure, yes.
And then eventually Nixon and Kissinger went to the Saudis and they cut a deal with the Saudis. And they said, we'll protect you, we'll give you US troops, we'll give you training, we'll give you weaponry, and we'll post up on all of your oil fields and protect your oil fields. And we're going to do that in exchange for what? There was a few different questions. They had 3 points, that they had 3 demands.
Right.
And the final demand was.
And they were giving them what? They were giving them oil and they were giving them all these things for the
No. The US basically said to the Saudis, we will protect your oil fields for you. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And we expect you to do 3 things. First, you have to sell a barrel of oil to the US at a fixed value against
at a fixed value, but not the same fixed value. Well, yeah,
not the same. You can sell it to other countries for whatever the fuck
you want. Yeah, exactly. But a fixed value to the US.
The second one was they asked for any excess profit to go back to the US, which would be reinvested in the protection that they're giving the Saudis.
Right.
But the third caveat was the one that the Saudis thought was going to break the deal. They didn't know what the Americans left till last. They thought, oh shit, this is too good to be true. This last one's going to be the deal breaker. And when Kissinger dropped it on the table, they didn't even realize why the fuck it was important because they didn't understand what a serious move this was. They said, any barrel of oil that you sell to anybody, and
whatever
again,
the fuck you want, but we have protection on you. Yes.
Yes, but you have to sell it for US dollars.
Exactly. So
now all of a sudden, since that deal was cut in 1973 or 76, I forget.
71.
Since that deal was cut, the US has been accruing a debt to the value of every barrel of oil the Saudis sold, not any wealth that the US possesses. And the Federal Reserve can pick that check up whenever the fuck they want. And nobody is actually counting this debt.
Alex.
When you're looking at America's debt, they're looking at various debts and deficits that the US have, but they are not counting this. This isn't included in any of that shit.
Alex, you do agree with that scenario there, right? Like you can agree
Look
with
up the Bretton Woods Agreement,
the gold agreement, etc., and the oils.
Well, I have to look this up. I mean, I'm not just gonna like accept it like outright. So what was it you told me to look up? The what?
The Bretton Woods Agreement and Nixon and Kissinger cutting that deal with the Saudis. It was a deal that was originally cut with the Allied nations after the Second World War, but it was renegotiated when Nixon closed the gold window and when Nixon and Kissinger cut this deal with the Saudis, which essentially established the petrodollar.
I have to actually read this, but like I'm not going to accept it like outright. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll say this: like Alex has to like kind of do some research into that topic in order to do that.
See, the gold standard deal cut a deal where people no longer had to ship gold to each other, and knew that they could ask for payment in US dollars because they knew that those US dollars was a fixed value. They knew that they didn't have to worry about it depreciating in value. And when they cut that gold standard deal, everybody was happy to take payment in dollars. And everybody wanted to deal with America and trade with America because America possessed most of the gold after the Second World War. So any dollars that were demanded as payment, when people said, we don't want to get paid in gold, don't pay me in gold, pay me in US dollars, okay? Or I'll pay you in US dollars. Like, it was a convenient way of doing it. But the problem was that although it generated an extra demand for dollars, it wasn't so much of a problem because all of those dollars that the Federal Reserve was printing was actually measured against tangible wealth that the US had. But now this this dollar agreement with the Saudis is generating a false demand for US dollars. Because this isn't measured against any measurable wealth that America actually has. It's a virtual demand for dollars. And when Kissinger cut that deal, it was a fantastic deal. But both Nixon and Kissinger knew that they wouldn't be alive when that check had to be picked up. I mean, it's a fantastic deal. You can print as much money as you fucking want.
Yeah, exactly.
But when that deal is over, and we faced the problem because when Bush wanted to go to war and have his war on terror, we saw that red band. Like, oh look, this is the no-go zone. This is like the red band. We're not going to have anything to do with these countries. But you zoom in and there's a tiny little bit that's not red. What is it? It's the Saudis. Oh, we're not going to go to war with the Saudis. Why? And most people didn't know why. And it's because your fucking economy is hinged on them.
So okay, fair enough there. Alex, yeah, you'd have to do some research in order to argue those points, and I get you there. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, going back to monopolization, which was the actual argument there. Alex, do you believe that monopolization is a good thing for our society here?
No, of course not. Because it really isn't. Because, like, let's say, for example, like the meat markets, essentially. If you have like one company that actually has control of like all the slaughterhouses and all the meat markets, essentially, what tends to happen? They tend to like want certain regulations cut. What happens when certain regulations start to get cut? There's less oversight. There's less people that are actually making sure that the meat that's actually being processed is actually beneficial and helpful to the American people. Look in the state of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's the current governor of the state of Arkansas. What is she allowing right now? She's allowing children to work in those slaughterhouses. That's dangerous, honestly. You can't, because like there's actually there's actual proof of this because people actually develop post-traumatic stress disorder. What happens?
What's the
Children
category
at
for
the-
children?
What?
What's the category for children?
Yeah.
Like
14-year-olds? Yeah, like 14-year-old children, essentially.
That's not the legal
actually
age of,
in like I grew up in Missouri and I grew up like 40 minutes from the Arkansas line, and
Okay.
at like I think it was 14 and a half I was allowed to start working. So like, and I started working and I made money for my family and I did things, like so I don't know if like it's just the idea that it's in a slaughterhouse, which out there like being in the Midwest, like slaughtering a cow or any type of animal is kind of like no different from a daily thing.
Yeah, who cares? It's animals.
What I'm saying is like if there's 14-year-olds in a slaughterhouse that are getting paid to do something that they would do on a normal farm, like that, this is normal.
What does it matter? Yeah,
It's not a normal farm. That's the thing. That's not a normal farm, though.
It's a slaughterhouse.
It's
like,
not a normal.
Alex,
It is not a normal farm. I'm sorry.
But Alex, even with normal farms,
no,
they
listen,
slaughter...
it's not a normal farm.
But okay,
where are you? Can I may I ask what region, or if you can say where, like at the very least, what region are you from?
I'm originally from Oregon, but I live in Michigan right now.
Okay, so that makes sense. Like the Midwest.
Wait.
What I'm saying is the Midwest.
Why does that make sense?
Because I lived in the Midwest. It's a whole nother ball game out there. The school is regimented around hunting season. I remember being in high school and like kids would show up late to school and it was completely approved because it's hunting season. Like they're allowed to, right? Like, so it's
the same thing. That's not even the same thing. That's not the same thing.
But it's a cultural thing. Like it's understood.
It's not the same thing.
It's understood. If I showed up late, I live in the East Coast. I grew up in the East Coast. Like, so if my kids showed up to school an hour late, like, and they were like, oh, I went deer hunting or whatever because it's in season and that's what feeds our family or whatever the case may be, like, they'd be like, no, I need a legitimate excuse. Whereas in Missouri, where I went to high school, like it was known, and like I remember going into first period during hunting season and like half the school was gone. Like it was just a thing. They didn't even take attendance because it just
but
it was
Alex,
a thing.
I'm not
So
following.
what I'm saying is a
different.
slaughterhouse in Arkansas is like not it that is normal out there.
Yeah, Alex, what's the problem
and
with
actually you could be 12 years old. But hold on, you could be 12 years old and have a vehicle with farmer tags and be able to drive it on the roads because it's a farmer vehicle tagged
you're moving the goalposts now, okay? We're not talking about that.
Is it's cultural.
Like, no, Alex, I'm not.
Like it's weird to you. It's odd to you, but these kids like this.
I'm not.
This is normal. Like I knew people that like wring the necks of chickens and it was like normal. This is a normal thing.
Alex,
I was born and raised in Ohio. I still live in Ohio, and the way it's been my entire life is the age to like the right to work. The age legally is 14. To where,
but hold up a second. If
you're legally allowed to work,
hold on, let him finish. Let Randy finish.
What's the difference between whether you're working as a referee for a rec soccer league or whether you're working in a grocery store versus you're working in a slaughterhouse versus you're working on a farm versus you're working...
What?
I would say the only difference would be the relevance. The only difference would be the relevance.
Wait,
right?
Randy, you're literally comparing working a soccer game to a slaughterhouse. Are you serious?
Okay, so here's the question.
No, guys, reference. He made the reference. He made the reference.
Alex,
did he not?
Alex, let me ask you, Alex.
Like for instance,
stop.
If my daughter's 15, stop. My daughter's 15.
Hold on.
She was asked, I will give you the comparison if you just give me a moment.
Randy made the reference.
Shut the fuck up. Let Jake respond.
Randy made the reference.
Guys, I just want to clear this up. Okay, so Alex, Randy brings up a really good point.
No, he doesn't.
Well, hold on. I'm going to ask the question here for Randy. Well, hopefully
I represent. You didn't work till you're 18 because you're a little beta bitch boy, like a little liberal. You didn't learn to work.
Guys, hold
on.
You didn't learn to work until you're 18.
Alex,
mommy didn't let you out until you're 18.
Bro, guys.
Randy, get the fuck up. Grow the fuck up, Sonny.
Hold on. Alex, but Mike.
Grow up. I've been working since I was 12 in construction.
Guys.
Taking a selfie with your tuxedo, buddy.
I wish I was the broadcaster here. Alex, real quick. I understand Randy's question here. He's like, what's the difference between these things? Without the insults. Stop. Without the insults. What's the difference between a slaughterhouse and any other job that's going on here? Look, again, my question to you would be, what's wrong with the slaughterhouse in general? What's wrong with that? It feeds billions of people. A slaughterhouse is the reason why we have so many people fed in today's society. That's been so fast. What's wrong with that? Particularly, what's wrong with the slaughterhouse?
There is nothing wrong with it.
Okay.
Hold on, Sarah.
Can I answer the
asked
question?
Alex.
Can I answer the question without any interruptions for anybody?
Go for it, Alex.
Okay. So, for starters, okay, the reason why it's not so much I have a problem with slaughterhouses, okay, even though it's actually been proven, the reason why slaughterhouses are a problem is because the method into which the meat is actually processed, it's actually proven, because there are a lot of chemicals that are actually poured into the products because the animals are kept in really, really poor conditions. Now, the problem is that I addressed when it comes to children is because they are put into conditions that are unsafe for them, essentially. Now, when you've got people like Randy over here comparing soccer coaches to slaughterhouses, they're
that doesn't really answer the question.
No. Stop. Are you going to let me answer the question or are you going to keep interrupting me?
Go ahead.
Go
Alex.
ahead, and then I want the floor after him. But you can go ahead.
Afterwards, Randy.
It's okay, Randy. You're not going to be able to answer this, okay?
Randy has the floor after that. Alex, go ahead.
He's not going to be able to answer this question, okay? The difference is because when you work in a soccer field, here's the risk of injury essentially is different from working in a slaughterhouse. That's the reason why is because essentially, like in Arkansas, they actually made it to where children can actually work in slaughterhouses because children were actually injured because there was actually like regulations that restricted children from working, but because they actually negated those regulations, children were actually injured essentially in there. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because people do get injured. People do get PTSD from working in these slaughterhouses. Now, the thing is,
they get PTSD.
You were
sure?
a veteran. How can you call that shit PTSD?
Okay, hold on. Damon.
Let him retarded his.
Hold on, guys. We gotta let.
Listen,
guys, hold on. Hey, everybody, shut up.
Okay, hold on a second.
Hold on. Look, everybody, shut up. Yes, that is ridiculous. Alex, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
No, let the morons go ahead and say. I'll get the source for
you.
you.
I made a hamburger today. I need fucking therapy.
I mean, if you want me,
slaughtering a cow to them is like yesterday. It's a Tuesday morning. It's like nothing.
Okay,
like it's literally nothing.
Because I know, I know Jake will be good faith. I'm gonna send him a link in X. So feel free to share it.
All right, so if I can respond to it seems like your major point was about the child's safety and risk of injury and shit on the job. So do you also have an issue with the fact that at 12 years old, from 12 to 18, I was working in home remodeling and construction and renovation and stuff like, I mean, I was around tons of heavy equipment. I was lifting very heavy weights.
Real quick, Kat, I sent the link.
Tools.
Real quick, Randy. Kat, I sent the link in the back chat if you want to share that or whatever. Randy, go ahead. Sorry.
So, like, do you have an issue? Do you think that's also as bad for a 12 or 14-year-old to be working in that construction environment? Because there's there's probably more. Like, if you looked up, I mean, I'm not going to at the moment. You can look it up because it seems like you're enjoying looking up stats right now. But while you're looking up stats, check the injury rates in general, not for age groups, just in general, of people on the job in both slaughterhouses and in construction.
Okay, are you saying that working in construction and working in slaughterhouses is the same?
He's
saying that the construction's probably more dangerous.
No. Randy's a big boy. He can answer for himself.
I'm saying I'm responding to your main issue seems to be with the fact that there's a danger in the slaughterhouses of, oh my gosh, the little 14-year-old might get hurt because they cut themselves with the knife while cutting the cow. Like, okay, I was operating tons of fucking saws and other power tools and stuff. I could chop a fucking arm off or some shit just as quick and easy. I could get crushed by an excavator or a front end loader or a skid steer. I could get buried in if I'm working in a trench and we weren't using trench boxes for a lot of stuff. So if the trench collapses in, I'm getting buried alive and I'm fucking like 14 years old doing this shit. So do you have do you have the same issue with kids working construction? I guess is what I'm asking.
Because construction and slaughterhouse work is completely different. That's my
Right.
argument.
Actually,
How?
exactly.
How?
It's
Please
not.
elaborate how.
No,
wait, let
I
me ask.
agree. I agree. It is
So
totally
what's the
different. You know
argument?
why?
What is the argument then?
So okay,
The
let me
argument is
ask.
because
Let me ask.
construction is
Honestly,
more
I've been waiting
dangerous
for
than in a
ages.
slaughterhouse. The argument is because the construction is more dangerous than the slaughterhouse. So if your issues with the dangers of like they could get hurt in the slaughterhouse, then clearly, obviously, you'd also have an equal issue with any 14-year-old working in construction because it's actually more dangerous. So if it's actually about the fact that they could get injured, do you also have an issue with 14-year-olds
It's
in
not so much
construction?
the personal injury. It's also like the psychological damage that can come from it, honestly.
So okay, so you're being disingenuous with your earlier argument.
What? How am I
How
being
much soy do
disingenuous?
you eat?
Right. So
Are you
because
vegan?
your earlier argument
I'm
hinged
not
on
a
the fact
vegan, honestly. I'm actually basing this off of facts.
your earlier argument hinged on the fact that you tried to say when Sarah was making her point about how culturally this is just normal for kids to do there at the age of like 14 and a half and slaughterhouses are common. Your argument was these aren't normal slaughterhouses, these are different. So okay, so how about if we change the rule that all of the slaughterhouses that these 14-year-olds are going to be working in are just regular, traditional, old school, normal slaughterhouses? Would you be happy with them doing that job? Now you're trying to say that no, you still wouldn't be happy.
Okay, define an old-fashioned normal slaughterhouse.
I'm just trying to say one that's not like the one
stop
you
it.
built up.
What's an old-fashioned normal slaughterhouse, Damon?
One that's not like the one that you hypothesized.
You're the one that made the argument, sir.
No, you're the one
Isn't
who
it
made the
funny that
argument
I can
saying that
tell
these
who
are not
Alex is
normal
voting?
slaughterhouses.
Oh,
You
I'm
said-
definitely okay.
you
Stop,
said
stop, stop,
these
stop.
boys are
Randy,
doing,
I am
though?
voting for Harrison Walls
Can I-
100% across the board.
Can I just
Yeah, I know.
intervene for a
That's why I
moment?
Yeah.
said it's
Do
funny.
you know what
I
these
know
boys
you
are
are.
I'm sure
doing,
you think it's
though?
funny, dude. I'm sure you think it's funny as hell.
Eat
May
more
I-
soy, faggot.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
Yo,
Okay.
we're on YouTube.
No.
We're on
It's funny
YouTube.
that
Gentlemen.
Randy
But-
thinks they can talk shit across the fucking microphone and shit, but what the fuck
Gentlemen,
has he
may
done
I-
in his life?
May I intervene for just
Apparently
a moment?
more
Do you
than
know what
you.
these boys
You
are
probably
doing?
shouldn't.
Probably
Do you know
not,
what?
Randy. Probably not, Randy. I
Jesus,
guarantee it.
Alex.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
More than
I'm
screaming
fine.
into a
Can
microphone.
I just only
I'm having a
because
good time. What are you talking about?
I like Alex. Alex, you're cool. I'm gonna use you
Yeah.
on a
You like Jake
panel
Var?
on a Mod Monday. This
you like
is
Jake
gonna
Var?
be fun. But in any event,
Do you like Jake Var?
Jake Var's a good
Jake
dude.
doesn't like me, so
Yeah,
it's
Jake's a
just
good dude.
usually.
I am a good dude.
Anyways,
No, Jake
so-
is a good dude.
but
Jake
you
and I
know
have a
what
great
these-
relationship.
Listen,
And yet we
listen.
have different fucking points of views. That's for damn sure.
Alex.
Yes.
That's why I brought you on.
Go ahead,
Focus.
Sarah.
Focus.
I'm focused. Go ahead.
All right. So, do you know what these gentlemen are doing? These 14-year-old, 15-year-old men. Do you know what they're doing in these slaughterhouses or these whatevers in these areas out in the Midwest? Do you know what they're doing at that age of 14 or 15? They are beginning their journey to becoming journeymen and learning how to do things so that they can become providers and protectors on their own. They are going out there and they're getting a job and they're making money and they're saving it up and they're working towards something that they believe is genuine in the future. So even at slaughtering cows, whether there's chemicals or whatever the case may be, that piece of it doesn't bother them. The point of the matter is that they are working towards a future and that's all they fucking care about. They are agriculturalists. Like we have ag class, we have all these things where they're honed in on this. And this is a whole like key culture component for the Midwest. Like I remember my ag class. Like it was a part of our future. Like I couldn't believe how in depth these people were with wanting to be an ag class, and it was a thing. It's just it's
Okay.
part of that bag,
Sarah,
baby.
how many children in your class? At the
Hold
end
on,
of
real quick. By the
class-
way, guys, I have to.
wait, hang on, let me finish my question. How many children in your class at the end of it were shivering in the corner asking for a therapist?
None
because
of
they got
them.
PTSD?
None of them. None
Really?
of them. They
Wow, I'm
already
shocked.
knew this shit. They already did this shit. It was ag class. It was
So
like
it sounds
how
like
many
liberal
advances
white women
you've
that are
already
getting
done.
offended on their behalf, saying that they've got PTSD.
Oh,
It's-
I always
I'm sorry,
find
I
it
didn't
interesting
hear
that people like when we talk about PTSD, there are obviously liberal white women that are suffering from PTSD. You know,
No, it's liberal white women that love getting offended or feeling
no,
sensitive on
no,
behalf
sir.
of other
Okay,
people.
Damon, do you not understand that PTSD can come in many different forms? Are you
There
saying
is no
I understand, but
PTSD with slaughtering a
stop.
cow.
Okay,
No, wait a second.
Damon,
Stop.
are you saying that people?
Wait,
Stop.
Sarah, calm down. Calm down.
Damon, are you
Sarah,
saying the
calm
people
down.
for suffering from
slaughtering a
PTSD
cow.
are
Wait a
slaughtering
second.
white
Are you not
crying
insane?
bitches?
Sarah, calm
Damon,
down.
are
Calm
you
down.
saying that like are everybody that suffers from PTSD is slobbering white bitches? Is that what you're saying?
No, I understand that.
So what are you
PTSD is
saying
very-
then?
Hang on, I'm saying.
What
that
are you saying?
Wait, let me answer. I'm saying that I understand that PTSD is a very nuanced and complex thing, and it's a spectrum, and we need to look into it, and we need to understand how deep and nuanced it is.
There's no
Because nothing's ever
PTSD from
fucking straight
slaughtering
and
a
simple with
cow.
you people.
There's no PTSD
Even though I
with
posted an
slaughtering a
article.
cow.
Even though I
Everybody in
posted
the
an article.
Midwest, like we've all seen a cow die. Like we've all seen the we've all
One
seen
or
it
two
happen.
cows is one thing,
Hold
but
on,
like when
Alex.
you see, because yes.
Alex, I'll tell you this. Sarah's kind of right, but here's the thing, bro. What are animals put on the earth to do? They're meat, bro. We're here to eat them. That's
We're here
your
to
fact.
just
So
shepherd
why is
them.
it that? Why do you have a problem with slaughterhouses that feed billions of people all around the world in a quick manner that we can fucking survive? What's the problem with that? Is that we can eat animals like cows and pigs, etc. What's the problem with that? Do you have the problem with it's just fucking? It just looks bad. It looks bad. Like what's the issue here, Alex?
I'm not the one that performed the study, am I not? I mean,
I-
like they
well,
post the study
well,
essentially
bro,
because like there's
bro.
obviously a problem with this. Is there
Look,
not?
I understand
Because
the companies. Yes, the companies do have fucking animals eating their own feces, etc. I understand that. However, the big time companies usually take care of their animals way more so better than the companies that are lower. This is why we pay for better meat. Okay.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what's the problem? What's the
Actually,
problem with
that's
slaughtering
backwards.
these animals? What's up, Randy?
I was just saying that's
Randy
backwards.
doesn't
Actually,
know.
usually the
Randy-
smaller.
Randy
Usually,
let's just discard Randy. Okay, he doesn't know. So, but like at the end of the day,
But-
because
but-
let's put
But
it this way.
Randy
Good
is
argument.
Midwestern.
What's the
Good
problem?
argument.
You
No
wanna
problem.
you
What
wanna
is the problem?
No, my only. I don't have a problem if it's done humanely. That's my only like humanely.
Oh,
is
we
the only,
have to
like-
be humane to the animals now.
Who gives a
now,
shit?
actually,
God put
Now we have
these
to be
animals on
nice
smaller
to
earth.
the
farms-
animals.
the
God
smaller-
put
the
these
smaller
animals
have
on
farms
a
earth
are
for us
actually
to
brain
eat.
and they
Oh,
function
we're
that
gonna
the
way.
bring
smaller
religion.
farms actually.
Well,
The
hold
smaller
on. It's
farms
true, and
usually
even
treat their animals
Jake.
better than the bigger farms.
Wait, genuine question, Alex. So, what
farmers.
age would you be
Farmers
happy?
do take care. Farmers
Alex,
do take care of their animals much better than mass producers.
You realize
Alex.
slaughterhouses don't raise animals, you stupid fuck. Slaughterhouses is where the
Did I
animals
say
go
that?
from
Did
the
I-
farmer.
Randy, okay.
Wait.
Randy's excuse, he is too dumb to fucking participate in this argument, okay? Anyway,
Wait,
Damon,
Alex,
what's your
so
question?
What
That's
is
a
even
good
the
argument.
argument? Slaughterhouses
what-
are bad. Oh darn!
Guys, wait,
14-year-olds
at
are
what
working
age-
there. Oh darn! The
Damon,
He asked a
14-year-olds
question,
don't give a
Damon.
fuck
Farmers don't
because
slaughter
they're
all their
making
own
money
animals.
to provide to their
Damon, what is your
families and
question?
to their future
I'd
wives
love
and
to ask
making
you
Damon, what
a
is your
babies.
question?
question, but
Sarah,
Listen,
your excuse.
Don't
Damon, what's your
fuck,
question?
don't fuck with the Midwest. They know what they're doing. They get
I'm not
married
fucking with
young.
the Midwest. I
They
live in the Midwest. What are you
procreate.
talking
Stop,
about?
stop.
Damon, what's your question?
Oh my
right,
god!
missing the woman.
at what age would you be happy with a kid killing an animal?
18 is good.
No.
18? Really? 18?
Listen,
18?
these
Wait a
men,
second.
these men are
That's
Wait a
crazy,
second,
bro.
wait a second.
You do realize that
Wait.
14-year-olds went to war and
stop.
died,
Wait,
right?
guys, stop.
They're
Let me
literally
finish my
hunting
fucking
14-year-olds
babies
went to
question.
like
war and died
nothing.
for.
Jesus
Stop.
Christ, can you guys just
But they
wait
can't
a
kill an
fucking
animal?
second? So, hang a second.
Get that off the fucking screen, Cat.
Right,
Stop.
so-
He doesn't even
I'm
have an
okay
emoji.
with Damon being on the screen.
Hold
Shut
Damon,
up.
you go ahead.
Shut up,
So,
Damon.
Sarah. Shut the fuck up.
Alex,
You
you
go
were
ahead, Damon.
you were in the military, right, Alex?
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah.
At what age did you kill a guy when you're in the military?
I think I would. Let's see.
Be honest, Alex.
I'm trying to fucking calculate right now.
At what age can you sign up? At what age can you sign up and have a gun in your hand?
18.
18.
Yeah.
Like, seriously?
is
'Cause in
human
other
life
parts
is
of the world, you
equal
can
to
sign up at
animals?
16.
Huh?
Other parts of the world, you can sign up at 16.
Okay.
18 in America?
Yeah, 18 in America. 17
But you
with
do
parental consent.
Okay. All right. So,
Okay.
and you think that it would be okay for a kid to kill an animal at 18? A kid can work in a slaughterhouse at the age of 18.
Yeah, sure.
And you'd be happy with that. Okay. All right. So,
well, he's not a kid by then. He's an adult by then.
So what does it matter if he's 16 years old and he's fucking slaughtering these animals for the sheer fact of us eating? What does it matter? But again, dude, in history, 16-year-olds, 14-year-olds go to war and kill other men for our safety.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a problem with that?
Okay,
American vets in World War II, 15 years old.
With people at the age of 14. Are you okay with that?
It's not about sex. No, you're pivoting here.
Okay,
no, you're
I'm
pivoting.
not pivoting. I'm trying to be consistent.
No, you're not. You're pivoting a little bit, Alex.
No, I'm not, Jake. If you're gonna sit here and tell me, oh well, back in history we were able to do stuff like this. Well, in history we'll do stuff like this. If you're gonna talk about history, then what about history regarding stuff like this?
Yeah, it's whataboutism, but let's talk about this
it's
here.
Not whataboutism.
It is whataboutism. We're talking about fucking again, we're talking about the age gap of killing animals, Alex.
Well, no, wait a second. Let's go with Alex's argument. But
you also have to go with the cultural
pivoting,
aspect.
Damon, you're pivoting here.
Hold up.
But you
Even
have
if
to
Alex
go.
wants to do
You
this,
have
I have
to
a
look
point
at the
here,
cultural
Damon. You're
aspect,
pivoting.
like
even
Midwestern.
if Alex pivots, he's shooting himself in the foot with this fucking argument.
Yeah, but let me.
Even at that, like
Oh, goddamn.
9-year-olds in the Midwest are perfectly content with shooting a deer and killing an animal. They're used to it. It's
Different from a
like there is
slaughterhouse,
no
is it not?
PTSD. Whereas my 9-year-old out here in the East Coast, like he's never killed an animal. He loves animals and all of these things. And God forbid we were to like run into a deer out here, right?
Would you say
like,
hunting
there's
is
a
different from a
cultural-
slaughterhouse?
There is a cultural difference in the death of an animal, whether it's a slaughterhouse or in hunting or whatever, but because we're raised very, very differently.
Is a slaughterhouse different from hunting?
I grew up in the city and I grew up in the out in the country in the boonies.
Oh, God.
Like there's a cultural difference. Like it's completely retarded
It's
how
way better.
different
It's
it
way
is.
better to put a kid in a slaughterhouse first before hunting.
What I will say is when I was a freshman, like in all of the freshman boys, right, the males in my freshman class, if you said, would you willingly slaughter a cow right now? I 110% would put money on the idea that they'd be like,
still bad.
Yep, no problem. Done.
Okay.
Randy, you're wrong, by the way.
I don't care what Randy says. I don't give a
No,
shit
no,
what he
no.
says.
I'm talking about like Randy's like, oh, Sarah's not as bad as. No, she is still bad.
I
Go
know
on.
what I saw what Randy said. I don't give a shit what he says. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, she's back. He's backing up Sarah, and Sarah's still bad. But go on, Alex.
Only on this topic.
You're both pretty bad.
Only on this
Alex is
topic.
bad.
not
That's for
having
sure.
experience.
Both of them are
How
bad.
dare you? How dare you?
Both of y'all are
Fucking
bad,
Judas
bro.
Iscariot.
Both of y'all are
Judas
bad.
Iscariot. How dare you, sir?
I'm not on either y'all's side. Okay, we look. I can agree with Sarah on some things. I can agree with you on something.
Yeah, that's fine.
At the end of the day, both of
I'm
y'all are
actually
fucking
not
liberals.
offended,
That's the
honestly.
point.
No,
Both of y'all are liberals.
no, actually, it's very right-winged side of everything. Like these men,
it's not, Sarah.
these
Sorry, you're a
14-year-old
liberal.
men
You're a feminist.
They're perfectly content with killing an animal.
Dark side,
And if I
Sarah.
said,
we are
if I
taking
said,
applications. we have cookies here on the left.
if I said,
Go
dear
join the left.
gentlemen,
Just-
would you
just follow
willingly go
Alex,
and
bro.
slaughter this cow right now? They'd be like, yeah, sure,
Just
no
follow
problem.
Alex.
I got it. Like they
follow
wouldn't have
Alex,
any problem with it. Like they like legit.
We're not gonna miss you.
There'd be no mental issue. There'd
Join
be
the
no
left. You can have a wrinkly ass
PTSD.
face like
No,
Alex at the age of
it is
35.
leftist. It is leftist
Shut
to
up,
say
Randy. You
no.
and your selfie
It is
fucking tuxedos.
shut the fuck up. It would be leftist
Oh
to
my
say,
gosh,
oh, they have
a guy wearing a
PTSD.
tuxedo. How
It would
fucking
be-
weird.
Yeah,
Right.
fucking
It would be
weak-ass dude.
leftist. It would be leftist to say, oh, they
Oh,
would have
what's up, Berto?
PTSD from all of this.
Huh?
They would like have issues from it. They'd have chemical issues, blah, 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 blah. Like, whereas these young men, they'd be like, yeah,
All right, shut the fuck up, Sarah.
Hi,
Anyways,
Thank you,
hi, my little
all right,
Hey,
so
Berto,
what's
be careful. If you're wearing a tuxedo in your picture, be careful. That's apparently not masculine.
that's
that's
wrong
gay,
here.
I guess.
Not allowed.
Don't wear a
Not
tuxedo in
allowed.
your picture.
This is date night for Cat and her man. By the
so
way.
anyways, who has a problem with children killing animals and not that apparently that gives fucking kids PTSD?
Soy boy Alex.
Careful.
Oh, okay.
Careful,
Hey,
kids.
Alex, you said you served in the military too, yeah?
I sure did.
20 years?
Yeah, I sure did.
What branch?
Army.
God, no wonder you're a fucking idiot. So,
What branch did
all
you
right.
serve in,
So,
buddy?
excuse me.
What branch did you serve in?
I was in the Air Force, PJ, for 4 years. Yeah. So
Were you
let's go ahead
PJ? I
and
was
let's,
here. No
God,
way.
not the Air Force. Holy shit.
I would
yeah.
have never
You
put you
should
as a
try out what I
PJ.
did. Then you
No,
can be
you
a
are
fucking
not a
They need a
man.
PJ.
brain.
There's
They need a
no
brain to
way
be able
you
to
were a
do that.
PJ.
Yeah, 6-month deployments. I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay, go ahead.
6 month deployments. I was actually on on deployments for 4 years actually. But
4
anyways,
years?
so
Bullshit you did.
you don't even
Bullshit,
know
4
what we
years.
do because you're too fucking stupid. That's what you Army idiots are about. You guys lack any drive and leadership. That's why you guys are the
Nobody's on
fattest
deployment for
fucks.
4 years straight,
Look
okay?
at
I know this for
you
a
don't
fact.
you don't know Spec Ops because you're a fucking idiot. That's why you're in the Army. So anyways,
Yeah, you were
you
not
want to
on
know what
deployment for 4
about Pete?
years straight, okay?
What? What'd you
Nobody's on
say?
deployment
What'd you
for 4
say?
Hey,
years
Green Feet.
That's
Hey,
what I
Green
said.
Hey,
Feet.
look. Hey, look. Hey,
Nobody's
look.
on deployment for 4 years straight. I know that for a fact. You are on deployment for at least a year, and then you got to be back for about a year at least.
Yeah, you don't know shit about the Spec Ops then.
You're
Clearly,
not
you were
Spec
not a
Ops,
fucking
dude.
Green Beret.
Okay.
You're never an Army Ranger. You're not a
Never said I
fucking
was.
SEAL. You ain't shit.
Never said I
So shut the
was.
fuck up.
Never
So
said I
anyways,
was.
Were
Never
you
said I
yeah, I
was.
know. Clearly, you
Cheeks?
couldn't make it
Cheeks?
because you're not a fucking man. All right.
Cheeks?
So,
Oh,
Were you down at
anyways,
Medina?
Go ahead and tell me how much of a man you are, big guy. Let's go, beating
oh,
cheeks.
I can.
Cheeks.
Yeah, I can show you how much of a man I am. You're so
Cheeks.
soy, dude.
Hello,
Listen to you,
Go
Cheeks.
man.
ahead.
You're over
Go
here
ahead.
claiming kids get PTSD from slaughtering animals. What
They
the fuck
do.
kind of vegan are
The
you?
science
You
backs
are
it up.
such a
The
little
science
bitch,
backs
dude.
it up, sir.
You sound
The
like my
science.
fucking ex fucking liberal girlfriend. Just fucking
Cheeks.
go fucking
Cheeks.
eat some
Yeah,
plants.
yeah.
Hey,
Go
Cheeks.
ahead.
Go eat
Go
some
ahead.
fucking
You said
grass,
some
bro.
Yo,
cheeks.
yo, yo, yo.
What
I'll tell you this,
man
dude.
says beating
Cheeks,
says
cheeks,
it's fucking-
cheeks. I'll tell you this. Look, Alex, I guess I disagree with Alex, bro. The guy's fucking wrong on a lot of things. However, so is Sarah. We're talking to two feminists right now. Alex and Sarah are both feminists. That's what it is. And at the end of the day, beating cheeks. Look, our enemies are also Alex and Sarah here.
No,
Okay,
I'm just saying a man is going to be a fucking man, especially out in the Midwest. All of you East Coast, West Coasters are a bunch of
Both
pussies.
enemies
Like,
here in the middle. Okay.
so
We're
what?
in the middle
You
of
slaughter a
shit. They're both
cow.
enemies.
Damn, wow.
They're both
Woohoo.
enemies. Yeah,
Yo.
yeah. We're not talking about slaughtering. You literally backed up monopolism. You literally backed up companies monopolizing
So
society.
what? We
You're
did
just
well. We're going to take
worse
over
than what Alex is
everything.
saying. That's the
Oh,
thing.
darn.
It's worse than what Alex is saying right here. Alex, he has feelings for animals. Fucking yeah, cool. Women shit. Cool. But at the same time, you literally back up monopolization for society. And I
Oh,
disagree
darn.
with
I'm a
that.
terrible person.
You're just as bad. You're just as bad, and you don't know.
I'm a
you
terrible
don't know what the
person.
fuck you're talking about when
I
it comes to
never said I
economics.
was right. I never said I studied economics.
Oh yeah, but you'll argue with me the entire fucking night.
Oh,
That's the point.
darn. Oh,
So
darn.
again, both are enemies. Both are enemies. So don't get it wrong. Just because
I'm an enemy.
in
Don't
this
get it
particular
wrong.
subject, Sarah is on our side. But however, she's still a fucking feminist.
But
don't get it wrong.
I'm a
Bean Cheeks,
terrible,
all right?
terrible person.
Don't get it wrong, bro. So just FYI, Glenn, I know you're there. I sent you the link. What's your take?
Yo. First off, I think you guys need to remember to take it easy on dude. He gets a little riled up a little too quickly and rage quits. That's what happened when Josie debated him. So calm down. Don't ruin the show. Okay? That's lesson number one. And yes, lesson number two, Sarah may have some feminist tendencies, but that only means she hasn't got the D right. Remember, if you give them the D right, they get the femininity right. So, okay, that's just all it takes. Okay, there's still hope and a prayer. But do I really think that slaughtering animals or hunting animals gives kids PTSD? No, that's not if they're taught about the process before. Not if the dad went hunting, the dad brings back the deer, the dad helps the dad clean out the deer. Just there's a way to do it. You don't just take them out there and here's a gun. All right, here we go. Yeah, I can see how some things can be traumatizing if not prepared properly. Sure. But a good father is not sending his son out in the woods unprepared. So, no, I don't think hunting is traumatizing for kids.
No,
whatsoever.
definitely not. Definitely not. And Alex, you don't think that hunting for a kid is traumatizing, right?
No,
I don't think that's your
it's
take.
completely different. It's completely different from like.
But it's not traumatizing.
No.
So you think slaughterhouses are traumatizing for kids?
It could be different. Absolutely. Because
Really?
Traumatizing,
bro?
Not if they are introduced to it properly. If it's been something about if they were raised in that society or culture and their dad showed them how the whole thing works, and it's not that traumatizing. I have friends that have raised their kids in there. Their kids are 14 years old.
No, but you need to look at it logically.
You're
From a
missing the point.
psychological perspective.
I'm not missing the point.
No, from a
not you,
psychological.
Glenn. You're not. I'm not saying you, Glenn. I'm simply saying it's like some people handle stress differently.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm
Alex. Who's missing the point here? Who's missing the point? Is it me?
I was
or-
talking to Glenn. I'm simply saying it's like the fact of the matter is like people handle stress differently. That's why I posted that article, because like it actually does lead to post-traumatic stress. Because if you, let's say for example, you take a child that's like 14 years old, put them in a slaughterhouse, they're not used to that environment. Essentially, they could develop post-traumatic stress. Essentially,
Well, yeah, but you could do that. You could get post-traumatic stress from walking in on your mom getting gangbanged too. If that's the case,
yeah, sure you could. I mean, hell, I mean, I know guys.
Traumatic. Anything that's traumatic to the individual and how it affects them. Yes.
And most young men in the Midwest are not going to obtain PTSD
Not
in a
always.
slaughterhouse. They're just not.
No,
This
but
is
if
like
you took
the
a
normal.
kid from like New York, you took a kid from LA.
Exactly. But
maybe,
he's
yeah.
talking about shit in Arkansas. Like I lived 40 minutes from the Arkansas border. That ain't nothing. That's a normal day to them. It's nothing.
No, but
Literally nothing.
more importantly, you
Not
need to
necessarily.
make a
It
comparison.
is
If you're going to look
nothing.
at it, you have to analyze it from a psychological perspective, and you compare one to the other. Working in a slaughterhouse, and if you're in a slaughterhouse, if you're killing the animals in a slaughterhouse, it is less psychologically disturbing than hunting. For the simple perspective that when you're hunting, if you're hunting, you're stalking that animal, you're looking at how that animal is moving, you're more connected to that animal, and you're seeing it living. It's basically living its life. You're following it around. It might be with its children. It might be you're looking at the thing
Damien,
moving,
I don't
living,
want.
breathing.
We're not talking about your love life. Okay.
But,
yeah,
but when
Damon, stop being a fucking feminist, bro.
you're going to be stalking that animal before you kill it, and you're seeing it living its life before you end it. When you're in a slaughterhouse, it's disconnected. You're disconnected from the animal completely. You have one job.
David sounds like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
Listen, no, more in the sense because it's more like a conveyor belt. The way that you go through the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
It's
You're
just a
doing a
process.
mechanical
It's
It
just
just
a
becomes a
system.
thing. It
Yeah, it
just
just
becomes
becomes
a
a part.
thing.
Yeah, part of the process, right? Hunting, yes. There's that intimate, real like intrigue.
Who's
like,
talking about the
moment.
love life now?
Well, you started it, so I thought you wanted to have foreplay.
Damn, go get
Well,
personal.
on that
goddammit.
note, may I make my exit? Actually,
That's
'cause
right.
Mel,
That's right.
Mel,
Go.
yes,
Go to
sir.
bed.
Get the
because
fuck outta here,
Daddy,
woman.
because
Yes.
Daddy
Get the
is
fuck outta-
here.
That's
I'm
right.
daddy.
Liberals always run.
No.
Liberals
Daddy's
who's your
always
white
here.
run.
daddy?
I've
Run
been
away,
here for
woman.
hours. Get the fuck out, Sarah. Okay. Yes.
Who's your
Big-
white daddy, Jake?
My big
Definitely not
daddy.
you. That's for damn sure. I don't have a white daddy. I'm my own. My only daddy is my fucking biological father, Glenn. All right. That's about
Hey, it's
fucking it.
not according to your haters.
And
Yeah, not according to the
Glenn-
haters. That's true. Just like Sarah, who is a hater.
Glenn,
But-
my big
Yes,
daddy
ma'am.
is here.
Yes,
Big
ma'am.
daddy.
God, that's cringe.
And he can speak on whatever behalf he wants to speak of.
Glenn, you didn't raise her right. You didn't
Whether
raise her
he
right.
wants to take my opinion or not, I'm going to leave it to Big Daddy to speak on my behalf. And
There we go.
He gets it. He understands.
You didn't
it,
raise her right,
whatever the
Glenn.
case
You
may
didn't raise her
be.
right.
But
Did you what
Mel,
she just did? She just deferred her authority to me. That's how it's
I
supposed to.
did. I did. He's going to
Sure,
speak on my
sure,
behalf.
but
Yep.
she's still a feminist, Glenn. That's the problem here.
No,
I
no.
told you it's a process.
Daddy's,
You got to fuck it out of
Daddy's
her.
in
process.
charge.
It's a process.
Daddy's
Okay.
actually. If you want my political views, I'll give you my
No,
father's
she's
number.
actually very
can call him.
conservative. She's conservative leaning. I definitely say she's more conservative leaning.
Probably, perhaps. I
More
can
than
believe
you would
that.
probably give her credit for, honestly.
Yeah. I just
And
want to
we've
shit
talked
on her
about-
for
we've
the
talked
things
about
that
it.
she's not conservative on. Yeah.
I'm
what I want to talk
actually
about.
really
Sarah,
conservative
you
in
have
a
a
lot
great
of
evening.
ways.
Okay. All the same, have a great evening. Okay.
Alex, thank you for stopping by, bro. I'm glad I sent you the link.
Wait a minute. Everybody, all the
I'm
fun
not
people
leaving.
are
I'm
leaving.
just wishing her good night. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Just
cool,
wishing her
cool,
good
Well,
night.
it's a
That's all.
typical liberal.
Yeah.
It's a typical liberal move to run away when you're starting
Well,
to
No,
lose.
he's good. He's not running away. He's still
I'm
here.
not
He's
running
still
away.
here.
Holy shit!
Hey,
How many
Jake.
times have they saying?
Sarah's running away, so she's
Jake.
also a
I'm
liberal.
not
but
running
yeah, she's running.
away. I was promised
let her say her goodbye.
Pandora's
I'm kidding.
panel,
Let her-
right?
let her say
Okay,
her farewells.
to my knowledge,
I'm kidding, Sarah.
Kat asked me originally from 6 to 9, and then it turned from 7 to 10, which I was totally like down for because I was like,
Were you-
I'm gonna do a sip and stream anyways, whatever.
Were you
So
not
I did
entertained?
the 7 to 10, and then I like kind of prolonged it and prolonged it and prolonged it, and Jake got like bitchy. So, like whatever. I'm
So
here
I
to
have one last
entertain.
question.
Sure, Randy, whatever you want.
Are you ever gonna stop being a whore?
I'm where is an accent?
Sarah, can you answer the question, please? Because you didn't answer any mine.
But
That's for
being
sure.
a whore would mean that I would actually have to be having sex, correct?
I mean, it's
So are you ever gonna
debatable at
stop?
this
Are
point
you
in
ever gonna
age.
stop having sex?
I have not had sex in a very long
I mean,
time.
nowadays with OnlyFans, you don't have to have
Yeah, since
sex to be
BO,
a
right?
whore.
But I'm not an
Since Base Oracle?
OnlyFans. I'm not an OnlyFans girl.
Yeah, that's not the question though.
But that's
yeah,
what he just said was OnlyFans.
No, I was just
Right.
making a point of you don't have to have sex to be a whore.
Yeah, like back alley,
But you
blowjobs.
actually kind of do.
Yeah, like what you did with Base Oracle. Like, would you say like I'm not gonna do that
No,
anymore?
hold on, stop.
No, you're
Hold
not.
on.
Okay, good.
Stop.
She's not a whore.
You're conflating, or actually non-conflating.
You never answered
And
the
here I
question.
sit back and
I
going,
answered your
What is-
questions, but you
what
never
is
answered
the
mine.
opposition of like inflating, conflating? You're minimizing a very much bigger thing into something so minuscule to fit your narrative, right?
What's my narrative?
So your narrative is to presume that I just went out and fucked a dude, right?
What
And that's
dude? What dude?
That's what
What dude?
Randy is.
What
That's
dude?
Randy is implying.
What dude did you
correct?
fuck? I'm pushing the
not
narrative.
saying that.
boy.
What I'm saying is taking what
You
Randy
said that I'm
Spicy.
pushing a
Oh,
narrative.
yeah.
What's the narrative?
But Jesus Christ!
Well, just answer my question.
I
What
can't
narrative
even
am I
fucking
pushing
talk.
that apparently
I can't
that
even fucking talk.
Let her talk, Jake. Let her go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Okay, between Randy and Jake, right? You're implying that.
I'm fucking with you, Sarah. Go ahead.
I'm not
Go
gonna
ahead.
lie, that was awesome, Jake. That was hilarious.
I like the farting thing. Like, I wish there was more farting things, but
More farting? Okay, you got it.
thank you. I just get so turned on.
I mean, your
every
pussy
time.
does
I'm sure
plenty
you
of
do.
queefs.
Yeah.
Yes,
That should
it
fill. That should
does,
be
because I'm
enough.
fucking old, and that's what it does. It just
Yeah.
queefs the
How old
whole
are you?
fucking
Ugh,
time.
that's gross.
The
Let's
how
stop
old-
talking
wait,
about
wait,
that.
time. That's all we
disgusting.
do.
How
See,
old-
that's
how
how
old
you
is
get a man to disengage from a conversation.
Sarah,
Fucking
how old
gross
are
them
you?
out, and now they don't want to know any fucking more. Done.
Sarah, how old
See?
are you?
Amazing.
She's 63.
I'm 63.
Imagine just like you just
definitely don't
have
look
one.
63. I'm sorry.
Imagine
she
just
looks
having a
fucking
slight
80, right?
feeling in your lower gut, and all of a sudden
She
you
looks
fill
like a
the room
plastic
with
surgeon,
fish
80.
smell.
She looks younger than me, actually.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Randy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Randy.
No, I was just saying. Imagine that you have a little feeling in your lower gut, and the next thing you know, you make the entire room smell like fish.
Yeah. That's really gross, dude.
That is gross.
Do you
Yeah, just
do
like your
girls that
vagina,
smell
yeah.
like that, or
Yeah.
is that a thing? Like, is that a common thing, or?
Apparently,
I'm
with you,
asking
because you
you.
queef so much.
Well, queefing is one thing, but reeking the room of fish, like, that's a whole nother ball game, my darling.
I
Like,
think that's the same thing for you.
That's an internal inside issue that you should probably seek a doctor for. So if you're smelling fish, that's
Look,
a problem.
I mean, I have to admit, I had to go to a cheaper doctor for my transition surgery because I'm not some massive internet
like
whore
you,
like you
Randy.
are. So I had to go to a cheap surgeon.
This is so good. This is so good. In any event, I move my opinion to Glenn. Glenn will speak on my behalf. Whatever he says goes. I'm
Glenn
gonna
says you're a
trust
whore.
it.
Is that true?
Sure, whatever. Glenn, you
There you
got
go.
it.
There you
Good.
go. We got
You
it.
did
Thank
not
you.
hear those words come out of my mouth.
Well, I'm
Thank
speaking.
you.
You
Well,
just have to
whatever
say
comes
the
out of my
words,
mouth
brother.
also represents Glenn. So there you go.
Sarah,
When did you
Okay.
become my spokesman?
Sarah,
Well, when
just
I
say-
became your daddy, Glenn.
No. See, I've been your daddy since
I became
day one.
your brown daddy. I'm your brown daddy.
I don't have a
Sarah-
brown daddy. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's me. I'm your brown
I'm
daddy.
too
Glenn.
Italian to let that happen.
Sarah, just say that man, true beta man, drink Miller Lite. Okay.
Oh shit!
Ew,
That's an attack
Miller
on me.
Lite.
Why are
Wait,
you
they're not
mad?
even
Just
doing
because-
the mixed ultra.
Just because I
That's
called
bait
you a
as fuck.
beta,
buddy.
like
That's
okay, I
bait
attacked
as
Alex
fuck.
too. Yeah.
Okay.
I made enemies here. I made enemies.
Jake, it's all good,
Miller's
man.
for the
So,
Miller's
let
for
me-
the rainbow flag people.
Rainbow flag
Let
people.
me just say this to you, especially you, Jake. I was married for 10 years and I was a very good girl. Okay.
Oh yeah. That's
And
why you stayed married, right? That's why you stayed married, because you're a good girl.
Glenn can speak on my behalf if he so chooses later. That's fine. But if he doesn't, that's fine. Whatever, too. But in any event, to you, my darling Jake, who has now been put backstage because you can't shut your fucking mouth. But in any event, I love men. Men are great. They're amazing creatures, and I do nothing but applaud them. But on that note, I was married for 10 years.
Rick smarter and just leave
shit-
already.
Shut up for
Holy
a
fuck.
second. Shut up for a second. And unfortunately, shit just fucking happened. And for once, it's okay. It's absolutely okay for me to actually want to talk to somebody or date somebody or whatever with anybody. Because
I don't doubt it. It's hard to talk to you.
I'm not talking
Fucking
to
hell.
you. I'm not talking to you, Randy. Jesus Christ. Shut
Yeah,
up.
have you ever
Randy's about to go in the
recognized that you
backstage
might be the
too.
common
Backstage.
denominator?
Do it, cat. Do it, cat. Do it, cat. Do it. Just fucking do it. Just do it, cat.
She's not gonna do it. She loves
Do it.
me, and she knows that I bring the entertainment.
In any
Randy's
event,
so fucking
in any
bipolar.
event-
A minute ago, you're
any
like, I
event-
like Sarah. I'm agreeing with Sarah. Now you're like telling her to shut up.
A minute
In-
ago, no.
in
all
any
it was
event,
that fucking
what I'm
Alex is
saying
even
is,
more than her.
is there's nothing wrong with after a 10-year marriage of me going out and finally meeting somebody I want to date of any sort. So the Jake, to you, the whole based oracle thing or whatever you want to say. You want to say I'm a whore, you want to say whatever, that's fine. But to me, I look at it as I was pretty solid for 10 fucking years. And unfortunately, that didn't work. And so now I get out of that marriage and I finally want to date somebody or talk to somebody or anything with somebody. I think that's okay too.
Go
But
for it, Sarah. Go live your life.
Unfortunately, Jake knows that he wouldn't have those opportunities if that instance were to happen. So I love you, Jake. Bye-bye. Anyways, I love you guys.
Go live your life,
It's
Sarah.
been
Have a great
great.
time.
Are you
Have a great
finally
time,
leaving?
Sarah.
Thank
Have a
God.
great time.
No,
Go.
I'm just gonna
Get
sit
it.
here and just talk this whole time. That's
Go
what
live your
I'm
life,
just gonna
Sarah.
keep
Have a
talking.
great time.
I'm just gonna keep talking. I'm just gonna keep talking. I'm gonna
for
gonna
it.
be a whore. I'm gonna go be a whore. Why not? Let's just go be
Do
whores
it.
all day long. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
totally.
she seems nice.
Oh yeah, thank you for putting me back on after fucking Sarah, who exited me.
What,
And
is it Sarah?
I'm just gonna get the last word on Jake, so he doesn't
Is it
interrupt me.
Sarah or Sarah? I'm sorry.
It's Sarah. It's Sarah. She spells it
Okay.
Sarah. S-A-R-A.
But I just see Sarah, and I'm just like, okay.
That's Sarah.
She
Sorry.
spells it.
Yeah,
she
dumb
spells
bimbo.
it Sarah, but she pronounces it Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dumb bimbo put me
It's
in the
Sarah.
backstage. It's Sarah, bro. That's how it's pronounced. But nevertheless, who cares about her pronunciation? Call her whatever the fuck you want. Call her whore. I don't care. The point is, fucking woman put me in the background because Kat probably gave her power to do that. And she wanted to get the last word before she left. That's all it was. For a little fucking simp chat. That's all it was. However, I guarantee it, she's gonna put me on one of her fucking panels because I am way more controversial than any of those fucking losers that she gets on there. And I will cause fucking a wildfire.
Oh, you want that fast pass?
Let's fucking do that shit. Let's fucking cause the wildfire because dude, first off, she's a feminist. That's for damn sure. She gets people like Base Oracle who apparently she fucks, who is also a feminist. And I am more than willing to go on there and call all those fuckers out. on their fucking stream. Let's fucking do it. It's content gold to put me on. And again, I was rude to her. I said, send me the link, bitch. Send me the fucking link. And apparently to her, she's like, well, I have so many people wanting to come on Monday. I'm like, okay, cool. You can send them on there. I guarantee it. Fucking put me on there and I'll fucking cause some chaos. Let's fucking do it. And it's going to be good for viewers. Because at the end of the day, all fucking Sarah wants is just viewership. That's all she wants. She doesn't actually have anything good to say. She's a fucking idiot. That's all she is. She's a drama channel. That's all she is.
I'm
So
not gonna
fuck
lie.
this drama channel.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel kind of useless here right now. Why the fuck am I in here?
The wreck
Nobody
fucking
knows.
beta soy boys.
Who knows? Who knows?
Such as Alex.
Nobody knows. Kat, let's be honest. Kat doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. She about 3 hours ago, she sent a message saying, "I'm ending the stream, guys." And
she allowed
after
me.
saying she's ending the stream, she invite 20 fucking people.
And
this is
Daemon, I'll tell you this. Daemon, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
I'm actually willing to actually come up here and stand for my convictions, honestly. And I love being called a weak beta boy. I fucking love it. Let's fucking bring it on.
That's gay.
Because
But I'll
it's
tell you this.
fitting. And he knows
I'll
it
tell you,
is.
it is pretty
He
fitting.
likes being,
Randy?
It's pretty
he
fitting.
likes
I love
being,
it. I don't like
he likes
being
being
called that shit. What the fuck?
identified as
It's
what he
lies.
is.
I don't like lies. I don't like lies. What the fuck? But I'll tell you this,
Lies?
guys. Lies. Yeah, I don't like
Lies?
that shit.
You
Don't
don't like
like
lies?
the lies or the lies.
What lies? What lies have I told you? Lies?
No, it's not you. It's the sheer
Okay.
fact that if you're being called something that you're not, you should be like, well, that's a lie. I don't like that shit. That's how you have to combat that, right? But here's the point.
With you though. So,
But I'll tell you this, Alex. Thank you for coming on, bro, because I'm glad you did. And me and you fucking disagree on like 95% of shit. Hardcore, bro. Hardcore. We disagree on everything. Almost
So,
everything.
Jake, do you think that you can get PTSD from slaughtering an animal?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Alex, you took an L on that, bro. You took an L.
I provided the links and the source on it, honestly.
Dude, you were okay. Just
the
like
problem,
Daemon.
the problem with providing links and sources is when you belong to the party that says trust the science, but you only put forward the links and the sources that support your fucking side that you like. Like the science has said up until 5 fucking minutes ago that you're a woman if you're born with a vagina. And then all of a sudden you guys
Daemon.
forgot what the fuck a
So,
woman is.
Damon, if I'm wrong, provide a source that's countering my argument then.
Okay. I'll put you in a room.
That's
I'll
besides
put
the
you in a room.
Okay. Come on, mate. Come on then.
Yeah, let me answer.
Let me answer.
So
Go
I'll
ahead.
put you in a room. I'll put you in a room with a post-op tranny, and I'll say, "Fuck that thing" to prove that it's a woman. Would you do it?
Come on.
That's
Would you do it?
He wouldn't.
Would you do it? Would you do it? Would you go down on a
He would
mutilated
not.
penis
He would
that
not.
looks like
He would
a
not.
vagina?
I asked him the same question. He said no, and I get you there, Alex. I get you there.
Oh,
he
you
said
fucking bigot!
Oh,
You
yeah,
fucking
okay.
bigot!
I
How
fucking
dare you?
bigot.
I
You
guess I'm a
transphobic
bigot. Okay.
bigot!
Throw me to the wolves. Burn me at the stake. I guess I'm a bigot.
So
I'm
you
sorry.
trust the science as long as it's telling you to wear a fucking diaper and put 50 jabs in your arm. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. I'll wear a diaper as long as it makes you happy, Damon.
Okay, we're not talking
Alex.
about that. No more strikes.
Oh
Hey,
wow,
Kat.
she said
Kat,
something
Kat,
after
how
4
about
hours
you-
of silence.
Wait, hang on.
You're getting
hang on,
content gold right now, Kat. I
No,
suggest
but I'm
you
going to get
clip all
content
this.
strikes. I have
Yeah,
not
exactly.
made one
No,
time.
I
I've
suggest you
gotten
clip
two
it.
strikes.
I suggest you clip it.
Kat's a
you've
good
had
person.
so many
I actually
clippable
like
moments tonight.
Yes. Yes.
Who has time
And
to
by the way,
clip?
I'm gonna be on all those clips because I fucking rocked this fucking stream here with Raging Tomato Feminist, Alex, who's also a feminist, a Daemon who surprised me, he's also a feminist. So I destroyed everybody here.
Oh,
all right, I
learn what
destroyed
the
everybody
fucking
here.
word means. Jesus
what did I
Christ.
Sorry,
do?
Daemon,
What
but you
did I
sounded like
do?
a goddamn
I
feminist.
did not get destroyed
Jake,
whatsoever.
what did I do wrong?
No, you were perfect. Dude, Randy was good, man. Randy was fucking good, man. Randy was the only one that was backing my ass up. Out of all you
Randy got
fuckers,
slept the
they were
fuck
saying,
around.
"Oh, Jake, you're being mean. Oh, Jake, this is fuck you, bro." At the end of the day, I'm telling you this. I gave you content gold. I suggest you clip it, Kat. I
I
suggest you
can't
clip
tell
it.
if Glenn is frozen or if that's just how he is.
I think he's
Fuck.
frozen.
He's consuming it. No, actually, he's
No.
probably frozen.
Glenn is definitely frozen. So.
Oh no, he moved. He moved. He's not frozen.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay.
He's been
Glenn,
so still
we
for like
honestly
10
thought you were
minutes.
frozen for a second, dude. We honestly
That was
thought you
the
were
most
frozen.
fucking. That was the most fucking terrifying thing I've seen. That was like
I
a
know.
Hollywood.
I was like, holy
It's like
shit.
where you
That's
think
what
it's
we
a
call-
statue and then it moves.
Honestly,
It's like-
honestly, the
statue
best,
pose. Statue pose.
the best analogy is just imagine that you're standing right next to an Eastern Island head, and all of a sudden,
he wasn't
like,
even breathing. The guy's like breathing through his skin.
all
He's
of a
still not
sudden it
breathing.
starts moving.
Glenn is
Glenn
stone
was-
cold right now. He's stone
Glenn
cold
was
still.
waiting. That's all it was.
He's waiting.
Waiting pose.
I'm curious to see who's going to criticize after this. Glenn, the floor is
Probably
yours.
me.
Who do you have to criticize?
Nobody right now.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to get attacked right now. So I thought
No,
I
you are my Mexican son. I told you, Dad's not gonna do that to you.
That's my boy. That's my boy. That's my. That's my.
You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue. My boy.
It's
I
a
love
great
Glenn,
movie.
but yeah.
That's such a great movie. Honestly, let's be honest. That's such a great movie.
Dude, throwing the manhole covers. That shit was fucking brilliant.
I just love all of the scene like they were going around recruiting everybody, like they're driving around. The scene of Master of Puppets is so fucking good. Oh god, scene is so great.
Yeah.
So, what are the topics you guys are arguing about tonight?
I don't know, actually.
Glenn, we went 5 hours. Bro.
Let's not go back through that.
We went 5 hours, bro. Holy shit! I wish you were here when me and fucking Raging Tomato totally destroyed her. Fucking illogical.
Before Jake even gets into it, Glenn, honestly, if Jake tells you everything we're arguing about, it would give you PTSD.
Shut up, you fucking feminist.
Slaughtered an animal. Seriously.
Yeah, I did. I slaughtered Sarah just like I would an animal here. I skinned her like a rabbit. That just think of it that way.
Oh, you did.
Hearing a rabbit
yeah.
scream, it's horrendous.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
Wow.
But it was fun. It was fun. It was really fun, man. My chat was fucking going off and giving me information as time went on. I asked her questions. She didn't want to answer my questions. I answered all of her questions, but however, I guess like the moment that I asked her two tough questions about things, she didn't want to fucking go there. The what?
What were the two tough questions?
So one of the questions is that did you fuck Base Oracle? She said, well, who was the last person you fucked? And I said, my girlfriend. Can you answer my question now? And she said, no, I don't have the right to that. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, fine. Fucking idiot. I answered your question. Didn't want to fucking answer mine.
I think that's a dumb question. It proves nothing because just by denying it, or then that already opens the door to you could assume that she did it, right?
Exactly.
It's like a mission.
And I said that.
I
said that.
But at the same time,
she said, "You're mean, Jake." No, you're wrong.
It's such an old talking point, right? Like you should find out who she's fucking now. Then you talk about it.
I don't give a fuck. I don't. And she was like, Jake, you're talking about my vagina. I said, your vagina is disgusting. I'm not talking about your vagina. I don't care about your vagina. I'm not describing what your vagina looks like. I don't care about that. I said, did you fuck Base Oracle? That's it. Simple question. And she wanted to talk about her vagina. So weird. Weirdo, bro. Disgusting.
Well, most women end up talking about getting naked or their vagina.
Yeah, gross, man. Gross.
You should be used to it, though. Like, you must not talk to a lot of women.
Yeah, but dude, Sarah, I'm not gonna lie. Remember when that guy was like, "Oh, would you fuck Sarah? Do you think Sarah and Pearl are equal?" I said, "Dude, it's not even close. Pearl is way more attractive than Sarah, bro. Way more attractive. She's not even fucking close, bro. Not even close. And that's because Pearl's not even that attractive. She's like mid, bro. And Sarah compared to Pearl is fucking not even close. Like, sorry, bro. But I heard that shit in the morning when I was at work. I was like, dude, come on.
Yeah,
but I understand why you didn't want to answer the question. Well, you got to respect your wife, etc. I totally understand that, Glenn.
There's that, but it's also what do I gain from playing this game?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. So why would I give him anything? He already made a video. The only reason why I brought him up because I wanted to ask him about the video.
Yeah,
I was like, so why are you like fabricating bullshit, making up stories that you can't prove? Like, so what? You're not a good actor. You're not a good face actor by any means.
Also, Glenn, to be fair, after that, she actually said that was fucking embarrassing. She called him out for losing that, and they went their separate ways after that, pretty much, wasn't it, Drake?
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah, for sure.
What?
Sarah was like,
And
Sarah said she was embarrassed to be a part of that. She was expecting so much. He apparently
Yeah, but she loves the drama. That's the thing with
she
Sarah,
promised
is that
that's
she's
the
not
big
fully
thing.
honest about things. She loves the
What
drama.
about what? What about what? About she was like sorry about what?
Yeah, with that guy that's harassing you, etc., bro. She loves that drama. She loves the
No. Let me tell you something.
her content is drama farming, bro. Just like Base Oracle.
I understand. Like her content is all like dramatic
garbage.
spurgs. Right. I get that. That's what people like. But let me tell you something. Yesterday, she messaged me to let me know that this fucktard was trying to go through my Instagram and start trying to find pictures and stuff like that. So she gave me a heads up to send my shit private.
Sure.
Because I do have pictures up on there that I don't know how he found it. I have two of them. So how did he find the right one?
So it sounds like a topic at some point was, would you rather fuck Sarah or Pearl? I'll be honest.
Go with Pearl.
That's not fair because
I'd rather go with Pearl.
Well,
I
hold
mean,
on.
they both are old bags, but that's the thing. I have a thing for gilfs.
Excuse you.
I have a
Pearl's
thing.
my sister. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
fucking my
it's all
little
good. You don't have
sister.
to answer that question. That's totally understandable. But
I have a thing for gilfs, so I have no issue with Sarah or Pearl both being old bags.
Well,
But
Pearl's not old, bro. She's like 28 or
She's
something.
26.
She
I think
looks.
she's 26.
She's 27.
She's
Okay.
like
27?
30 something.
I thought
She
she
looks
was
old.
okay.
She
But
looks
dude,
old. But
yeah,
here's the
I know,
thing,
but
I'm
Pearl
choosing
is
Pearl every
clearly more
time.
attractive.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's just the fact that Pearl is definitely gonna give me that. Like, if we're missionary, we're looking eye to eye. She's gonna look
Okay.
more.
No,
She's
you're
no.
good,
She's
you're
gonna
done.
look more.
You're
She's
done.
gonna look more submissive.
You're
Okay.
She's
done.
gonna look
You're
more
done.
like that. She's
You're
gonna look
done.
like Daddy, give it to me. She's gonna
Okay,
have that
all
little
right.
innocent look.
I got you
Versus
there.
Randy,
Sarah.
stop.
Sarah's
Calm
gonna
it
be
down.
giving me that.
I'll tell you this, Randy. I'm not attracted to Pearl. If you ask me the question, sure. I think Pearl's a good person. I don't want to talk about her that way. I think she's chill. But at the end of the day, Sarah is just disgusting. I'll just fucking say that out loud. But at the end of the day, the question was, oh, Glenn, you have to answer the question. He doesn't have to answer shit to you, bro. The point is that, dude, Glenn has a totally different take of how he sees these two different individuals. It's very clear on that, but he wants to pressure you into answering those questions. It's garbage.
Yeah.
It's garbage. Okay.
Well, it's like, well, one, I respect both of them, right? But differently, I hold them to that, I hold them to two different. I could separate entertainment,
right,
from real life, right? That's why, like, Sarah's show is. It's not necessarily always my cup of tea. There's some topics that, like, if I want to have fun and just troll and just kind of like just make jokes,
yeah,
perfect. If it's a serious topic that like is something I'm really, about, I can't have that conversation over there because it ends up turning into like what happened with Grid, right? So I just know when to engage over there, when not to engage, right? Do I think that she's a bad person? No, I don't think she's a bad person. Do I think she has bad taste in men?
Oh yeah, the base Oracle, and she didn't want to answer the question.
That's different.
Who is this Space Oracle guy?
Here's the thing.
He's a fucking loser. Don't worry about it.
Here's the thing. Who are you, or who is anybody, to know about her personal life in that matter? Where do we get off to thinking that we have the right to know who she's fucking?
So, Glenn, could I ask you a question? If Sarah is actually going on stream talking about her personal life, and then when I ask a question about her personal life, and she says, "Oh, you shouldn't ask that question. That's fucking irrelevant. And you're being mean." Dude, your whole channel is about that. Literally, my chat was my chat knew so much about that fucking girl. Okay,
What I'm
I don't
saying is,
know.
like,
I don't know who Sarah is.
I could talk about situations that I've been in. I could talk about,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
Glenn,
see, hold
if
on.
she's
You're
putting her
gonna,
life
hey,
out
Jake,
there,
Jake, let me get my work. Can I get my sentence out, please?
okay,
If I'm gonna talk about, like, hey, oh yeah, the things that I've done, my DGen days, all right?
yeah,
I'm not relaying the names. I'm not saying who they are, right?
she brought up her
Because,
kids.
but that's different. They still don't. The kids. I don't know why she
Wait, let's
would
be
bring up her
fair.
The
kids.
chat that
She explained why she brought up her kids.
Yeah, but the
And
chat
she
brought up her
explained,
kids. Hold on. My chat brought
yeah,
up her kids. And then she
yeah,
said, "Oh, they're fucking you shouldn't bring up my kids." And then fucking literally like 20 minutes later, she's bringing up her kids and telling me about her children.
yeah.
It's
But
like,
she was
dude,
doing that because
so
you're putting her on the spot about the chat
no,
asking.
yeah, but then no, it's not. She literally did a whole rant about her kids when the chat was bringing up her children about it. She was just telling the chat saying to stop doing that. But then she did it later on in the fucking stream. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah,
If you're gonna put
because
your life, hold on, Daemon, if you're gonna put your life over there in public on the internet, therefore the chat has a fucking full right to ask questions. It's very simple.
They're only
she explained.
look at here's the thing. You just made the biggest mistake. You think the chat's entitled.
Oh, no, it's not about no, Glenn. They have
They're
the
not,
right.
nobody,
If
they
if
can
they're
ask, they can ask whatever they want, but they're not entitled to an answer.
okay, then
That's true.
I'm entitled to read out my chat because they were doing super chats and saying,
No, you
"Oh,
absolutely.
No, yeah, you read
Absolutely.
it out, and that was all fair enough. But she said that she's not going to answer certain things. And then when the chat was pressing it, and when you were rereading it, and when you were saying like, "Well, why won't you answer?" When you said like, "Oh," she again started talking about it. She talked about it with regard to that context, and she explained because I think it was about like where the name for the kids came around, like the tomato.
that wasn't my
whatever.
point." No, that wasn't my
That
point.
well, that's when she started talking about her kids again, and when she explained about the whole
Yeah, Bratty
diagnosis thing,
Tomato and
yeah,
Yeah,
and she
exactly. And
explained why that
then
started because of a diagnosis thing, and that's
Yep.
when I basically said, "Okay, look, we're done with that. Let's not talk about it anymore." Because, like,
yeah,
to be
but
fair, you don't need to, and the fucking
no,
you
that's
don't
not
owe
my point.
anybody anything on
My
that.
point wasn't about her kids. I'm saying that she puts her life out there in public on her channel, and then she says, "No, I
Yes.
do it for my kids. I do it to get money for the surgery or the cancer for her kids."
That's what her channel's for. It's
Yeah, but
for
before
to
that,
raise
it
funds
wasn't.
for her
Before that,
kids.
it wasn't. She went on. She made that channel before that situation. She made
Yes,
that
yes.
Before it was
so,
monetized.
But hold on, Jake. We got to be accurate
bro.
here. If you're gonna do the timeline, you got to be accurate. Yes, she made that channel long before, and that's when like she would every once in a while appear on Alex from Playing with Fire, but she never held any streams. She would just go visit on people's streams from time to time. It wasn't until like January of this year that she actually started hosting shows on her own channel and started streaming. So
Yeah, sure.
like just
Well,
because you create a
again,
channel like a long time ago,
I asked her how long have you been on stream. She said I was doing this prior before, and that
yeah,
she made it sound, that was her take, that she's been doing this for for a while before that situation. Okay, cool. But she's literally telling me, well, nowadays, now I'm going on stream and doing these things for my daughter, so
Well,
I
yeah,
don't have to
'cause
work at a bar. Hold on, so I don't have to work at a bar. And then I'm thinking, well, why do you have to work at a bar? You could just get a job and actually make more money rather than streaming, because
She said that
streaming
the
is a
bar would
hard
be a
thing.
second job. She said that would be a
she
second
already
job.
has a full-time job.
Okay, cool. But the thing is, hold on. My point is, if you really care about your daughter and getting money for your daughter, you work 2 jobs rather than working that job and then doing streaming that doesn't make you that much, bro. It really doesn't. Even with 50
Well,
viewers,
if you
you
gotta
know the
figure,
struggle with that.
so
Glenn.
let's I do know the struggle, but let's put things in more realistic perspective here.
How
You
is it
have a
not
daughter.
realistic? I
Hold
think
on, if you let me finish my
Streaming lets
sentence,
you be at
Jake,
home.
please. You have a daughter who has a medical issue that
Cool.
does need your attention, because
Cool.
if her medicine is not administered correctly, it could send her into an emergent situation. And
Yeah.
if you are not at home to
Yeah.
attend to that, you could lose your daughter. So
Ah.
anything that keeps you closer to home or at home would probably be the best option that you could probably do if you can't find anything to work around your scenario.
What makes
right?
you think that she couldn't find something that can work around her scenario?
Well, she already works a full-time job during the day at the
Okay, so
university.
does she have a
So
mother
at
and a
night-
father? What does she have? What's her
I
backup?
don't know how.
Yeah, we don't.
Why
But the
why are you
average person.
interrogating me though? Like, why are you interrogating? I'm just telling you.
I'm not interrogating you,
You
Glenn.
are.
I'm
You're
saying the
asking-
average
to try
person.
to,
Glenn,
all right,
the
to try
average
to draw middle
person.
ground. To try to draw middle ground, it sounds like Jake's saying like get a real fucking job instead of streaming if money's that
Yes.
important. And likewise, Glenn is saying, yeah, there is a benefit of her being at home while making money. However, and this is where I'm going to draw the middle ground, which might bias a little towards Jake, is there are, especially post-COVID, a fucking shitload of work-at-home jobs.
Work-at-home jobs. Yes, thank you. There's a lot of work-at-home jobs that you can
where
get that pay
she
a
could
lot of
likely
money.
she could likely make a
Yeah.
lot more money doing a work-from-home job versus streaming if
But going back to
money
Glenn's
is
point,
really
why
the
the
aspect.
fuck is any of this our business?
Are those
right
jobs
now?
hiring though?
No,
That's
fuck
the
you,
question.
Daemon. Don't say it's none of my business.
No,
that
I'm
was
saying
her
why-
claim.
why the
No,
fuck
that
are
was
we-
her
why
claim
the
that she
fuck
used
are-
against me. No, Daemon. That was her claim that she used against me.
What did she use against you? She didn't
Dude.
use anything against you.
Are you serious, bro? Were you not
What?
here?
What did she say? Go on.
Bro, again, when she brought up her kids and I said, okay, the chat is bringing up your kids, and you're like, oh, well, I'm just fucking doing this for my child. And I said, well, at the end of the day, it seems like your chat and people know a lot about your kids and know a lot about your situation. And it seems weird to me that you want to bring up, because there's no way that they found that out on their own. You had to have told them. You had to have told them. And then you're saying, well, Jake, no. I'm doing this for my daughter. Okay, fine. You should probably get a better job and something that pays more than streaming, because I already know what streaming fucking pays. Daemon, you don't, bro. You're just a guy that fucking jumps in. Dude, it's very difficult to make a living off of just streaming alone. It's very difficult, bro. There's no chance in hell that she's working a 40-hour job and then simultaneously making a stream off of that. There's no way. She's better off actually fucking going a working whole job that can actually pay good money.
But that
for the sheer fact that she wants to give her victimhood of her daughter.
This is where you're making the mistake as not knowing like how much she's looking to make, right? If she can make an additional $500 a month streaming, that could cover.
But with the time, this is what Jake is saying. This is what Jake is saying.
No, this
so
is what I'm saying. Allow me to finish.
If you
guys
use that
are
same
interrupting, so
time,
let me know if I'm going to finish my sentence. All
Go
right.
ahead.
If all she needs to do to make the budget to where, you know what, if I just make a minimum of $500 a month, that covers the medicine, that the copay or whatever. If
Okay.
that's all I got to cover.
If she
and
loves
then
her
that's all
daughter, she
needs,
will want
and that's
more than
fine.
that, bro. And she can make the
okay,
job.
So this is
Okay, hold on. You also got to. If she loves her daughter, let's not be around your kid. That's stupid. You still have to parent. You still have to be present, Jake. Like you can't just be at work all the time.
Bro, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
Okay,
She literally
that's
divorced
what
her
happened when you have
husband. She divorced her fucking husband.
Yes,
She's literally
and
the epitome of
why-
everything
you
we
don't
complain
know-
about.
There
Wait,
was
but hang a
reasons. There was
second,
reasons
like,
behind it. That's
Randy, go ahead and take
we
over
can't
here
be
because
speaking on people's divorces that
So
we don't know
the
is
point-
wrong.
the
Unless
point of
there's
the
a
fact-
little bit,
All right,
unless there's a
Glenn,
legitimate
are you done
reason
yet?
that's biblical, a biblical reason for divorce. Yes, it's wrong, and you don't know why they got divorced.
All right,
So
all
you're
right.
just going
Can
to
you do me a
assume.
favor? Can you do me a favor and shoot up more roids while I have a little interjection and talk for the first time in 30 minutes? Is that cool with you?
Yeah, I can shoot up some more roids, no problem. I'll still
All
beat
right,
your
cool.
little bitch
So
ass.
I'm gonna talk. I mean, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'll talk for 30
I don't
seconds
think
then, and
anything.
you can have another fucking 30 minutes locally. That's cool.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Anyways,
yeah.
so as I was gonna say, so you're arguing of oh well, she makes $500 streaming in a month, and that's so beneficial to her kid if the money's that important. Blah 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 blah. This is where Jake is coming from, and I'm on his side on this of. Okay, if the money's that tight and that $500 is really important, then consider the amount of time that she's putting forth towards streaming to make that $500 a month, which isn't dog shit, versus she could find a lot of work at home jobs that can make her $500 a week in that same amount of time, that same
At
amount of
night?
time that she's streaming with.
Again, she still has to
at
take
night,
care of her kids.
Glenn, let him finish.
yes.
Let him finish.
At night, yes. Yeah, most work at home jobs are 24/7. A lot of them are customer service jobs to where, yeah, it's not about the fact of, oh, she streams at night. Yeah, a lot of work at home jobs push through the fucking night and run 24/7 because a lot of them are customer service based.
Yeah.
A lot of them are
Again,
IT based to where you're doing jobs
still
that
have
like they're
to be
demanded. They need
present
people
with
doing
your
that
Hold on,
work
let him finish. Let him
24/7.
finish.
They're dumb. If you don't realize you still have to fucking parent your kids, you still have to be with them and
Okay.
interact with them. So it's just
What you're arguing is a moot point.
Streaming. No, I'm not arguing a moot point. If I don't know what her budget is. I don't know what she needs. If she says,
No,
hey,
you're
if I
arguing a
just
moot
need,
point.
no, I'm not
because
arguing
you're
a
saying,
moot point. I'm saying
yes, you
guys
are.
are you guys are implying that, oh, well, she should just do this. You don't know what she should do because you're not in her shoes.
That
You
doesn't.
don't know all the.
It's irrelevant. We have the average
It's
stats,
That's
bro.
a non-argument.
The average
It's a
stats are
non-argument, bro.
Okay.
It's not. You're talking about average, but
Glenn,
not
you're sounding like a
individual.
feminist right now, too,
Non-argument.
bro.
No, I'm
Glenn.
not. I'm just talking
Yeah,
like
you
a
are.
realist because you
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
are. You're sounding like a